right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for November 9th, 2021. I'm going to invite our newest lieutenant, Bobby Nicofort, to come up here, and he's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you very much, everyone, for being with us today. So when we're going to begin with our oral communications, but before we do, we've made some changes to the public participation procedures. There's been folks that have wanted to see more interactive resources through Zoom. And so our board clerk, Ms. Ryan, is going to go through our public participation procedures. And this is kind of, we tested it this morning, but it's still new for us, so please bear with us. If there are any technical issues, we're going to take a little break and work them out and then come right back into the meeting. So, Ms. Ryan, will you please educate us all on our new system, which should be familiar to a lot of people?
Hopefully. So in order to protect the health and safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this board meeting is open to the public with modifications. Face coverings are required for all attendees, regardless of vaccination status. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to provide public comment will be invited to do so by the board chair. Citizens who are physically present will be called first. All that is the same. The new information is citizens who are not present and wish to provide remote public comment via Zoom may use the raise hand feature on their computer or press *9 if participating by phone to enter the queue. The moderator will read the last 4 digits for phone-only participants in lieu of a name. Zoom webinar via your computer at https://zoom.us/j/987-3738-5155 and or phone only at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 987-3738-5155. Please note, Zoom webinar services tends to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the Access Tuolumne live stream and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Options for public access, audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments via these media options. They are available for audio and visual only. Access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live and or on your TV watching Comcast Cable 8. Note, Granicus live streaming through the county website is currently unavailable. Important public notice, pursuant to AB 361, members of the Board of Supervisors can participate by teleconference. Accessibility requirements, if you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-5521. That is a new phone number, so I'll read it again. 209-533-5521.
Thank you very much, and thank you for putting the work in to develop this new public participation resource for us, and I think it's going to help a lot more people participate in their government. So thank you for all the hard work. All right, so at this time we're going to open up oral communications. Our board values public participation and encourages community members to take this time to provide comment on matters of county interest. This section is for comment not related to items on the listed agenda. The public comment time limit of 3 minutes per speaker applies and no action may be taken by the board on topics discussed. Your board members are listening carefully to these comments and appreciate you taking the time to make a personal investment in your community. So if anyone would like to speak now on items not on the agenda, please come up to the podium or raise your hand on Zoom.
Okay, I'll go first. Thank you. So just to share some information, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission does receive a stipend for their participation in the meeting. They do get $50 per meeting for a maximum of 2 meetings a month. and they get paid quarterly. And then one of the previous members was Charlotte Frazier, so she is currently ill. And she would like to receive love cards and pretty words. So I brought a little booklet, which I will pass around if anybody would like to write some pretty words and some love. She could use that. She's not up to visitors, and I don't believe she's also taking phone calls. ATCA is doing an adopt a family, so I'll leave some flyers in the back if you would like to share at the holiday season. And I want to thank Kathleen, because that was just so amazing last week. Everybody was happy. A lot of people turned out. And the Forest Service said that was the most people they'd ever seen so far turn out for the tree. So that was just a really great community event. And I think I'll just let it go at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else from the room that would like to speak? Okay, do we have any hands raised on Zoom? Okay, let's go ahead and go to Zoom.
Marianne? Marianne, are you there? Can you unmute your speaker?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Thank you. To the Board of Supervisors and county staff, thank you for creating the opportunity for the public to participate more fully in the Board of Supervisors meetings through Zoom. I know it takes time, staff, training, and equipment to make this happen. It is deeply appreciated, but it is necessary in the type of government our country has created. A government where the people have a voice that should be respected and welcomed. It is easy to slip into the mindset that the public does not allow the government to run efficiently, or public participation is messy, or there's too much listening and answering questions, or it takes too much time to find common solutions, or it is hard to find ways where the public should and could participate. The boards, commissions, the committees, and BOS meetings are the platforms where the public, the citizens, the constituents participate. It is part of our local government. If you, the county staff, and elected officials consider public participation extra work, you have gravely misunderstood your job description. Your work is working with the public to find solutions together. County staff, elected officials, and the public are all on the same platform, all of equal importance. The attitude of the board and county staff is critical in this process. We are a participatory democracy. Please understand that what that means, and practice it every day, in every meeting, in every committee, in every department, in every hallway, in every appointment, in every phone call, and in every email. That is your assigned work. In the end, we are all working for, by, and with the people. Thank you for serving our county.
And thank you for calling in. Do we have any more hands raised, Ms. Ryan? Okay. All right, so at this time, I'll close public. If you have something you'd like to say, please come on down to the podium.
There's a big, I'm Ray Longeway. I've remembered the county my whole life, but there's a big group of us here that for agenda item number 17, and I was hoping that if this is the time to ask for that, is there any way that could be expedited in the process today, moved forward in the meeting?
So we have to go through the agenda as it's written.
Okay.
So it is at the end of the agenda.
So there's no way to shift that based on the amount of people
Well,
that
we
are here?
need to at least get through the consent calendar.
Okay, I just
And-
didn't know when to ask that possibly be moved forward.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Let's get through consent and then we can talk about that. So staff reports.
Good morning. Quincy Yaley, Director of the Community Development Department. Just wanted to let the board and the public know about an upcoming closure in our department due to a new influx of building permit and environmental health permits that need to be reviewed by our staff. We're going to be closed to the public on November 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Those are the 3 days before Thanksgiving. Staff will be in the office working, but we will not be open to the public. However, inspections will occur on those days as they normally would, so people can still continue to call in for inspections. And just then, we will have full closures for the county holidays of the 25th and the 26th, and there will be no inspections provided those days. If anyone has any questions, they can call us at 209-533-5633. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Chairman Campbell, Bill Pulley, Sheriff. I want to take a minute just to personally thank all of you and the CAO's office for their hard work in our most recent DSA contract. With your support, we're in a much, I'm sorry, my glasses are fogging up here. We're in a much better position to recruit and retain deputies and staff. I think it's gone a long way. I think we have a lot more work to do to be the healthy professional agency that we want to be. But this is a great step in the right direction, and I want to personally thank all the board members and the CAO staff for their. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Andrew Murphy, Assistant Fire Chief. And I just wanted to highlight, if you were in the Junction Shopping Center or near there over the weekend, you'll see that the CAL FIRE and Tuolumne County Fire Department and CAL FIRE Local 2881 held their annual Fill the Boot fundraiser. And I just wanted to read a little bit off of the social media post. We want to thank everyone who contributed to this year's annual MDA Fill the Boot. This year has been our biggest success yet, raising over $16,408, smashing the previous record of $12,623 set 5 years ago. And that was all in 4 hours. It was especially amazing this year as we had 3 young boys, Caleb, Casey, and Riley, which were all brothers. And they're all affected by muscular dystrophy. This hit very close to home to many of us as the event, as we personally had the opportunity to spend time with each of the boys. It was an eye-opening experience to talk with the grandmother as she explained how this disease and this day-to-day struggle of having not 1 but 3 young children affected by muscular dystrophy. Because of the money that is raised, research occurs, medications are developed, and we wanted everyone to know that their donations make a significant impact on the daily lives of these children and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other staff reports? All right. Thank you very much, everyone. So I guess we're going to move on to our consent calendar. Ms. Ryan, would you please read our consent calendar for us?
Item 1, approving the minutes of the November 2nd, 2021 meeting. Item number 2, approving the state mandated COVID-19 prevention plan and a cleaning and disinfection plan. Item number 3, approving the class specifications for deputy director with assignment to the Tuolumne County Management Unit at range PeopleSoft range 500, Central Square range 100. Number 4, as the Air Pollution Control Board, setting a public hearing date of December 14th, 2021 at 1 p.m. to review and receive comment on the Air Pollution Control District, or Pollution Control District 2021-2022 budget. Item number 5, approving the addition of 1 full-time program specialist position to the Public Health Cost Center and deleting 1 full-time program specialist from the Tobacco Cost Center. Item number 6, appointing James Jordan to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission for District 3 with a term set to expire on February 15, 2023.
Okay, would any board member like to pull an item for further discussion?
Yeah, item 2.
So item 2 and item 6. Okay. All right, so is there any public comment on the, well, any questions from the board or comments on the consent, save items 2 and 6? Okay, is there any public comment on the consent calendar, saving those 2 items? Okay, bring it back to the board. Is there a motion to approve consent minus items 2 and 6?
I'll make a motion to approve consent excluding items 2 and 6.
Second.
Okay, I think I'll give it to Supervisor Half that time. So I have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Half to approve consent, accepting items 2 and 6. Do I go ahead and call for the vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. All right, Ms. Wyan, would you please read item 2 once more?
Approving the state mandated COVID-19 prevention plan and a cleaning and disinfection plan.
Morning, I'm Nathan Burtwhistle with Human Resources. I can try to answer any questions you have about item 2.
Sure. So the reason why I don't want to go too long, the reason why I pulled this item is because on the face value, when I look at it, it talks about cleaning and disinfecting plan. But then when I read deeper into the policy, it talks about testing and employees returning to work and whatnot. And specifically there, it mentions some days regarding if staff are fully vaccinated and don't have close contact with symptoms and they're excluded from certain testing for 90 days. And the 90 days things caught my eye. And so my question is has this policy been reviewed by Dr. Surjenko? Because I know there's some recent CDC data that talked about 6 months if you have prior infection or natural immunity. Or I'm just curious, is this just handed down from the state, or has our local public health officer reviewed this for? Make sure it's
Supervisor Kirk,
accurate.
I can respond. This policy is based on the Cal OSHA template, and it's directly from the Cal OSHA regulations. So it was not independently reviewed by Dr. Surjenko, but it is a requirement of the law because it's what Cal OSHA has issued.
So can we have it, so Dr. Surjenko's review of it would have no bearing? Correct. So we're just making up, this is insane, we're just making up numbers and dates and it's all over the place. I don't know where they get 90 days, I don't know where our schools, if a kid, like none of this matches up with what we're doing locally. And so there's just confusion on my end. That's why I'm pulling it. Kids in schools, if they're vaccinated or not, there's no exclusion of 90 days. They're still getting, having to go do the 10-day quarantine.
So I can address that.
Sure.
So this is from Title 8, Section 3205. The 90 days is actually written into that regulation. It hasn't caught up with some other things that are going on, but all this is a template provided by OSHA, and it brings us compliant with that regulation. So it's all directly right out of that regulation.
Okay, well, if it's,
And people aren't being excluded for 90 days. When they've recovered from the virus, they basically are put in the same status as someone who's vaccinated for 90 days. So if they're in a close contact at work, they're not going to be excluded for that close contact.
for 90 days.
For 90 days since the onset of symptoms.
Okay. Okay. The reason why I pulled it is because it doesn't line up with other things that we're doing in the county. But it's Cal OSHA, so it's out of our hands, is what I'm hearing. All right. That's why there's confusion all around when people read into these things. All right. So thank you for that. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Yeah. The reason I pulled this item as well, I wanted to discuss, and this is in the meeting with staff, previous discussions we had about adding temperature checks at public meetings and in some of the offices at the county, that this might be the appropriate item to add that into. And I also wanted to ask for clarification. I believe there was some confusion if this was make sure it was the right item.
Supervisor
Yeah.
Brandon, one thing, just for clarity, is both of these items were, as they currently are drafted, negotiated with the union. So any addition would need to be negotiated. It's something maybe we can talk about separately in closed session, whether or not your board is interested in adding additional requirements.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be all. Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this? I see folks standing up, but I'm not sure if it's for the, okay. All right, if there's no public comment, any hands raised? Okay, bring it back to the board for motion.
A motion to approve item 2.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oppose.
Okay. They have vote 4-1 with Supervisor Kirk voting no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Ms. Ryan, would you please read item 6 once more for us, please?
Item number 6, appointing James Jordan to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission for District 3 with a term set to expire on February 15, 2023.
Good morning, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. On September 28th, 2021, Planning Commissioner Nutting submitted his resignation from the Planning Commission. Clerk of the Board posted a notice of vacancy to advise the public the opportunity to apply and serve on the Planning Commission. And as of October 6th, we are in receipt of one application, currently in receipt of one application, actually, as of today. We're here before you to have a vote on whether Mr. Jordan should be appointed to the Planning Commission.
Thank you. So I know we got a packed agenda, but I think we all agreed the Planning Commission is definitely one of the most in-depth commissions, a lot of time required, a lot of review. And so I would just want to take this opportunity to again thank Mr. Nutting for his service. I talked about him, I believe, last time, but also I really want to thank Jordan for stepping up. I met Jordan on the campaign trail, and I've got to get to know him a little bit. And what I really like about Jordan is he's actually very critical of me from time to time, which is, I like relationships where people are critical. And so I know that when he is, what'd you say? Yeah, you remember that. So all that to say, I like when people, he's got planning commission experience, he's got a lot of life experience, but when he comes into this role, I trust that he will be fair and impartial and he'll do his job. And whether I agree or disagree, I think he's going to do a good job. So I just wanted to present him and let you guys know a little bit about him. Obviously, you can read up on him, but I think he'll be a good fit to the planning commission. So that's all I wanted to say, and vote on it.
All right.
So with that being said, I will make a motion to appoint Planning Commissioner Jordan.
And I'll second that.
Okay. So we do have a motion and a second, so I'm going to ask for public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak on item 6? On the appointment to the Planning Commission?
There's only one applicant. There really isn't much to say, which is pretty disappointing for our community. This is a very powerful committee. Everywhere I go, I listen to people bitch and moan and piss and complain, but yet they never step up to the plate to be part of the process. So my only concern about Mr. Jordan is one that would make me a prejudiced person, because all but one person on the Planning Commission, I think, is at least over the age of 65. So we really need to get some young blood and recruit some enthusiasm in some of our younger members of our community.
All right, thank you. Are there any hands raised? Okay. Actually, I guess I can check for myself, come to think of it. Maybe I can't. Okay, so bring it back to the board. We do have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, and I think a second by Supervisor Half, right? Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. So we do have a proclamation for the county sheriff, so I'm going to continue with that. Would you please read item 7, Ms. Ryan?
Item number 7, presentation of County Service Award to Deputy Oliver Imlach for the Sheriff's Office.
Good
Morning,
morning,
Sheriff.
Board. Sheriff Bill Pooley, and I have with me today Deputy Oliver Imlach, who we are here to recognize his 20 years of protecting and serving our community. So, having said that, I know that personally, and I think all of us understand it, that you don't do 20 years in this job without the support of your family. And today we have Dixie and Daisy. I'm sorry, Daisy.
My wife.
And Noli are here supporting him. Apologize. But Deputy Imlach started in 2001 as a jail deputy. He moved patrol in 2005 and became a corporal in 2014. He's had a tour at the coroner's office, and he served the search and rescue team as a liaison for 7 years. Most recently, I think just last week, he completed his update for his field training officer program, and he is now going to be, and actually I think he has one of our newest recruits that's here today. He's going to start training all of our new recruits. So he possesses both his intermediate and post-advanced certificates. And I think if you remember back, Deputy Imlach recently came before this board and spoke about the great changes he's seen throughout his 20-year career. So having said that, I would appreciate if everybody would join me in congratulating Deputy Imlach and achieving his 20 years of service with our Sheriff's Office.
I appreciate it, and I don't really have much to say. I just so you know, I grew up in this community, and so I'm very proud to have a career here where I'm serving the community that I love and still live, and will continue to do this until I retire from this agency. So, yeah, I'm just grateful. So, thank you.
We have for you.
Thank you.
All right, now don't go walking away yet. I think you have some board members that might want to, might have things to say. Start with Supervisor Goldenberg.
So Oliver, I've known you a couple of years. Congratulations on achieving 20 years. That's huge. And, you know, everything that you do in the community, you know, that's really good. You know, just wish you the best in the last part of your career as you move forward. But no, it's wonderful. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Anyone else?
I'll just say thank you. 20 years to be in law enforcement is a long time. I don't know if we'll have success stories like you in the future with the way law enforcement's going, but thank you for what you do, and thank you that you're going to stay here and retire so we don't lose you to another agency. And I think Tuolumne County is a special place, and wouldn't be the place without folks like you who stick around and especially train the next generation. So thank you.
Of course. All right. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. I agree with everything our board members have said, and it really takes that kind of dedication to grow up in a community and want to preserve what we have. And so people standing up, serving their community, it's a dying art, but I think it's still alive and well in Tuolumne County. So thanks a lot.
And I have a comment to make also. I looked at this agenda item and I thought, 20 years, how is that possible? I remember when you came on, and if I'm not mistaken, your dad is Richard?
Yes.
Yeah. So you started about a year after I did when I started with county staff, and the time just flies. So you have done so much in that 20 years, and you've given your whole family so much to be proud of. And I hope you realize that, and also the appreciation of this board for your dedication to this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is there any public comment or any public comment? All right, bring it back to the board. Is there do we need to vote on this? Or this is from the sheriff, so, okay. This is from the top dog. Thank you very much, and you have a great rest of your week. Thank you.
Oh, just presentation.
Okay, so,
No, it's just,
so there was a comment made, I did want to acknowledge that, about one of the items that folks are here for. I think there are other people here for other items, so just kind of looking at the board, we have at least 3 items and then 2 10 a.m. appointments to get to. But if there was interest in moving the agenda around, I'm perfectly willing to open that up, but we also have other people waiting to speak on a regular agenda. And actually, the thing honestly, the thing I'm a little worried about is this was at the end of the agenda. There might be other folks that would like to speak on this and who would be expecting it to be toward the end of the agenda, who might miss their opportunity to speak on it. So
I would give precedent to the people that are in the room. I see quite a few that look like they are here for agenda number 17, is that correct? And I would like to move that we hear them.
if you're here for item 17, could you raise your hand?
Yeah, it's quite a few.
About
So
half.
I'd like to move that we acknowledge that and move 17 up to the next item.
Okay.
And just, if you guys are worried about me being long-winded, I'm not gonna be long-winded about this item.
Just as a discussion item, we could potentially, because I would agree with those concerns too, of people wanting to call in later as well. We could open up the public comment to receive some of it, table it, and then go back to the end of the meeting as we normally would. That way we can still maintain both.
So, looking at county council, would it be to take in the public comment first or read through the item? How would that go procedurally?
I would treat it like you treat anything else. You
Okay.
read the item, you take public comment, you table it, just like Supervisor Brandon said, and then you bring it back for further discussion, which if there's people present that would like to speak on it, you could reopen public comment.
That seems awfully confusing. Well, okay, let's poll the board. So you want to do it now? Okay. Supervisor Kirk?
I'm fine with what the majority wants. I'd rather
No,
just
no,
do
no,
it
no.
now. I'd
You-
rather do it now,
Okay.
just since it looks like folks are here.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
so I'm not quite sure I understand the tabling, bring it back later.
So we
So
would-
we'd have public comment now, but further discussion later on, bring it back? Is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay. And Supervisor Brandon? Okay. All right, so that's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and, Ms. Ryan, would you please read item 17 for us?
Item number 17, consideration of approving a letter to the city and county of San Francisco opposing religious persecution towards Tuolumne County residents employed by the city and county of San Francisco at its Hetch Hetchy facility and who are terminated because they have religious objections to the COVID-19 vaccine mandate.
Okay. So I'm gonna keep this short. I want to just speak directly to the board real quick. Forget everybody who's out here. I know that our board is exhausted with COVID. We've had some long discussions. We've had some blowout moments. We've had some agreements, some disagreements. The purpose of today isn't to get back into that, isn't to argue much of the science or any of that. The purpose of today is really simple. At the end of the day, I want to support the constituents who reside in Tuolumne County and who work for Hetch Hetchy. A few weeks ago, I was approached by somebody who is losing their job, who works for Achechi, put in religious exemption. And just like any other governing bodies or agencies, you know, you can put in for the religious or medical. But when I started doing my research, which was 2 weeks ago, I found out that the city of San Francisco had approved 0 accommodations out of like 800 so applicants. And at that point, at that moment, at the state, I'm an EEO sexual harassment counselor as well. I realized this is a complete violation of EEO law. So I wrote a letter, a memo about a week and a half ago. I was going to present it, but then some of the data changed, and then I was going to present what's on the agenda today. I got a little bit more information from the city, and today they've approved 22 exemptions out of 836, although they're not describing which ones are religious or medical. It is apparent, though, that they've already made basically predetermined decisions. They're already flying the positions for hire in Hitchechi. They're already going through the process of replacing them, yet saying that they're going to give them due process. And so the purpose of this letter is to simply ask, and it's not just to San Francisco, but also to the EEO office in Washington, D.C., the EEO office in Northern California, the governor's office, and some of the other jurisdictions. But I don't know if this will go anywhere, but I have very firm belief based on my experience in knowing EEO law that they are making predetermined decisions. I believe they are violating EEO law. It's very simple. If you can provide accommodations without doing unjust harm to the rest of the organization, you're to provide those accommodations. And when there's a vaccination rate of 97.6 and only 2.4% of your organization is asking for exemptions, somehow there needs to be some exemptions. And so is it kind of left field? Yeah, I never as a supervisor would have thought that I'd be sitting up here fighting for people's constitutional religious rights. But I feel like I have a duty to. I feel like I'm in a position where hopefully we can affect some of the decision-making that's going on over there. I've talked to some lower-level staff, and they told me some things that were made me very much believe so, that things are predetermined. And I'm just hoping to, these folks who were once critical, essential heroes and workers providing water for millions of folks are now expendable at the drop of a hat over a vaccine, which I won't get into the science, but you guys all know where I stand on the science behind it. So if you want to argue your points and tell me how wrong I am because this isn't our jurisdiction, that's fine. I'm simply here to back up our residents who I believe are being basically affected, obviously, by these decisions, and hopefully I can affect some change. So I'm just simply here asking for a vote. If you guys want to help me, if you want to send this letter to the city, I think it would be more powerful to the EEO office. If as a board we're unified, we had a majority and we could send it. If not, it's fine, I'll send it myself. But I know if any one of us was up here losing our careers, our pensions, our livelihoods for our families, and if I thought it was reasonable enough to fight on your behalf, I would. And so that's what I'm doing. I'm not here to make anybody look bad. I'm not here to get an argument. I'm just firm belief in the information I discovered and where I stand. And I hope to not have to do this for other groups or agencies, but I am where I am, and I arrived to the conclusion I did. So I hope you guys hear my heart in the matter, but that's where I'm at. So thank you for listening to me, and I think I did that in under 3 or 4 minutes.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Sure. So Supervisor Kirk, I understand, your concerns, where you're going with this. I do not feel that it is the purview, of our board to dictate to the city of San Francisco what action the city takes regarding their employees. I don't think that we would appreciate having the city of San Francisco attempt to tell Tuolumne County what to do, nor do I feel that we should do the same for them. When you talk about some of the statistics, we're talking about, you mentioned 97.6, but that's the employees in San Francisco. I know we have a certain contingent of employees here, and I respect that. But it doesn't mean that those numbers would pertain to Tuolumne County. The city of San Francisco has been a consistent, very strong supporter of the Tuolumne County. And, I feel that a board letter such as this is not a good path to go down. I think that it could diminish our good relationships with them. I do feel that, if you feel strongly, you could send a letter yourself as a citizen or as a member of the Board of Supervisors, but I do not support it coming from the board as a whole. Understand, you originally agendized a letter, and then last night, fairly late, this changed, and you just acknowledged that the numbers changed as far as initially the city did not approve a single request, and then your most recent letter says the city had 21 exemptions that they did approve. Doesn't identify whether they're in the city, here in the Tuolumne County, or otherwise. But that, in the light of us being transparent, right, having this change, come before the board without any time for the board really to digest and look at the differences, nor the public having the opportunity. I mean, part of our goals, as a board is, to increase our transparency. So, just overall, I think this is the wrong track to take, that we need to, look at what we're doing as a county, that we not, tell others, within the county. I mean, you could carry this in many different directions, right? It could be, McDonald's, Lowe's, Walmart, whoever, if they had similar policies, would the expectation be that, we as a board, send a letter to each of those organizations? So I just think it's the wrong road to go down. I'm not in favor of it. I would just assume that this had been pulled, but, I don't think it should have been put up here. And that's my feelings. So thank you.
Supervisor Half.
Yeah, Supervisor Kirk, I do applaud you for this letter. I think a lot of the things that you state in there need to be said. I do agree, however, with Supervisor Goldenberg that it's not our place as a county board to tell another county what to do. But your mentioning of EEO is something that if you feel that it's being violated, I'm not as familiar probably with you about those regulations, whether it's state or federal, but I would hope that the folks that are in this room would make their own claims if they feel that their rights are being violated to the appropriate jurisdictions, whether it's the city and the county of San Francisco or whether it's the federal government or the state government regarding EEO. You guys have the clout. You guys are the ones that are being affected. And it would make the most sense that any kind of correction and request for that correction should come from you. So I do support that you're wanting to help our people, our residents that live here in Tuolumne County, and I just have a difference of opinion that this is not the way to be helpful as a jurisdiction. I would support you as an individual or as a county supervisor to sending that letter out if you feel strongly enough, but I can't support the board in full signing this letter.
A quick point of order on this too. If we wanted to open up, I figured I should have thought about that before your comments ended up starting, and I figured it might be good to have a weigh in from what I wasn't sure of, but maybe both sides of it. But to open up the public comment period and then table the discussion and the action later, because it seems like we're kind of doing the full item right now, to whatever the chairman would like to do, or I can state my comments and we can just do it.
It's entirely up to you. If you'd like to state your comments now, you can. If you choose not to, my plan was to go to public comment. If you'd like to wait, my plan was to allow supervisors to speak if they'd like, then go to public comment, and then table the item for some time in the afternoon. So based on that, it's your choice.
Okay. While we have the folks in the audience here, and out of respect to your time, thank you, by the way, for coming to the meetings. I do appreciate that. A lot of citizens don't end up coming to these. We do make important decisions here, so I really do appreciate it. I'll speak my quick comments there, and then we can hopefully quickly be able to move into hearing from you and your perspectives on it. I think what Supervisor Goldenberg and Supervisor Half both said pretty well states my position. So I haven't seen this new letter. It wasn't in the agenda packet I was sent out, but with the original letter and intent, and just kind of the principle, wasn't any language difference in it or specific piece. It's commenting on the internal policies of another municipality, to me, especially when they're following the state law and we're not in a position to influence that decision, doesn't make sense to me. Because if the law was not followed, I think what Supervisor Half mentioned is completely accurate. It's state legislators. It's going to be the state. And actually, we have these great brochures we design. It's got all the contacts for a number of state-level officials. Write letters, talk to them. It is at their level. And on the other side is if the law wasn't followed, the mediation, the authority to remedy that is a lawsuit to present in court. And we neither have the authority nor the jurisdiction to impact that or to carry out that. That's not within the scope of our position. So with that, it is a really heartbreaking situation. But for us to, I think, spend a lot of time on this and then to put this out, it's really more of it's more of just, I think, a statement by the board than anything that actually is under our scope. Would we be doing the same thing for the Jamestown Sanitary District and TUD in the city of Sonora? Would we do the same to Calaveras and our surrounding counties? To me, that doesn't develop the partnership and respect for their jurisdictions, and I don't think it would have any impact on their decision. And that, both of those are very important to my decision on it. So,
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, so at this time, I'll open the public comment period. And as I said before, the plan is we'll open public comment now. Once that is finished, we'll bring it back to the board. I will table the item until sometime this afternoon to allow folks, and again, because this is at the end of the agenda, which is typically, there's a standard practice that we use to order agenda items, and this type of item would typically go at the end of the agenda. And my fear is that folks that would want to speak on this item wouldn't have the chance unless we held it to the afternoon. So that being said, I'll invite anybody that would like to speak. Please come to the podium. If you're watching on Zoom, please raise your hand and we'll go from there. Thank you very much.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Peter Dean. I've worked here in Tuolumne County for 18 years at Hetch Hetchy Water and Power, and I'm in the process of being terminated for not violating my religious beliefs. I submitted certification from my church, religious materials, 4 declarations, and my response was, my beliefs are not valid. So isn't that how all religious persecutions start, is by one group stating that another group's beliefs are not valid? Now, Hetch Hetchy Water and Power is an enterprise of City of San Francisco doing business here in San Francisco. They're harvesting the resources of the county, the water. The county frequently comments on the actions that Hetchy takes. They oversee if they're gonna, the water releases, they comment on the water releases, any pollution, and if cultural and cultural resources are being impacted, and the impact on the belief system of the local residents of Tuolumne County. So the county frequently comments, and San Francisco comments on Tuolumne County policies as well. I know because I've worked on some of the comments submitted to the county. So it's very appropriate for the county to write a letter voicing what it believes are going to be impacts on the religious and cultural beliefs of county residents. And it's not just cultural, it's financial too, because, you know, we spend our paychecks here in Tuolumne County. And it's starting with us, but it will, the contractors that come to do business, temporary employees, it's the impact is quite large, and it's both cultural and financial. So I encourage you to not wash your hands of it and say, well, you can sue. I mean, that's true. You don't let businesses go through and bulldoze cultural resource sites. You step in and say no. You don't make the groups that of the cultural resource sites sue. I've seen the county comment and say, look, this is not right. So I'm asking you to do that here today. Just send the letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Gina Castile, and I am an employee that is being terminated for my religious beliefs. Previous to my employment with the City and County of San Francisco, I worked for the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, and I've appeared here several times, not before this board, but previous boards. The reason that I would have to appear would be to help protect the resources of this county and explain to you how we were going to be responsible in doing so. So I am asking you respectfully to reconsider your decision and support us as your resources in this fight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning again. My name is Ray Lonjoy. I'm 37 years old. I'm a fifth-generation Tuolumne County resident. I regularly attend Calvary Chapel in Sonora and have been a Christian my entire adult life. I've been blessed with great employment opportunities in this county, working in the power industry for the last 17 years. I'm here to ask that the board stand in support of Agenda Item 17 to send a letter regarding Hetch Hetchy's employees' rights to employment without religious persecution or discrimination. I think it's safe to say the numbers speak for themselves in either version of the letter that some of you may not have reviewed yet. Obviously, it's an item that's pretty much on the forefront of my life right now. So I've seen both versions over the past week or so, and they do have numbers that are publicly available that are accurate. 2.8% of the total San Francisco workforce requested exemption from the vaccine mandate. And of those 990 requests, 2.2% were granted. Of 836 employees not currently vaccinated amongst the city's workforce, that leaves 814 of the city's nearly 35,000 person workforce facing termination. I don't believe 814 people are willing to walk away from careers that in many cases have taken decades to build for anything less than a sincerely and deeply held religious belief or a serious medical circumstance. And I don't believe that a 2.2% approval rate indicates that these exemption requests are being evaluated with the intent of protecting civil rights and our right to adhere to our religious beliefs. As a result of this arbitrary and, in my opinion, intentionally unattainable process, I recently witnessed several of my good friends and coworkers being coerced into making what should be a personal medical decision against their free will to ensure they could provide for their families. Decisions that can't be undone. That is a circumstance a person should not have to make in those types of, or should not have to make those types of choices in. I hope none of you have to experience that. It seems obvious to me that this isn't a system that is intended to be fair or just. Ultimately, that's why I'm here today. I'm hopeful that we don't quietly sit by and condone that injustice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for your time. My comments are pretty clearly, most like my peers have just said. I've been a resident of Tuolumne County. I'm second generation. I went to St. Patrick's Church, catechism. I've had strong religious belief, Christianity beliefs my whole life, and it's sad to think that I'm going to lose my career of over 30 years because I'm unable to be able to perform my religious beliefs, strong religious beliefs. So all I could ask is for, the board to strongly consider, what we have going on right now and understand that maybe if you were in the same shoes, you'd like somebody to stand up for you in the same way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Randy Gerhardt. I've been a resident of Tuolumne County for going on 58 years. I've been working for head chief for 17. I was trying to go 20, but they're forcing this on people against their sincerely held religious beliefs, which is a U.S. Civil Rights Act that's been since 1964. OSHA cannot override that, even though it's a temporary type emergency safety thing. But anyway, if you read the rules by OSHA, they enforce the laws, they don't make them. And the president cannot make laws. Legislation has to do it. So this is totally wrong. So I just hope and pray that you guys would reconsider your decisions. And as far as I know, the 22 exemptions, they are not truly accommodating them. They're giving them a 60-day job search for a job that's not there. So it's just a phony setup to say they got their 2% or whatever. So anyway, I just hope for your support and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Dean, and my husband is one of the employees being terminated. He spoke first. Each and every one of you took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States against foreign and domestic terrorists, complaints, attacks, whatever you want to use, insert your word. These people are being persecuted for their religious beliefs, and we know of one person for her medical belief. She is not truly being given an accommodation, and neither are the few people who have gotten religious accommodations. They're not getting their chance to have their job. They're being told, here are the jobs that you can pick from, but we're not going to give you one. They've made that clear. It was very clear from the moment you started speaking that your decision was already made. There was no public comment. There was no open dialogue. You made your decision before you walked into this room, as did you. You seem to be a little more open about your decision. These people are hurting. Thankfully, my husband and I aren't going to be devastated, but we will be hurt significantly by him losing his job. And it's not right that you sit there and say that their religious beliefs are part of San Francisco's policy. No, they're part of the U.S. Constitution, and if you don't stand up, if people like you don't start standing up, then who will? Why not stand up and send a letter? It hurts you not at all. My husband has worked on those agreements and those policies, and all of the things that he said I know to be true because I've listened to him, I've proofread things for him, I've helped him understand things that he was trying to understand about the financial part. I worked in government finance for 21 years before retiring. So I believe that we all are Americans and we all have a right to our religious freedom. And like I said, if you don't stand up, if people don't start standing up, then we're lost. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Glenn Brantley. I've worked for head chief for 22 years. And they denied my religious and my medical, which the VA said I'm exempt from. And it's sad to hear that you guys don't represent your residents in your county that vote you into office, especially Mr. Brandon. You said you won't represent no one, no matter which county they worked in. We're the ones that vote you guys in here to represent us. And yes, we're fighting not just here, but out there too. And like Randy said, they're given exemptions, but they're not accommodating a one. And it's sad to know that you guys just won't represent your residents who put you into office to represent us. A letter will not hurt you to write, put your name on, stand up for something. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the room that would like to speak? Okay, are there any hands raised? Do you need a minute?
Souza? You're on with the board.
Thank you so much for making Zoom a possibility for public input. And my heart is full about this issue. Unfortunately, sometimes taking a stand based on religion means that you sacrifice something. I don't say that lightly. I say it with all compassion. You don't know me, but so it doesn't mean anything to you. However, I stand firm with the opinions expressed so far by our Board of Supervisors. I don't think that we could do any good by sending this letter. I think that we could do some harm. And also the Board of Supervisors represents everybody in the community. And everybody in the community votes for them. So I just want to say thank you for letting me have my opinion. And also I just want to add, it's not my take on the Board of Supervisors has made a decision yet on sending this letter. So I'm sure they listen to everybody who calls in. My heart's with everybody in this difficult situation. I hope that it works out the way that everybody wants it to. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any more hands raised? Okay, so we did have a hand raise and then it was lowered, so give them about 10 seconds. If they don't raise their hand again, then we're gonna close the public comment portion and table the item until this afternoon. Okay, so we're gonna close public comment for now. We'll table the item until this afternoon. Then again, we'll reopen public comment so that to give an opportunity, if anybody has not already spoken, that they will have a chance to speak at that time, and then we'll bring it back to the board to make a decision. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. Do we want to take a break or go ahead and continue? Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:10.
And today we're going to discuss a couple items. The first is fire alarm fees, false fire alarm fees, and fire permit requirements. This ordinance is being proposed following board direction to recover reimbursable costs associated with nuisance fire department calls. Perfect. And for service, and has been in the works since the summer of 2019. A little background, fire alarm permit registration requirements for third-party monitored alarm systems and false alarm cost recovery is a standard practice for local governments around the country. This permit fee and false call fee is similarly structured as the Sheriff's Office burglar and robbery fee ordinance and will utilize the same cost recovery process. When an alarm comes into the CAL FIRE ECC for a fire alarm sounding, which could be for smoke, fire, water flow, or other fire-related emergency, with no other reports, a response of 1 engine for a home or 2 engines for a business fire alarm with a battalion chief notification is dispatched. Infrequently, the alarms are actual emergency incidents and require fire department action. Most often, unfortunately, the call is closed out as a false alarm and is either a malfunction of the alarm system or related to preventable causes such as improper installation or a lack of routine maintenance.
So I'm going to pause you right there. One thing I neglected to do is that this is a public hearing. So I do need to open the public hearing at this time. Apologies for the interruption. The public hearing is open. Please continue.
All right, thank you. Having an alarm permit for a third-party monitored alarm system ensures the Tuolumne County Fire Department will have a list of responsible parties who can respond to a location in case of an emergency. Administrative fees are issued for false alarms, even if you have a permit. The goal of this process, including the fees and false alarm fee, is to be able to promptly notify property and business owners in case of an emergency, to ensure residents and property owners have working fire alarm systems, and to reduce the number and frequency of false alarms. Having a working fire alarm system will help protect lives and property. Having working alarm systems also ensures the limited fire department resources are available for true emergencies. This year, as of yesterday, there have been 126 confirmed false fire alarms calls in Tuolumne County Fire jurisdiction. In 2018, there were 104. The average call time committed to a false call exceeds 25 minutes, and with the rate of total incidents, as we discussed earlier in the year, has continued to increase, currently 18% over 5 years ago and 40% over 10 years ago. That's total incidents. It is reasonable to expect that these types of calls, along with other call types, will continue to increase without an ordinance in place to prevent these nuisance calls. Some examples are, there is a residence off Tuolumne Road that last year had 18 false alarm calls, no emergency. And of course, that has an impact on other incidents that may occur at the same time. It also risks the lives of responders and the public when fire engines are responding code 3 down the roads. Nationwide, fire departments that have a false alarm fee, 39% charged on the first false call, 20% on the second call, and 11% on the third call. This ordinance puts a fee of $100 on the first incident, with the responsible party's ability to attend an online alarm class to waive the fee. The charge for the second and third calls in a rolling 365-day period would then reflect the cost recovery of $158.50 for residential or homes, $317.25 for commercial. After the fourth and subsequent false calls in that rolling 365-day period, the fee would double. The other costs associated with that are similar to the Sheriff's Office fee structure. If approved by the board, we will work with the vendor on all the background work and the IT setup with CAL FIRE's Altaris CAD dispatching system. As estimated, computer work will take between 12 and 14 weeks to complete. If approved, we would manually start collecting the data 30 days after adoption until this automatic system is operational. It is recommended that your board approve the ordinance chapter, adding chapter 5.26 and section 3.40.010 to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code related to false fire alarms and fire alarm permits.
All right, thank you very much. Good information to know. Any board member questions? I want to start. Supervisor Goldenberg and then Supervisor Kirk.
Sure. Thanks for the presentation, Andy. You mentioned some stats, and I didn't quite grab them. First, second, and third, the numbers here. Can you repeat those, please?
Yes, 39% charge a fee on the first false alarm call, 20% for the second call, and 11% on the third call.
Okay.
For fire alarms.
First of all, I just want to go on record that I'm very supportive of going down this road on false alarms because it, we put a lot of resources, out there. I'm familiar, from my own career in the fire service. We've got a lot of folks out on the road, responding, and there's a cost associated with that. And it puts puts resources out of position. You know, when another call could come in where they're needed over here, but the false alarm is, you know, far to, you know, the other direction. I do have concerns, quite honestly, on charging a fee on the first false alarm. I feel that, you know, that there's just a number of reasons, you know, why that could happen. You know, I think the vendors that are out there that are working on these systems, you know, installing them, and I know that our staff, you know, we go out and we inspect and they test, and that's good. But stuff happens, right? So I'm just, you know, like I said, I'm concerned that we charge a fee on the very first one, you know, after they're approved, you know, and in business, so to speak, you know, with their alarm systems. So I would be more supportive, quite honestly, of bringing this back with some sort of, you know, looking at considerations on what to do on the first, you know. But other than that, I'm very much in favor of doing this, you know, as a whole. And I understand this could, you know, delay things. You guys have been working on this, you know, for some time. So do you have any comments on that, or?
So just for my clarification, were you saying we would just, you agree with all of this, just take for, so line 2A, you would just make that 0 and then keep all of the other fees the same?
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm looking at.
So what would it take to do that?
I don't.
So if you wanted to make changes to the ordinance, then we would have to do a new public hearing. So we would come back at a different meeting to look at adopting this. And just for clarification, we did really try to structure this program consistent with the sheriff's office. So the sheriff's office charges for the first false burglar alarm, and then the subsequent increases to second and third, and even fourth. So this is very consistent. The costs are a little bit more because it costs a bit more for a fire engine to respond than a deputy patrol car. But just so you know, that's why we and how we approached it was being consistent with the sheriff's office. Sometimes, you know, it only takes one false alarm for a resident to realize, or a commercial business owner to realize, oh yeah, I got to get that repaired, or I got to get that addressed.
And I agree with that thought. It's just I'm not sure that we should be, you know, hitting them monetarily on the first one. I'm not sure the best way to go about it. You know, another way to give them some sort of warning notice that says, look, we're giving you a pass on this one, but one more, it's going to cost you. You know, so I'm just kind of, there's a lot of reasons why a system, you know, can fail that results in a false alarm.
And the vast majority of those are malfunctions or improper installation, as we discussed. And that's one of the things that we felt comfortable with the first call, not only being consistent with other county fees, but just remembering that each time they go out for a false call is a nuisance call, and there is a cost and a risk associated with that. And that's part of that really we felt was good as far as the first call was they do have the opportunity to attend that false alarm online school or that alarm school to waive. It's kind of like traffic school. And that this isn't, just a reminder, this isn't for I see smoke, and then we go out and there's not a fire there, or it's not an emergency, or those sorts of things. This is for an alarm company calling into the command center and to dispatch saying, we have an alarm sounding, we need a response. And so it's not there's 349 incidents so far this year that have been closed out as false alarms. Only 126 of those were fire alarm companies calling in. All those 200 other ones would not be charged.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk?
I think if I was listening right, you may have answered my question. When I see commercial alarm or residential alarm system, it's specifically, because like, for instance, my house has sprinklers, and if that alarm went off, would that trigger a response from you guys?
Typically not, only if it's monitored by a third party.
Okay, so it's a third party, okay. And then I think I had emailed you this question. If the sheriff and the fire shows up, are they both getting a bill from each agency?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. So I would assume that some reasonableness would come into play here. If both alarms are going off because of, for example, a power surge or something like that, the public does have the opportunity with both ordinances to appeal to the department head. And we would hope that reasonableness would prevail.
Okay. So then it sounds like there is like an appeal system. So if I had a false alarm and you guys are gonna charge me $100, but I could come up with a reasonable reason why you shouldn't, that's a new word. If there's a reason why you shouldn't charge me, I can go to that appeal and you guys can grant it if it's legit.
Correct.
Okay. And then I think, and that kind of answered the question I emailed you about, because I know some like houses of worship where they've installed systems and they've had glitches in the system. They've had like 3 or 4 false alarms over the course of 2-3 days trying to work out bugs or something. So again, I think that would be dealt with through the appeal process if there's clear.
And just like the defensible space inspection, similarly, we're looking for compliance, right? We don't want to punish people. We want people to have working alarms.
And then the only last comment I want to make is these are obvious, you have to respond if these alarms go off, right? And there's a cost associated with that. So I think our board, from past conversations and from other items, like we know that we have to be at least breaking even on things that we're required to respond to. And I think that's what this is intending to do. So, okay. Thank you, guys.
Supervisor Brandon?
Thank you. And I think in this, number one goal, obviously, it's public safety. It's not just that you have to go out to respond, but as Supervisor Kirk mentioned, it's paying for the entire service so that you're able to have the equipment you need, the personnel you need, the apparatus you need. So for all the parts of this related to the false alarms, false alarm fees, fully in support of that. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I like that there is a provision in there for a first-time offense. If that is a financial hardship on somebody, I'm always thinking about, how's that going to impact somebody that is, that $2 or $3 increase on a utility bill is, they're trying to account for it, $100 thing. The fact that they can go to an online school is I think, really helpful. Maybe can be facilitated. If it does end up getting brought back, I don't think this is big enough to maybe bring up right now. It's more of a hypothetical, but if there's some way, I imagine this could impact a senior who might have difficulty more so with an online program. If there's some way to just offer something for them, because I think a lot of those fixed income folks who would have that financial burden would be seniors. Like I said, not big enough, I think, on its own to pull back, but if we get the opportunity. I did have one concern, though, and it's not with the false alarm fees, but it's what looks like alarm fees. It's the registration of all alarms at all residential properties and commercial properties in the county, and then having an annual fee on top of that, if I'm understanding it correctly. And this is whether it, to my knowledge, I guess, is connected to a third-party system or not. It doesn't include the private ones as well.
That's correct. This is not intended to charge a fee or permit or false call for the smoke detector in your home that you've installed. That you're not paying a subscription service to monitor.
I see. Great. For me, I just would want to keep it simple to the false alarm fees. That if you go out, whether or not that person has a registered fire alarm, you're going to know that they have one because it called you, and then you can charge the fee and therefore have a record of it. If somebody has a fire alarm system, again, I think in line with previous discussions on the board, we're not wanting to impose additional inspections or restrictions, I think, on local businesses right now. Same with, I think, the mandated fire inspections versus the ones that can be added to the other different businesses that may not have to currently under state law. It seems to be edging onto that discussion there. My thought and my direction on it would be to remove the mandatory registration of all these systems. I'd like to get some clarification. What current process do we have for that? Do we register them, or is it
No, as far as the fire department goes, the fire alarms, we do not keep track of those. And then just a side note of, the reason to have the registration of the permit and the associated fee is so that when there is an emergency there, just like the sheriff's office currently does, we could look up the permit number, call the responsible party, and notify them immediately instead of potentially days later. And also, if we need to get into the structure before we break their door down, for example, as delicately as we can, to do damage to the structure if there's not obvious fire or smoke showing, just to ensure that there is nothing that's, in the incipient phase inside of the building. It allows us to call them to prevent that property damage. Kind of the purpose of having the time frame on there for the response is so that we have, like I said, it's infrequent that there's an actual fire, but they do happen, and there's recorded not in Tuolumne County, but there's recorded fires. We learn in our training and stuff the importance of alarms is sometimes we could get called out. Other fire departments have been called out to a specific location a couple of times the same night, and then not find anything, but not made an aggressive look inside of the building and come back later and it's fully involved. So it's to prevent those sorts of things and to allow access and just to keep track of the property owner. Those property owners change frequently. Perhaps they have the potential to, so we're calling the right person. That's the purpose of the annual end event too.
Okay. Interesting, because that gives me something to think about. I think the concern of having it set up in a professional way when a new system comes in and is registered makes sense. To me, the concern that I have is the annual provision of that, and that if you're entering that property as well, that ends up being a very similar visit. If a fire marshal showed up, it's kind of the same concern as, are you going to be there to look at the alarm system and then just start looking around the rest of the building, which is not the intent of this, but I think could be an outcome of it. What's the decision to make it an annual provision? I guess you were saying that changing owners potentially, but instead of, say, a change of occupancy or a change of new system, why make it annual instead of kind of a one-time when it's a new thing?
Again, a big part of this is so that we can maintain an update on the ownership of the property or who's utilizing the property. But again, as Liz has mentioned, is to keep in line with other fees that other departments are charging. For example, the sheriff's office, and if you look online at their permit registration requirement, it's very streamlined, the company that they use. And just a reminder too, that's part of the purpose of keeping the cost low, right? So for residential, it's $15 a year for the annual renewal. Helps ensure we can notify them. It's a benefit to the property owner as much as it's a benefit to the fire department.
And what does renewing that look like?
It would be an online application where they update and validate their information and put in a fee or put in their to pay for the fees, whatever process they utilize, PayPal or.
And since it's not something I would think of initially, we got business, okay, our alarm system, is it, what's the maintenance of the system, to go make sure we register it every year for a fire alarm system? Maybe it's because we don't have one of these yet. It could be. What if somebody doesn't? Is there any type of enforcement mechanism on there, and how are we going to be getting out the word to make sure people actually would register for it?
Again, it's a lot of the things that we're doing is making up for the past. So a big part of that and a big time is going to be committed to public education and outreach. And when we do, quite frankly, there'll be some that until we go there, we don't know, and we'll remind them of the process. There is a part in here about failure to remit fees and that sort of thing. Again, we don't want to penalize. We don't want this to be punitive. We're looking for compliance so that their information is valid, so that we can help them and they help us. This is not a moneymaker. This maybe is $10,000 a year to reimbursement for the county for these calls that we go out to on a regular basis.
All right, and I got one last question is, I didn't see anything in here that applies it retroactively to existing alarm systems, right? So would they suddenly be covered and have to opt into this, or is this only for new systems moving forward?
This would be for all third-party monitors systems, yeah.
Thank you, Chief, appreciate it.
Certainly.
And thank you. Any questions, Supervisor Half?
I think I've had most of my questions answered. And I wanted to make a statement that covers this particular agenda item and the next one that you're going to be bringing forth, that the county can no longer afford to pay for these things through fire, for example. We just don't have the income, the revenue, as far as property taxes and all the other forms of revenue that come into the county to pay for these services. Maybe one of these past years we used to, but we sure don't have it now. And so this is a way to recoup some of that, especially for the false alarms. And also, like you had said, how to be able to contact the owners of the fire systems in advance to make sure that the call is bona fide if possible and not to break down a door. So the initial registration is $54.25 for commercial and $25 for a residential alarm system. Just a qualification here, if you have a house with an alarm, a fire alarm on it, but it's not necessarily connected to any service, would you need to register?
No, this would only be for monitored by third-party companies where you pay a subscription.
Okay. And if there's no changes, every year you pay the same fee, registration fee?
There's a renewal registration fee for a commercial alarm system is $46 or business, and for homes or residential is $15.
So it is less?
Yes.
Okay. Those were my only other questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
So, just quick follow-up. In reading through the materials, and I apologize that I didn't catch this at first, I'm looking at 5.26.040 on the fees where it discusses the online alarm school. And so when I made my statement earlier, I was unaware of that, and I would just ask that, our fire department be, consider that, on appropriately as we see cases, come through. So I would withdraw my concern about the first fee, based on that, because there is a process here, and I don't want to hold up, our process of getting this ordinance and, put in place. And I am in favor of the registration. I know my father-in-law, he lives in the city of Sacramento. He's got a home system that is a monitored system. I have one at my house as well. And he does. He pays a $15 or $20 fee to the city of Sacramento, and it's a good thing to have that information, out there. So just wanted to follow up on that. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess I could wait for the public. I'll just say it now. Yeah, because I kind of keyed in on the same area as you, Supervisor Goldenberg, and I think what's important is that there is a process for folks to go to appeal these things. And the example that I use is, so on one of the rare occasions I actually left Tuolumne County this year, I went to San Francisco and across the Bay Bridge. And so sometimes they have I'm not sure if they have them at all anymore, actually manned kiosk, and sometimes they don't. This time they didn't have any manned kiosks, and so I went through one of the fast track lanes, and what they do is they take a picture of your license plate, and then they send you a bill. Okay, so that's what happened to me. I got a bill for $5 in the mail, and guess what I did? I forgot to pay it. And then I got another letter that said I now owe $50, and so now that caught my attention, so I went online and I looked at the pay section, and there's a tab you can press to appeal. And so that's what I did. I said, look, I didn't pay on time. I'm sorry. I don't live in the Bay Area. I don't cross that bridge very often. And things come up and I forgot. And so they sent me an email back saying, pay it within the next 5 days or you owe us $50. And so guess what I did? I got on there and I paid it right away. I paid the $5. And so as long as you have a tool like that in place to be able to work with people that make natural mistakes, if a squirrel crawls into the box and gets, fried, there's some way that people can respond to us as an agency and we can work with them, then I'm comfortable with the fees that are listed as they are. And I think I really applaud you. I think you guys have worked on this really well. I think this is something that's going to work really well for our community. And really, it's time. I mean, this is something that's very normal. And I think almost every other community throughout our state has something like this in place already. So we're a little behind the 8 ball, but better late than never. And so good work up to this point. I did want to open public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this? Yes, come on down.
Intend to speak on this, but it's interesting because I recently became aware of the false alarm program that the sheriff's department already has in place. And the only thing I would ask as a community member is that if we can look into consolidating both processes, because the same alarm system that I have at my house that I pay one monthly fee for, now I have to go to both entities, pay both of them a fee to tell them that nothing has changed annually. That doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense to me, but that's the only thing I have to say about it.
Wish the public showed up more. Good point.
So are we looking for?
I think we have one person taking a circuitous route to the podium.
I have a mask
Good morning.
thing, and your
Welcome.
mask needs to be over your nose at all times if you're going to be in this room. Because when you get tested, they test your nose. So that's where your cooties are, and I don't want yours. Thank you. I'm a little concerned that maybe some of you didn't read your packet before the meeting. So there's been all this like kind of rambling discussion, but basically this is like the burglar companies and the alarm companies that are covering whatever entity it is, and to make sure that they're doing a good job for their customers. Is that correct? So it's not for just every Tom, Dick, and Harry in a private house, but these are for the alarm companies. So I was at the fair and I was monitoring, I don't know what it's called now, the John Muir Building, and one of the alarm companies was in there, and it was kind of dull, and there weren't a lot of people there because it was really hot. So I learned a lot from that man just talking to him. So I don't understand why this is turning into a half-hour kind of public beating over here when this is pretty clear to me. Thank you. So I support this.
Okay, point well taken. Any other public comment? Okay, any hands raised? Okay, bring it back to the board. More discussion on our motion.
Just a question on that, what he brought up. Is it same SO fire? Are you gonna be paying 2 fees, or will the 1 fee go to the?
I think that would fall under the whole reasonableness appeal thing. It would depend on who is dispatched at first. So if it comes in as a burglar alarm and the sheriff is dispatched, I would think that's where it goes. If it goes to fire.
No, I'm sorry, I'm talking about registration. Yeah.
As far as the annual registration part?
Right.
Yes, it's both.
It does
Yeah,
cover under both.
for the two different services.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And then just to, what Carol, sometimes when we're up here, we ask questions because I know for myself, I get constituents who will email me or call me, and they don't have time to be here, but they will watch the Zoom or listen in. So I'd say about 1/3 of the time, some of the questions I ask are specifically to clarify for them. So just letting you know that.
Yeah, that I thought in the public comment that was a really good way of phrasing it. So if it seems like the main reason of annually getting this registration is information, right? Information on where it is, how to access it, who to contact. We have later on the agenda, I believe, a discussion we're going to have with continuing the discussion on business licenses, which seem to be for at least the commercial properties kind of the same thing, and it could be incorporated into that process for free as just an extra step of gathering information. Do you have an alarm system? And then 3 boxes, to put in that info. and that it wouldn't cause any cost on a commercial property. Is that any, what would be your thoughts on something like that? I realize that doesn't exist necessarily for a residential property, which would be connected to the system.
Yeah, I think it is more administratively involved than just a simple kind of checkbox, because the company that we will be working with and that the sheriff's office currently has does all of the education and outreach, submits all of the renewal information to, hey, it's time to renew, does all of kind of the back end communication. They take a small percentage of the revenue as a result. So I think if we were on the business license to just kind of have a checkbox, then somebody has to manage that. And then that would, the cost for the registrations for the false alarm or false fire alarms, I believe would be higher because it would cost more time for staff to do that work. Is that answering the question?
Yeah, maybe I'm just overthinking it. Wouldn't it just be sharing an annual spreadsheet, basically, of like, here's all of the registered systems to then update? It would be the same, as I understand, there would be a digital form under this. They'd fill out annually. It would then go to the county fire department, who would then manage that list. The other way would be through the rest of the county doing a business license and then just sharing that information over.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm just trying to emphasize here is the county fire department is here, and that's it. And then we have an administrative assistant who manages a lot of other pieces of county fire, but so there's just not the capacity to kind of pull that all essentially in-house. And so our recommendation is to use this third party, because it's not just a matter of here's a spreadsheet. It's the ongoing communication. It's when we do get appeals, it's connecting them to the online online alarm school. It's working through receiving the payments, and does that?
No, it does. Yeah, I appreciate it. And I think just the rest of the board, I really do support the idea of the fire alarm fees, which I think we gave direction on. I just have, it's really just the permitting that I have the concern about. But with that, I don't need to take up any more time.
I'd like to say that I think it's important for us not to get caught in the administrative weeds about this. We can work this kind of stuff out with staff, not using board time. And I'd like to move to approve the ordinance, adding Chapter 5.6 and Section 3.40.010 DD of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code related to the false alarm, fires, and fire alarm permits.
I'll second.
Chair Campbell, before the board takes any action, we do need to close the public hearing.
Okay. I will close the public hearing at this time. Does the motion still stand, or does she need to make it again? Okay. The motion stands. Have a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Thank you very much. So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Abstain.
I'm sorry?
I'm abstaining.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'd like it to
abstentions.
work a little bit more.
Okay. So motion passes 4-0 with one abstention, Supervisor Brennan. Okay, so would you please read our next 10 a.m. appointment? Okay.
10 a.m. Item 2, public hearing to consider amending the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 3.40.010, subsections S regarding Fire Prevention Bureau Division of the Community Development Department fees, and F to add business license issuance fee.
Hello again. So at this time, I'll open the public hearing.
Good morning again, Supervisors. Andy Murphy, Assistant Fire Chief for County Fire and Cal Fire, and with me is Liz Peterson. And today we're going to discuss the mandated fire inspections and permit requirements. So this would be amending the Tuolumne County Master Fee Ordinance section, as mentioned, 3.40.01. 0S and 3.40.010F This amendment is being proposed following board direction to recover reimbursable costs for services provided and several discussions regarding business licenses.
Okay, so I recognize that your board has made it very clear that fire inspections are a whole separate process from the business license program, which we are still in the process of implementing. I just wanted to, mostly for the public's information, when we update the master fee ordinance, chapter 3.40, that requires noticing in the newspaper and a whole host of other kind of processes to get us here today. In the past, when we have updated this ordinance, we have worked with multiple departments through the county who maybe have fees that they want to update, and we bring them all kind of as one lump sum so that we can all kind of share the administrative burden of getting to this public hearing today, and that's what we're doing here. So we have the business license fee, which is separate department, separate program, whole separate conversation. We also have the fire inspection fees. So while your board has not completely approved the business license process yet, we are requesting that your board approve the fee portion. We cannot legally charge the fee until the program is in place, so there's no concern that that the fee would be, charged starting January 1st, just because your board may approve it today. But I just wanted to bring that to your board's attention, that we were trying to be a bit more efficient with our public hearings and adjusting or changing the chapter 3.40, our fee ordinance. That's why they are together here today. The $32, as we have discussed, is purely cost recovery for the county clerk's office to administer the program. So having said all of that, I'm going to pass it over now to Chief Murphy to discuss the piece about the fire inspections now, because that's the bulk of what we're requesting your board do today here at the public hearing.
All right. So currently, the Tuolumne County Fire Department Prevention Division conducts annual California Fire Code mandated inspections required by the State Fire Marshal. These annual inspections take place in residential care facilities, hotels, motels, apartment buildings, schools, senior centers, and other multi-occupancy businesses. Additionally, the California Fire Code requires certain operational and construction permits for high-hazard activities. There are 46 of these high-hazard activities that require these operational and construction permits in the Fire Code, California Fire Code that's been adopted by Tuolumne County. Existing law allows a local jurisdiction to seek reimbursement from a business for these mandated permits and inspections. And just as a reminder, as we've discussed before, the Fire Code and the Health and Safety Code do say that if a local jurisdiction does not complete these inspections, that the fire marshal may come in and charge the local jurisdiction for doing so. And our hourly rate is a lot less than the state fire marshal's rate. In previous board meetings, the Board of Supervisors has provided presentations on fire code and life safety inspections as part of a county business license program, as we've discussed, and as Liz mentioned, we've separated those. The purpose of these inspections is to proactively reduce the loss of life and property from fire, and aligning with your board's top priority, top goal for 2021. Proactively inspecting businesses to ensure they are safe and free from hazards is not only the law, but is statistically one of the best ways to reduce the risk of loss of life and property to fire. You may remember back in January, this was discussed at the Finance Committee. The staff developed recommendations and brought those to the Finance Committee on January 29th. Staff have conducted time studies of these inspections, and a list of these mandated occupancy types and mandated high hazard occupancy permits and the recommended fee are attached to your packet today. And this is based on the approximate amount of time each inspection takes. The Finance Committee recommended the following: the fees for mandated inspections be set at full cost recovery as detailed in the attachments. That fees be set at a flat rate according to the average amount of time an inspection takes, not an hourly rate. Fees would not go into effect until January 1st, 2022. and that all vacation rentals and other transient occupancies also be charged for annual inspection, not just those with an occupancy of at least 10. This last part is going to require further action by your board to mandate all vacation rentals. Currently, as been discussed, vacation rentals of 10 or more are required under the fire code for the inspection. Of course, we currently don't, what's been discussed at this board is, it's hard to determine how many people are in those residences. So the recommendation was that all short-term rentals receive this annual inspection. So it is recommended to your board to approve the ordinance amending the section 3.40.010S and the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code relating to the Fire Prevention Division and amending section 3.40.010F of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code relating to the county clerk.
All right, thank you. Questions? So we started. I'm sorry? Okay, we'll start Supervisor Howe.
So under your, well, thank you, by the way, for that presentation. And under the proposed fee schedule, you have number 12, section 12 is new and modified construction and plan reviews. I'm assuming, but I want to make sure that that's a one-time fee for any of those listed under 12, like, for example, a new fire sprinkler plan review and inspection. You wouldn't be going back the next year and the year after to charge that amount, or for any of these others listed under 12.
That's correct.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
All right. Just a couple questions.
I was going to, Supervisor Brandon, I think, got in there before you.
Sorry.
Great. Yeah, thank you again for the presentation and work on this. I think the direction definitely has been, if we're providing these services, we need to recover the cost, and I'd say with most of them, I only have a few, I think, concerns that could have a big impact on some of the events and stuff locally, but overall, I think this is exactly what I was envisioning it to come back as. But there's a couple of important things I need to ask. So with section 2, you mentioned, Liz, having, this being very separate from business license process. Can you explain what section 2 then of adding, issuing a business license, $32 in under this? Is that just only related then to mandatory fire inspection? So that wouldn't necessarily de facto implement a business license through kind of this other process?
So mostly yes to the second kind of part of your question. So our master fee ordinance contains all of the fees that all of our departments charge. And so this really was meant to be an efficient way to bring multiple fees from multiple departments to your board at one time. So we are amending chapter 3.40, which includes, all of our fees, environmental health, our sheriff's office fees, our, fire fees are including our county clerk, including our county fire. So we thought that this would be the simplest way to get multiple fees from multiple departments approved at one time. So that's all that is. The business license fee has no relation to section 1 of the ordinance. Yeah, it's simply just approving a business license fee in section F of chapter 3.40, and then updating all of the fees in section S of 3.40, if that makes sense.
It does,
sorry,
yeah. Thank you for
rambling, yes.
walking me through kind of the thought on it too. Let's see, I wanted to ask for all of the different sections on the clean version of the fee schedule. Are those all mandatory inspections? Every single one? None of them are voluntary?
That's correct.
Okay. And then I had, let's see, one other was the fire alarm plan review and inspection at $500. And so it seems like in building a fire alarm system, it'd be $500, then it'd be $50 to register it, and then it'd be, well, if it was, I think, residential, and then whatever to maintain it per year. Is that correct?
That's correct. So those in section 12 are the one-time technical evaluation of the systems. And then the other annual part would be in addition to that we discussed previously.
Okay, and so that is already required, that if somebody puts a fire alarm system in their building, that has to have that amount of inspection, and I'm assuming then that's it takes about 6 hours to do so?
The time frame, we'd have to ask one of our experts back here from the Prevention Bureau, but as far as, so they're currently charged for those fees.
Okay, and I'm just judging based on the 1 hour minimum of $86.75, right? Was kind of where I'm thinking over that number. Okay, my only last concern on this too, and this might be a question to admin and Liz and everybody, is what our process is for, I know we have something basically for nonprofit community benefit events, that they are given some preferential treatment because we want them to happen. I worry about sections like carnivals, fairs, and special events, tents and fabricated enclosures under 00, and then temporary membrane structures, the smaller ones. All of those would apply as fees to things like weddings, farmers markets, swap meets, anything like that. So it's not a question of whether we have to potentially do that, but what is the fees associated with that? Because especially for, I think, a local event, adding $300 or $400 onto that could be really make the event not work as far as an idea. You know, I wonder how a $400 to a farmer's market to inspect the stalls seems like a limited, risk there. So how does our other ordinance code go into a nonprofit applying for events and having to pay these fees?
So for these fees in particular, it doesn't really. These just as a reminder, these inspections already take place by your county staff. And what we've heard loud and clear is we want to see some cost recovery for those inspections that already take place and that are required by the state. So that's we had heard that your board did not want to do any more kind of subsidizing or, so, but I think, if you want to make those changes to that, yeah, sure, that's certainly an option. But currently, or as these fees are proposed right now, there would be kind of no other connection to other parts of the ordinance code where there's maybe, relaxations or waivers.
I guess the simple version of the question is, do we already charge an event like that for that?
No, so we don't charge for any of the work that we're currently doing as far as these state mandated inspections, except for section 12 on the new and modified construction work. So that's why we're here today, is looking to recover those costs that we, expend out for staff time.
I appreciate it. I just always think to events, I think we talked about that a while back with the business license as well, 8 months ago, and I was bringing up events too. Just the rest of the board, 98% of this, absolutely love. I just worry about those costs on special events, community events. If we don't have some provision in there protecting that, that could potentially be adding $300, $400, $500 onto some of these events as I'm reading it, which, talking to a lot of event organizers, that's quite a bit of money. So that just worries me. Thank you.
So I have a question here. Would we ever charge, like, for example, a wedding party to inspect, or another special event? I'm not getting that from this. I'm getting that there are specified areas that were mandated to inspect, but some of these others that Supervisor Brandon have brought up wouldn't even trigger an inspection. Is that correct?
So the list that is in the ordinance proposed for amendment does contain every type of inspection that the state requires that we do. So it does say places like carnivals, fairs, and special events, additional booths, exhibits and trade shows. So we are required to do that work, to do the inspections by the state. And if we do the inspection, we will charge for it, or assuming that your board approves this ordinance.
Point of clarification, I took my language direct from the ordinance, but it's a temporary membrane structure, 400 square feet. If a tent was used at a wedding, my understanding is you go and you have to test the flammability, check the material on that. It would then add a $347 cost onto every event with a structure that would be 20 by 20 or more.
Realistically, how would we ever know about that?
And that was kind of where I was going to go.
Hello, I'm Jeff Santos, Fire Prevention Division. So basically, tents or structures, you don't think of them as just a tent that you'd put up. There's 4 different types here. So you have a air support structure, you have a regular tent, which a lot of people are used to, you have a canopy, which also people are used to, and you have a membrane structure. So each one of those carries a different level of inspection or different level of knowledge to put up and put in place correctly, or there could be a very serious hazard. So it would depend on exactly what they're putting up if we're going to charge. A regular tent, maybe not. A canopy, maybe not. But a membrane structure or air support structure, depending on the size and depending on the event and how many people are going to be there, you might have to charge because that's going to be a very detailed inspection. That makes sense?
I think this might help us all, or at least help me. If somebody applies for a special use permit and then puts up a bunch of tents, that would trigger that permit to be issued. So we don't need to worry about folks who want to put up tents for whatever reason. It's certain permits that people request to do business or some sort.
And you also have to have a certain size.
Okay.
Like the Jamestown Street Fair, if we were to see more farmers markets.
So is that an example of farmers markets? Would that trigger it?
Like I said, all depends on how big the tent's going to be. If they're going to have 300 people in there or 300 foot, and it's a huge tent, and again, we can always look at it differently, but the way I'm looking at it, I'm not 100% sure on that question you're asking me.
Okay.
But the bigger the tent and the type of structure that it's up, you're going to have to determine if you're going to need an inspection on that or not. So it's basically on a case-per-case type of situation.
But what I'm hearing is we're just adding a fee to whatever we'd have to go review. We're just updating the fee. I hear Supervisor Brandon's concerns, but I don't know if it would really ever take place with some of the examples that we're talking about. That's what I'm hearing. I mean, obviously Sonora City is a huge farmer's market. There's going to be some inspections off the get-go, and that's the end of it. But I don't think when somebody wants to do a little weekend event.
I think a lot of this for planning on the future too. If there's going to be an event down the road, that we don't have currently,
okay,
and you already have something in place. If there's something that it's not happening here, but say 5 years down the road it does, we already have something in place.
Okay. And I do have one comment, one question, then I'm done real quick. But on number 6, it talks about private school inspections. Does that include homeschools as well, people's residents? I assume it wouldn't, because it's not a private school, it's a homeschool. I just want to clarify that, being a homeschooler myself.
No.
You're not going to come into my house?
I
Okay,
don't think
good.
so.
And then the last one is on new, Supervisor Half brought it up, but I want to talk about it real quick. Number 12, new construction. When I look at like ABC, when we do fire sprinkler review, if I build a new home and I have a fire sprinkler, it goes through CAL FIRE, correct? Is that what this is right here? That inspection for the initial?
Right, new home construction, new business construction goes through the County Prevention Bureau.
Right, so this fee is,
It's already being charged.
this fee's already being charged? Okay, just want to make sure. If this was a new fee, I would vote against it because it's already hard enough to build, and the guy who puts in the sprinklers has professional. But if this is already a charge being in there, then I'm fine with that. That was my only concern. So, are any fees in here for new construction brand new, haven't been being charged yet?
I'm sorry?
For new construction, just so you know where my head's at, I don't want to make new construction harder or more expensive. Are any fees in this new number 12, are there any that haven't been charged that we are now charging? Or are they all just being brought up to?
For residential?
Yeah.
Development? We're currently charged for all of them.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure we're not making it harder. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yeah. So, I had some of the similar concerns as my fellow supervisors, as far as the carnival fair, special events. I'm still not totally clear, if a special use permit is going to drive where we go or do not go. I understand the size thing, comes in, but I would just ask that internally, we look at having a process, for that so that, people know ahead of time if they're applying for something. So other than that, I don't, if somebody's just having a straight wedding without a tent or these other issues or a farmer's market, I don't think we should be charging a fee, for that. So, thank you.
So just maybe a little follow-up to some of this discussion is that I would say almost all of these are a result, as you know, Supervisor Goldenberg, of the history of disasters in the fire service. The prevention bureaus were developed because of things like the Shirtwaist Factory fire and different preventable fires. And so that's where a lot of these inspections originate from, is some disaster. We talked about the Ghost Ship fire previously, and those sorts of things. And so that each one of these items on here is mandated by the fire code. The inspections that we do currently, and then some of these permits are new, but they are required, so we will start doing those if approved. And it's all related to fire safety, fire and life safety.
Thank you. I did want to see if there was any public comment. Is that okay? So I'll go to public comment. Would anybody like to comment on this issue? Any hands raised? Okay, come on down.
Members of the board, administration, my name is David Harris. Point of clarification, there's multiple businesses in the county, ranchers, whatever. So if they got acetylene bottles, you're gonna get charged that fee. They're gonna get charged the fee for the welder, and they're gonna get charged a fee for tanks. So it's just a la carte, and pretty soon you're at $1,500 a year. If you're in manufacturing, you're looking to cut and fabricate steel, finish a product. So you got acetylene bottles there, you got a, what? $350 charge, $347. You got welders. Is that all the welders? If you got a decent sized shop, you have 5 welders, MIG, TIG, stick. You getting charged per welder, or you getting charged that one fee over all the welders? If you're doing down here is got spraying and dipping. We talking about spraying and dipping cows, or we talking about spraying and paint and hot dipping, which is a point of clarification. So you brought in a decent sized manufacturing plant, you could be looking at $3,000 a year in fees. We want to be a bedroom community, or are you wanting some manufacturing up here? I understand covering costs, but let's clarify what you're doing here, because when the guy gets out there, it seems like the penalty falls back in the private sector. There, let's specify it. No, that's all welders. That's all tanks up to a certain size. Or welcome to be in a bedroom community to the people that actually get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. And there was kind of a question in there, and this was an issue that I had brought up back in March when we talked about this. I think that was the last time, about the oxyacetylene and the welding. Can you explain that a little more, how that works?
Yeah, so the intent is
that it kind of goes to concern that I had where, lots of people have welding machines. I have a welding machine. That doesn't mean that does every single one of those people get an inspection, and do they get inspections on top of inspections? That was kind of the question.
Right. So to answer, I think one of the most important questions there was only one fee will be charged for the inspection. So if you have multiple types of high hazard operations going on, the county fire will charge for the highest one and do all the other inspections under that permit fee. So if you have, as you mentioned, oxyacetylene or TIG or dipping, not cows, but of high hazard, high fire hazard, and life hazard. Not that it's not dangerous to do that, but It's only one permit fee will be charged.
Okay.
And then what's the other question?
So so only one, so you would basically would you take the largest of, so if you could potentially charge 3 separate fees, you wouldn't charge all 3, you would just take the highest one, or?
That's correct.
Or something, okay. So you wouldn't
And
have
it's
a
time, right?
yeah.
So these are based primarily on time and hazard, a threat.
Mhm.
So the highest hazard threat one will be charged, which usually is a result of that. While they're there, they would do the inspections on the other items, like above ground fuel tanks and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and that was a concern that I had initially, is that, you know, if I have a woodworking shop, a lot of woodworking shops also have a welder there, or they have these other things, you know, any kind of workshop. Typically, everybody that has a workshop does a little bit of everything. They may specialize in one area, but, and so getting to the point that you're making, that you would just take the most applicable fee and stick with that, I think is something important to highlight.
Right.
Apologies, that was kind of long. Is there any other public comment?
Well, I do have a question about that. So I didn't notice that discussion we just had being in the ordinance itself. It's not.
Yeah, that language is not in the ordinance. The language about just charging the highest fee if there are multiple potential inspections that would be required. So if that's a change that the board would want to make to the ordinance, that would require a revision and then taking this back for another public hearing.
So
I understand that's the practice, but I think I would
mean, is that
ask us all
something-
if that would be important enough to bring back or not.
Can that be handled administratively? I mean, is it within the language of the ordinance to?
No, it's not in
I mean, it
do
can
that?
also not be followed administratively too, and not to say right now, but we're also writing an ordinance that might be in place 10 years in the future, 20 years in the future.
Yeah.
You know, it's really would be up to interpretation of that particular person, which, yeah, I agree with Supervisor Half. I would not necessarily say take the highest fee, because if it is complex, it may take more time. We do want to reimburse for that. But we had previously discussed whether it should be a flat rate or a per hour rate. A flat rate, I think, makes sense for most of these. But if it is a complicated multi-inspection thing, you know, being able to bill hourly, is that possible to just encompass how much time it actually takes? Because we also don't want an accumulation of 5, 6, 7 inspections, and the highest one's $400, and it ends up taking you a week, or, you know, however much time, 20, 30 hours to complete.
I
So
thought,
we talked about,
yeah, I thought that there is language in here for there was only one inspection. I mean, are we saying that that the absence of language that specifically says that means that they would be required to charge every applicable fee? Or?
Yeah, I don't think
Because
that
I would think.
this language wouldn't require the charging of the fees, but it's just, it leaves it open to that possibility.
Right, but what we're saying is that the agency itself is tasked with identifying the fee they want to charge.
Well, the agency is responsible
I
for
think-
following the ordinance code. They can't necessarily pick and choose which fees it wants to charge. So I wouldn't go that far. It sounds like administratively, there's a process that they intend to follow that would only be charging one fee, but it's just not clearly laid out in this current language.
Okay, then what would be a way to clearly lay that out?
I think we'd have to come back to staff and work out, exactly what language we would want to use. If we wanted to charge just the highest fee, if there are multiple inspections required, we would include some language specifying that. If there's some other framework that the board wanted to put in place or that staff wanted to recommend, we would come back with that proposed language.
Okay.
I guess my question would be too is, can we move forward with this ordinance, and if that is a point of contention, bring it back as an amendment for that specific issue?
Absolutely. I mean, the board could pass this current language. It doesn't go into effect until January 1st, and we could come back with another amendment before then or at any time after that.
And additionally, given some of the points raised earlier about potentially needing to consolidate the sheriff's office fees with these fees, our office intends to review that in any event and bring an item back to make sure we're really clear about if your board wants to double charge or not. But we want to look at that more closely. So we will be bringing something back to your board in the future.
Okay, so you're planning on coming back with this anyway, and so we can add that to the list of items you would address.
Correct.
Does that
Point
work?
of clarification on it, could we do a motion to basically give direction to staff to incorporate something like that that says, hypothetically, motion to add a hourly rate for processes involving more than 3 types of inspections on one site, and have the language then be drafted by staff without interrupting the potential approval process of this ordinance change? So then it can be back for what I would understand the waiving of the first reading next meeting. Is that correct?
Is that the only change you're recommending? Because some of the things that we're gonna look at, we're not gonna have time to do it by next week. So, if you are wanting to just make that one change, then yes, we can bring it back for a first reading next week, because that's minor, but some of the other changes we're gonna look at will take more time.
Yeah, I guess my understanding is if we'd like to table it till we can have answers to all of that and then adopt it, then my point's probably moot. If we wanted to move forward with this, that would make me more comfortable with it, is adding that language in. Seems like that might be agreed on anyways, and then in discussing the event thing as well. And then also having that second opportunity to review it with more information, because if it ends up not being necessary, we will be equally able to amend it out. I just don't want to pass something I have concerns with right now and say, well, we can fix it in 2 months.
So-
To me, that's not a good way of
And just
approaching
to
it.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, this doesn't require second reading, it's a public hearing, so we can just bring something back to amend the ordinance in one hearing, one public hearing.
So I'm going to ask Liz and Andy. So it sounds, you're hearing from the board that this is, are you comfortable that if we pass this, that we can make those changes during the process as we go? And county council, same question. It sounds like you've given us a solution to be able to accomplish this, so.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I think, yes.
Okay.
You know, one point that I would just want to clarify or bring up to your board is really these high hazard occupancies and operations by state fire code are required to have an annual permit. And so really what this fee is, if they fit into this type of, you know, whichever we're referring to, I don't know, compressed gases or whatever. If they are the type for their annual permit that requires that type of inspection, that annual permit then would sort of, that would be kind of the umbrella under which they would receive, you know, any sort of inspection requirements for the year, if that makes sense.
All right. Okay, so we kind of hijacked public comment a little bit, so I want to get back to that. Is there anyone else that wanted to speak that didn't have the opportunity? Any hands raised on Zoom? Okay, so we will bring it back to the board. And I'm sorry,
What is the timing for the inspection? Any time within the first half of the year, within 90 days of the
okay,
the first one, you know,
okay.
firstly, when does the person have to, you know, all of a sudden you're branding it.
Okay, we only, you had one opportunity, and I take your question was about the timing, and so could you kind of go into that?
These are annual inspections,
Okay,
annual permits,
so once a year?
and one reinspection if necessary, if there are violations of the fire code, fire code, life safety code. I just wanted to point out too, that I think we could argue or discuss either way of whether what an ordinance does or does not allow or prohibit. And just a point, there are a lot of administrative actions that occur that aren't legislated. You know, this is one of those things, ensuring that we're doing what's best for the public and what that reasonable fee is. Again, these aren't money makers, these are reimbursements. And just relying on the fire code and life safety angle of it, and it's not legislating things that are not requiring permits for your wood shop or your arc welder in your garage. These are for commercial occupancies.
If I may, then I would like to make a motion, because I agree with that. I don't think it would come into your home if you got a welding kit in your garage. I think of an ag property that may very well have a number of these operations on there that is a business that would have other inspections where it's not just a hobby shop kind of thing. With that, I wanted to, would we be doing a motion or just asking for direction on this item at this point?
And before the board makes any motions or takes any action, I request you close the public hearing.
Oh,
So at this time, I'd close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
great. And so at that point to council, would we be giving direction or would it be a more formal motion?
I would request a motion. We're here at public hearing, so it could be a motion to give direction to staff.
Okay. Then I'd like the motion to give direction to staff that for inspections requiring multiple potential permits, it would reflect the time taken and not an accumulated value of all of them added together, if that's clear enough. I guess if there's a second.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so-
So are you approving the ordinance with that caveat?
So
Right,
these would
right.
be
Yeah, I'm sorry. Are you moving to
adding some
approve the ordinance
caveats to
with that,
it,
kind
and
of
then-
administrative caveat?
Right, and the language I absolutely trust you'd be able to, with the intent and spirit of that, find the correct wording for it, but that a complex inspection with multiple parts would be charged based on the actual time rather than an accumulation of flat rates.
Just to clarify, are you moving to approve this ordinance but direct staff to come back with an amendment? Or
No.
to table this, modify it, and come back?
Then it would be motioning to give direction on this, which I guess would be the latter, to table it. That's what my initial question was, is can we give direction, still have the first reading next time? Or would we have to table it and then have a new public discussion next week?
So this is an ordinance that can be approved with one public hearing. So it would either be approving the ordinance as it is now, today, with this public hearing, and directing staff to come back with an amendment, or moving to not approve the ordinance, but direct staff to come back with a revised ordinance for the first approval.
Okay, then I'll rescind that. I have at least, I think, two important things that I'd like to see addressed in this. I'd like to motion to have us table it for 1 week and be able to work and address those.
So just to clarify, on a public hearing, when we have to publish these in the newspaper 10 days before the public hearing, so we can't, and it does cost, this one costs us $400, just so you know. So we will have to, we can't get it done next week, is the moral of the story. We would have to look at December 7th.
Then I will rescind that and motion we table it until the next possible meeting.
Okay,
I'd like to make
that
a
good?
second motion.
so we've got motions, so we have a first motion. Is there a second on that? Okay, I don't hear a second, so I'll entertain additional motions.
Okay, I might need help with this, but I'd like to move that we approve this as written with the intention to come back and have it in writing, the staff's recommendation for charging for the highest inspection that's done, whatever you guys said. I'm sorry, I don't have the words for it, but come back with that wording at another time, but we enact as written right now with the express direction to come back with those kinds of changes and the changes that the county council wanted to make as well.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, and I guess I'm not real clear. So we're not so your motion is not to pass?
It is to
today.
pass right now.
Okay, to
But
pass
we're
right
gonna,
now.
we still intend to come back and clarify
Guidance to.
the,
Okay.
when there's multiple inspections that have to take place at a particular site, that we take staff's recommendation to just charge for the highest.
And until that reading, you guys will do that in practice.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're overcomplicating it, but, okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second, a motion by Supervisor Half and a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. Motion passes 4-0 with one abstention, Supervisor Brannon. Okay, shall we take, well, it's 11:30. You want to push on through till noon for another half hour? Okay. So if we're okay, we'll push on through. So Cole, do you need a minute to set up? Okay, well, we'll take a break. So just a real quick break, be back at 11:35. Ms. Ryan, would you please read out item 8?
Item number 8, consideration of approving a letter of commitment to Train Commercial for development of a turbine project.
Good afternoon, Chairman Campbell and Board of Supervisors. Cole Prisabella, your Director of Innovation and Business Assistance. And today we're here after a process back a couple months ago where we decided to do a letter to proceed with Train on finding projects in the County of Tuolumne that would be beneficial both to the county government and the community itself. And the process is we offered Tran to go find viable projects. And when we talk about viable projects, especially at the County of Tuolumne, we have a special power agreement called the Tuolumne Power Public Agency. And we get power out of New Melones, which takes away a lot of projects that are simple, right? A lot of times you do an energy services agreement or a letter to proceed with a company like Tran to say, find us a grant or some capital improvement projects where we can change the lights, where we can change an HVAC. Well, because of our special agreement through New Melones, a lot of those are not viable. And so when we put out a request for energy services company to find projects, it was knowing that. And it was knowing that we were looking for a group to find us some of those projects that were high level, interesting, I'll use the word, that is my title, innovative, that will kind of get us some real actionable items and something of interest. And so that is what Michael did. We have a project today that is viable in terms of the first steps. So there's going to be a lot of steps that you and I will probably talk about in our meeting today that are in the next step. And what I mean by that is there's questions about outreach. Have we talked to federal, state, local agencies? A lot of times that is the next phase. So we need to find out if it's viable and then do those outreach. Because a lot of times what we're talking about is a letter of commitment. And I'm going to try to talk about it in the simplest terms. There's 3 options, and we're going to talk about it probably 2 or 3 more times. With a letter of commitment, we're essentially giving Tran and Michael the next steps to do what we usually call like a feasibility study. Find out all the big technical details, do that community outreach, do the federal, state, federal, state, and local outreach. And so there's 3 outcomes, simply. Everything's great, we have a green light, everyone's happy. No risk to anyone. There's a second option where there's risk to Tran, where we find out this project's not viable anymore and everyone washes their hands. And there's a third option where Tran delivers us a perfect, viable project and we change our mind. That's where the risk is for the county. So I'm gonna keep it that simple for now. And then Michael's gonna present and then we're gonna have a conversation about it, okay? And with that, Michael, I'm going to let you take it away.
Thanks, Cole. My name is Michael Day. I'm the Advanced Energy Projects Development Lead for Train Comprehensive Solutions in the Pacific Southwest region, and I hold the similar position for Train Comprehensive Solutions for North America. Fortunately for me, I live in Sacramento, so this is an easy drive. It's a lot easier than getting to New Mexico, and I get to go see my Aunt Shirley when I'm done. So what I wanted to do was to flesh out the ESCO, Energy Services Contracting and Energy Services Performance Contracting process a little bit more on the outline that Cole gave. Go through the flashes concept for Tuolumne County, some of the technical details that we started looking at, the financial implications of it, and what the grant landscape looks like. and then move from there to the path forward. So the ESCO process, the energy services contracting process, is allowed under California Government Code Section 4217. It allows a local government to execute either a request for qualifications or to actually go sole source. In the case of Tuolumne, you did issue the RFQ where we were fortunate enough to be selected. It allows government and private industry to collaborate in looking for projects where you're able to leverage both our capital and our expertise in looking for projects where we bear the risk, we being trained, bear the risk in looking for these, so that if it turns out that there's not anything there, the county's not out any money. The alternative method is where the county would expend funds with consultants and engineers, look for something, and if it's found, that's great. You have control of the project, full control of the project. But if it goes sideways and there's not anything there, you're out the money whether a project is found or not. So our job in this first phase was to go out and look for some options. And we've actually found several options. This is just the first one that we're bringing to you. And then we bring those back, and this is the point where we're saying, does the county want Train to move into the next phase of feasibility study? And as Cole mentioned, the risk to the county going forward is that if Train finds an economically viable project that meets the outlines that we're putting out today, and the county, for whatever reason, changes its mind and backs out, at that point there's a liquidated damages, basically costs that we would look to the county to pay for a portion of the expenses that we would be expending in this next phase, which we're looking to undertake. And that brings us to this, which is the letter of commitment outcome tree. First off, if we move forward from today and we discover that there's something that prevents the project that we're considering, let's say that we discover a new endangered species and we can't do what we want to do. In that case, if the project collapses for any reason, and that could be price inflation, we're really concerned about price inflation for construction. We're worried about interest rate risk. There's an interest rate risk to this. There could be unknown problems with PG&E's infrastructure that we would have to take on the cost to upgrade in order to interconnect this project. We won't know that until we get farther in. If any of those things come along that kill the project economically, that risk is on Train. The project terminates and there's no responsibility or there's nothing to the county on that. The second option is that we go through this next feasibility stage and we come up with something that looks like it works. We've secured everything that we need to in this next phase. It looks like it works. Then county and Train move forward together into the next phase. This letter of commitment ends up being superseded by the next agreement that we'd move into. The third version is that we get to the end of this feasibility study. We've found something that meets the economic triggers. We've secured the grants. We've been able to prove the fair market value of the energy that we're selling. We've gone through those steps. And at that point, let's just say that that's a year and a half in the future, and we have some new members of the Board of Supervisors. And those new members of the people have won the lottery, decided to leave California, and we have 3 new board members. And they decide that they don't like this project. In that case, the county does not have to move forward into the next stage of analysis, but there is a breakup, a backout fee. But one thing that's important is that backup fee, which is over $100,000 in this case, does not compensate Train for all of its costs. Our costs getting through this next phase will take us to just under about $500,000. And so we typically look for about a 30%, 1/3 of that cost to be coming back from our local government partners. If you, again, are presented with a viable project and then you change your mind and back out. So, some of the questions we'll answer today is who owns what in the development of this project? Where does the maintenance ultimately fall if it's built? What is the county's role in this process? What's your liability? Who will ultimately own the facilities? Where does the water come from? Is Bureau of Land Management open to this being built on their land or selling the land for this project? Are the property owners affected by the easements of the different paths that we could take? Are they willing to see the project move forward? Is the community interested in the project? Is there concern about that much water going to it? Are there concerns about aesthetic looks of a 35 million gallon tank in the area? So these are all questions that are totally legitimate, and hopefully by the time I get to the end of my presentation, we'll be able to explain them in a little bit more depth. So this comes back to the termination fee. The termination fee that we're looking for is $147,500. We're estimating that our cost, and I put my glasses down here somewhere, we're expecting that our cost on this would be probably somewhere, I'm trying to look a little bit closer there, Cole, I can't read it. 406. So we're expecting our cost in this next phase to be about $406,000. And this basically shows where we are. If it turns out that we move from the pre-development phase that we're looking to move into the development phase, there will be a subsequent agreement, and the Tuolumne backout fee at that point will be substantially larger. But at that point, we would have already secured the grants and the other things that we need to make this financially viable. So, are there any questions in the process up to this point before I move on?
Can I step in?
Please.
I have seen this whole project, but for the public's benefit, you're putting all the questions before explaining what the project is, and I would really appreciate it if you could explain what the project is, because otherwise people aren't going to connect all those early questions that you have.
Absolutely. And here we go. Next slide.
Wait, process
I'm sorry.
questions real quick before we get into that. Who owns that plan once the letter of commitment process is done?
Who owns the plan?
The plan, the engineering, the study, all of that. Is that something
That's owned by Train.
It's owned by Train,
Yeah,
not by the county.
We put the money up, we own that, and actually as part of this, the one thing that we're asking for is an exclusivity. So that if we develop this, even if you decide that you don't want to go forward with the project, that we're the only company that can build this project in this location for County of Tuolumne for a given period of time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, questions later, but good now.
I'd ask that you back up to the previous slide.
Yes, sir.
So I'm seeing different amounts here. So you indicated that, there would be a certain point where the amount could go up quite a bit for the counties. So
yes, sir.
I'm trying to sort that out.
Great. So in the light green at the top, market analysis. That's what we've done over the last couple months. That is done under a letter to proceed. There was no obligation to the county at that point, and we've spent somewhere between $50,000 and $75,000 up till now on preliminary engineering studies, on looking at some of the looking at endangered species, hydraulics, some soils analysis, looking at the fair market value of the electrical value, the things that we do in our screening process up till now. That takes us to what we're hoping to move into, which is the pre-development phase, which is phase 2. That is conducted under a letter of commitment. Our expenditure there is about $400,000 for this next stage, or taking it to close to $500,000 for the project overall. At that point in this second phase, Tuolumne would take on an obligation of $147,500. Again, that obligation only accrues to the county if we're able to complete phase 2, bring a viable project, and the county then decides not to move forward. If the county decides to move forward from phase 2 into phase 3, the full development agreement, that's where we're getting to 30% construction drawings. We're pulling permits, we're getting FERC, we're doing the full CEQA, we're doing everything in that. That's probably $1.5 to $2.5 million, possibly pushing $3 million. We're not sure yet. That's part of what we'll be investigating in phase 2. And so we don't know what the Tuolumne obligation would be, but it would be a lot more than $147,000, just as our costs go up as well.
So you're saying $1.5 to $2 million.
Our cost will be probably, my guess would be, because of the design that we're looking at for here, my guess is that our cost will be closer to $3 million, and I'm not sure how much we'd ask for the county of Tuolumne to take on in a phase 3. We won't know that until we get deeper into it and complete the feasibility study.
Yeah, I'm really interested in the county's cost here.
Yep.
Understanding that, you've got, buy-in on this and you're looking at it, but I got to see what the county could be obligated with.
Yes, sir. And the reality is that we can't really give you an idea on what that phase 3 termination fee will be until we get a little bit further into phase 2 and doing some of the analysis. But again, the only way we get to a phase 3 will be the same way, in that we will have presented a viable project. We'll say we're then moving forward with the design. We're bringing in investors. The only time that a phase 3 breakup fee would apply is if the county had given us the nod to go forward in phase 3. We brought the investors, got all of our permits, and then again the county changed its mind and backed out. But
Okay.
I would expect it to be in excess of $500,000.
Okay, well, let's
So,
continue.
yeah,
and
I'm with Team
go from
Half
there.
on this. Let's see the project and then we'll
All right.
get into the finer.
So the basic concept here is called flashes, for fire main linked auxiliary supply hydraulic energy storage. And the idea is that we put a couple of tanks, a large tank on the top of Bald Mountain, and then 2 tanks at the base of Bald Mountain, one towards the western end of Sonora and one towards the eastern end. Water from the tank flows downhill through turbines to generate electricity during the late afternoon. When the sun is up, new photovoltaic panels will provide power to electric pumps and pump the water from the low tanks to the upper tanks. That daily flow of water up and down the hill, this is a closed loop system. So these are tanks with lids over them. So once you fill them up, you're largely not having to fill them back up again. So it's not like a reservoir where there's a considerable amount of water evaporation every day. These are roofed tanks. The entire installation would be paid for by entities not called Tuolumne County. So that would be private party investors, and in the case of this project, for some reasons we'll get to in a little bit, also with some grant dollars. The reason an investor will put tens of millions of dollars into this project are for a couple of reasons. Number one, they get a return of selling that electricity into the electric grid. And the ability to sell electricity into the electric grid of this type, ramping, renewable energy with storage, dispatchable, is incredibly valuable right now. And the value of that electricity is going up. So we actually have a number of investors that are interested in these projects. The second thing is that they get tax benefits. So there's investment tax credits, there's accelerated depreciation, what's collectively called tax equity, which is something that accrues to private investors. It doesn't accrue to public parties. And that could equal about 40% of the cost of the installation of this. So the tax equity is pretty considerable. And the last part is goodwill. This is a very socially attractive type of project because of the other benefits it provides. And the other benefits are Number one, it helps the grid overall stay on. Most people will remember the blackouts that we had last summer because we did not have enough peaking capacity, especially late afternoon, early evening peaking capacity. California needs more of it. It also will provide 35 million gallons on top of Bald Mountain that would be available to assist with fire as a firefighting resource. And lastly, it would also provide the ability to do microgridding at both the Curtis and the Tar Flat substations. So in the event that the electricity is interrupted getting into Sonora because of wind somewhere else, which is a somewhat common occurrence, but not having wind in the immediate vicinity of those two substations, we could provide 30 megawatts of power into the Tar Flat and Curtis substation, which would be enough to keep the lights on for an extended period of time. We are in conversations with PG&E about this. So, yes, sir.
Sorry, question that comes to mind when you say that, though. PG&E is getting sued up the wazoo because if they don't shut the power down and there's a fire, they get sued. So they shut the power down, you turn the power on, there's a down line. Who's going to be, are we going to be floating the bill for the
Nope,
lawsuit?
that's PG&E. So usually, well, in some cases, the power still has to be off. If there's what's called a wind polygon over this area, then PG&E will shut down the power in this area as well as the power coming into this area.
So your example is more of if somebody knocks out a power pole driving and we don't have power, we have the ability to do power.
That's correct. Or if there's a wind event between here and Columbia Airport, and that's where the power line comes in. In a lot of cases, that's what you find in rural communities is that the wind events are not directly over the town. They're somewhere else that interrupts the transmission into the town.
Sure. I'm just saying in the climate of lawsuits and everything going on, that's another conversation.
That dispatch for emergency microgrid services is up to PG&E.
Okay, then you answered my question. Thank you.
Yep.
So isn't PG&E, I thought my understanding was PG&E was already working on a microgrid in that particular area, along Greenlee and the hospital.
Yep.
So how does this play in?
This is one that doesn't require semi-sized diesels and can be run more often. So PG&E has restrictions on what it can do because of the diesel generators. We're working through PG&E's Community Microgrid Enablement Program, CMEP. And I think, Cole, you've been on a couple of the calls with the PG&E CMEP team. This is depending on the situation, and we can get into the technical parts if you're interested. In some cases, this would supplant what they were looking to do at that facility. In some cases, it would supplement it, depending on the expected duration of the outage. And you'll see a little bit, if I could bear some forbearance, you'll see a little bit more a little bit later on. So in general, what happens is the sun comes up, it makes electricity, it pushes water up the top of the hill, the water flows down the hill, turns a turbine, makes electricity. The water tanks effectively act as a water battery. They're a form of energy storage. It's just one that can be tapped for other uses. So this concept overall is called closed loop pump storage hydro. And I got to thank NRAIL, National Renewable Energy Lab, for the graphic here. Closed loop pumped hydro is a well understood concept. There are hundreds of closed loop pumped hydro facilities throughout the United States. What closed loop is, most people are familiar, for example, with Lake Oroville and Thermalito Afterbay. You have a large reservoir, the water flows down, it goes into a lake at the bottom of the dam, and then it gets pumped back up overnight. Drum Forebay and Afterbay is another example. What a closed loop system is that instead of doing it in a river valley or a creek or some stream, it says we're going to put a reservoir on top of a mountain or a hill, and then we're going to put another reservoir at the bottom of the hill and go between those two. And pumped closed loop pump storage has some real benefits. You're not damming a river or a stream. You're not doing a lot of the environmental degradation in what are typically very sensitive areas, because you're going on areas that are normally dry. Flash basically takes that concept and says, what would we do to modify that to be something that's appropriate for California's rural communities? So the first thing is, instead of using reservoirs, as I mentioned earlier, we use tanks. The first cost is a little bit higher, but it largely eliminates evaporation. It also eliminates water quality issues. You don't have birds coming and landing on the surface of a pond if there's a steel roof over the top of it. It also allows us to minimize the footprint, all of which is really helpful when we go for the environmental permits. Instead of being grid connected like most closed loop pumped hydro, this incorporates local renewables. So that means that instead of it just being an energy storage resource, it's an energy storage and generation resource, which means that in cases of emergency, it's a combination of local generation and local storage that can give microgrid, be the heart of a microgrid for an extended period of time. And then the last part is that by doing this with tanks and you're able to store them, it does give additional firefighting capacity. 35 million gallons is a lot of water. We're talking about large pipelines coming down Bald Mountain, and on there we'd be looking to put in hydrants that would be available for use where there are not currently hydrants. We'd have the ability to do rapid refill for the water buffalo tanker trucks. We'd have the ability to install dip tanks for the refill of helicopter aviation assets. So it is truly an assistance. It's not going to supplant anything, but it sure seems like it'd be a heck of a lot of help. So what this is that we mentioned earlier about the community microgrid. And so Supervisor Kirk, you said, how long can you keep it on? What do you do in case there's wind areas? So our first druthers is to keep the Curtis and the Tar Flat substations energized. And that would be, again, in the case where there is no wind in this area, but there's wind interrupting the power coming into the area. In that case, we could power the substation and everything would be good. Again, at the direction of PG&E, this is their dispatch. But there's another element. What if there is wind over this area? And Supervisor Goldenberg, this is getting to what we were talking about with you. What we'd also be looking to install, and it will probably be PG&E's installation through the CMEP program, would be a hardened parallel distribution system. So instead of relying on PG&E's normal distribution system, a lot of which is above ground, we'd be putting in a new parallel distribution system with automatic transfer switches at critical loads. So on the screen right now is what we're looking at for Greenlee Road. The blue portions would need to be new underground because they're going through the high fire threat 2 areas. The reddish areas could be overhead. And then what we're looking at are some county buildings such as public health, the new sheriff substation, obviously Adventist Health and the cancer center, the blood bank, and going down to the jailhouse. Some of these have existing emergency power. What this would be is it would be supplementing their emergency power. So it could be a first position so that they don't have to run their diesel as many hours. They can get more hours out of their diesel. And we're looking at least 96 hours of power. There are also a couple of convalescent hospitals along there that would qualify as critical infrastructure for the purposes of the CMEP program. So again, in a normal PSPS event where there's no wind over the community, we'd look to carry the entire community. If we got to a really severe event, we would go to this new hardened parallel distribution system and be able to pick up these loads in East Sonora.
A question on that real quick.
Sure.
So this does not include, obviously, your own transmission lines. It's using PG&E lines? So if they are ordering to de-energize them, how does that energy get to where it needs to go?
This new line, so if you're taking a look at this, this would be a new PG&E line from the turbine to these locations. In areas that are in high fire threat district 2, that new generator tie line would be undergrounded. So it would be undergrounded, it would be in conduit, it would be able to be energized even if there's a high wind, low moisture event that would otherwise do it, cause a PSPS. It would come up at the individual locations, and at their main panel coming in, they'd have an ATS or automatic transfer switch that would allow them to shift from regular PG&E grid, which is being shut down because it's not hardened, onto this new hardened structure that would allow them to maintain operations.
Right, that makes sense. These are just other discussions that have been about undergrounding the PG&E's been doing, whether that would actually reduce any of the shut-off events. So my question is, because it makes perfect sense, would they still shut that off because of policy and that all lines get de-energized?
No, the ones that get de-energized have to be, they're de-energized not because of policy, but because of their characteristics. So if you have something that's completely hardened that's being powered by an alternate source where nothing has to come in a fragile or exposed condition to get the power to that new microgrid, that's why we're looking at microgrids with PG&E across their service territory.
Okay, thank you.
West Sonora, we're looking at bringing the water down in the Portuguese Gulch area, another generation element there. Again, it would start out as underground, and then when it got to the town area, it could go overhead because that area is not, as you can see on the map here, it's not orange. That's high fire threat district 1, so it doesn't have to be hardened to avoid de-energization. But again, we're looking at being able to have a hardened and separate line there that would allow critical infrastructure to continue to receive power without having to run emergency diesels. And that would go all the way out to the fairgrounds so that we could provide energy out to the fairgrounds in case of evacuation, so people could plug in their cell phones, plug in their computers, whatever else is needed out there. And so these are the two elements that we're looking at within this system.
Can I stop you right there and just ask you, on slides 10 and 11, you mentioned both the tar flat and the Curtis substations, but I don't see them marked.
They are on slide 11. It says INT. That's the point of interconnection.
Okay.
That's where tar flat is. On slide 10, the Curtis substation is actually, it would be to the east of this slide, and there's another point of interconnection there where we would be tying in, although it may end up being a separate line that goes over there. That's another element that we need to get more into in the CMEP process with PG&E. But the Curtis substation is about one hand to the right from that map. So the revenue, if you own a power plant in California, you actually sell multiple products out of that. You sell energy, which would be the equivalent on your car of the odometer, how many miles you're traveling. It's power over time. You sell capacity, which is the instantaneous power to keep the lights on. It's equivalent to like your speedometer showing that you're going 70 miles an hour. You're also able to sell ancillary services, renewable energy credits, greenhouse gas credits. There are a number of different value streams that come off of owning a generating asset. Of those value streams in California right now, the largest, by far, in many cases, is capacity, which we call in California a thing called resource adequacy. Resource adequacy, which is the capacity element, represents anywhere from about 35 to just over 50% of the value of an asset in California, especially for something that's a peaking asset. So it's a big chunk. It's almost half the revenue in a lot of cases at at a minimum it's 35%. To get capacity, you have to get permission from the California ISO, what's called a full capacity deliverability study. Full capacity deliverability study means going through a thing called the cluster study process. They open that process for a 2-week window every year, except they're not going to open the window again until April of 2023. And now they're telling us it's 5 to 7 years for them to consider it. So realistically, we wouldn't be able to sell the single most valuable asset out of this installation for at least 10 years. And that means it's kind of hard to make these projects pencil for an investor, especially since that represents the majority of their profit margin. So what we started looking at was there is another way to do this. These are absolutely what are called multi-use assets. They are about, for example, climate change resilience. Because unlike a reservoir, for example, like New Melones, these tanks are not affected by drought. The grid absolutely needs peaking resources. They absolutely are a great benefit if you're going to have firefighting resources. They deal with PSPS events and regular de-energization, which in turn is an economic interest, which is how coal brought us in on this originally. So these projects like this touch a lot of different areas, and there are a lot of grant dollars out there. So we have the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program that's coming up. We have money that's available through AB 163. We have the Microgrid Incentive Program. We have the Community Microgrid Enablement Program from PG&E. What we started taking a look at was, even though the capacity dollars are gone, could we go out there and start applying for grants to buy down the cost of this enough to where it will make sense for the investor to come in and pay for the rest? And that's the business model that we're basically proposing to you on here. We think that this project is, if the capacity value was available and we could get fair market value, we probably wouldn't need much, if anything, in the way of grants. But Cal ISO is where Cal ISO is right now. But we're pretty confident that due to the characteristics of this project in this community, we can secure enough grants to buy down the costs and get this to a viable, to bring you back at the end of phase 2 with a viable project to move into phase 3. And for that, we're willing to put up our own money and our own risk to start to make the investments, to do the preliminary review of this, to do the feasibility study that's really needed to qualify for some of these upcoming grant applications. And then we're just going to go out there and chop the wood and start applying for grants and keep going until we can bring up enough grants to make this project work. Or we get to the point where we find out, no, we've struck out 15 times and it doesn't look like it's going to work. And at that point, we walk away and the risk is on us. So, those early questions, who owns what in the development of this project? Basically, Trane owns the risk. We are asking for some staff time. For example, if we have a grant application that's going to go in, that's going to be largely Trane preparing the grant application, but there's staff that needs to review it, and sometimes it has to be submitted by a county employee. Who does the maintenance on this if it's built? Well, that's the investor. They're putting up tens of millions of dollars. They're on the hook for liquidated damages with their counterparty that's a utility. They have a lot of money invested in this. They're making money off of it. They are absolutely going to be interested in doing the maintenance on this.
To interrupt real quick on that, you said liquidated asset or liquidated liability. Is that basically a security bond on it if it has to be decommissioned or something like that?
No, this is, so the people who would be in, the firms that would be investing in this are, for example, NextEra Energy Resources that owns a lot of power plants, or Calpine or Duke, what are called independent power producers. They have an agreement with a utility that says we will, they agree to provide 30 megawatts of power and 20,000 megawatt hours a year. And the utility agrees to buy it, and if they don't provide it in the way that it's supposed to be, they're on the hook for liquidated damages. It's pretty common for an IPP or independent power producer to have those types of, they're called power purchase agreements with a load serving entity.
This might be answered later then. Just a question I had. If the whole landscape changes, and hypothetically, and we don't want this, because think positive, right? It goes bankrupt, the whole enterprise doesn't work out for whatever reason. What would be the basically security for the taxpayers to not inherit kind of a system that would be, you know, broken on that? And maybe if it's elsewhere, we can revisit later,
Sure.
wherever you think is appropriate.
So, so I can take that right now. This, if you look at hydro assets, I'm sorry, I might have disconnected that. If you if you look at hydropower assets, hydro turbines, I hesitate to say last forever, but they last a really long time. It's not uncommon for hydropower assets, for hydro turbines, to last decades. You know, the turbines at Grand Coulee Dam or Hoover Dam are basically the same turbines that got installed there, you know, close to 100 years ago at this point. So the hydro turbines last a very long time. The water pipelines coming down. You put in a good welded steel pipeline, my kids will be very old people, if not passed away, by the time that reaches the end of its useful life. Same thing for a good municipal water tank, you know, welded steel municipal water tank. So the parts that can wear out on this are really the solar panels. And so there's an ongoing replacement element in the budget that still, it's part of your operations and maintenance that you have to replace the panels along as time goes by. We don't expect the energy grid to not need this at any point in the near future. We need energy storage as a state. We're going to continue to need electricity. The thing about closed loop, like most pump storage, is that it is a fraction of the cost of electrochemical batteries. It's on the order of less than 5% of the cost of electrochemical batteries over long term. So I suppose there's some risk to the asset being abandoned by a major corporation at the end. They're going to be asking for a 40-year term to put this in, but the turbine will still have life in it, the tanks, the pipeline, the elements on it are very, very long-lived, and I see no indications in any research anywhere that the price of electricity is dropping going forward. So it's going to continue to be valuable. And that actually gets to another part, which is what happens at the end of this. And that'll be up for your colleagues 43 years in the future to decide. At the end of that 40-year process, you may need to rewind the generator motors. That happens about once every 50 years or so. The water pumps might be at the end of their useful life, and they could probably use something. So there will be components that'll need to be changed, but the system will largely be paid off at that point. And so, do you want to? It'll revert to the county. Do you want to re-up your agreement with XYZ Energy Company? Do you want to put it out to bid? Do you want to own it yourself and operate it through whatever TPPA looks like in the year, 2065? I'll be 100 years old at that point, but that's kind of what you're looking at. So to answer your question, these are very long-lived items, and the value on them should be going up. I can't see anything that reduces the value of electricity going forward. What's the liability of the county? So the liability that the county takes on right now is the back-out liability on this. Where will the water come from? For some regulatory reasons, we need this to be groundwater so that we can avoid permitting from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Did we need to
So-
I have about 5 minutes left.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm curious too.
So continue, and then I think what we'll do is we'll probably take a break for lunch, and then
Okay.
we have a 1:30 appointment, and are you still available to come
Absolutely.
back afterward? Okay.
So one of the questions that came up is the water. We understand that this is a fractured rock basin, and that water is pretty precious. What was it Mark Twain said? Whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting over. No different today. The thing to remember is this is a lot of water. When you're talking about 35 million gallons, 38 million gallons, but it's a one-time charge. So it's the type of thing where you can have multiple wells charging it over many, many months. And then once it's charged, the only reason you should have water coming out is if there's a big fire and a use where you want to that water to come out pretty quickly. Then one of the questions was, what about the aesthetics of a 35 million gallon tank? So the preliminary design that we have for this, because we have a couple of other projects that we're working on that are using the same size tank, is something that's 50 feet tall, 320 feet across. So that is close to being able to see it from space kind of size. So it is a big tank. It's roughly the size of a high school football stadium that would be going there. But in terms of the visuals, one thing that Trane has a lot of experience with is actually the visuals of air conditioning units up on roofs. If you're driving along on streets, you don't often look up and see the air conditioning units on the roof. If you're above them looking down, you can. But if you're on the ground looking up, you don't, because there are visual panels that can be put up. There are ways to break up the silhouette of it. That's been a standard part of building codes for rooftop HVAC equipment for a long time. So the exact placement of the tank on top of Bald Mountain, can you set it back 100 feet so that it's less visible? Can you put up, I hesitate to say camouflage, but can you put trees or other elements on it that will disrupt the outline of it? Absolutely, there are things that can be done there. But the reality is that in some cases you would be able to see it, much as you can see the radio aerial up there, the antenna up there, you would be able to see it from town. And the grant landscape. These are the grants we know about. The one thing that we don't know about is that we just had the infrastructure bill passed last Friday. They have elements in there for climate change. They have elements in there for the electric grid, including energy storage. There are a number of areas in that bill that, as they start rolling it out to programs, we think will be another bite at the apple for us to get some of the grants. And then the final step is sort of you are here. This is the entire process. We started on phase one, taking a look to see if we could find some opportunities. We think that this is a good one. We think there's another one in Jamestown, not of this, a completely different technology. But our goal was to bring this back to you. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to divide this up, but are you still going to be
Absolutely.
available? Okay. So apologies, we do have to break to allow our staff some time to take a break. So we'll reconvene at 1:30. We do have an appointment at 1:30, so we'll revisit this after we're through our appointment. I'm going to make sure staff and supervisors, the 1:30 appointment is a legal requirement. And so let's try to be back here, say about 1:20, just to make sure we have everything in place, because we do have to absolutely begin at 1:30 for our appointment. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll be back at 1:30. All right, welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. So we have a 1:30 appointment, which is a public hearing, and I'll ask Ms. Ryan to read our appointment, and then I'll open the public hearing.
1:30 p.m., item number 1, public hearing on the 2021 redistricting process to redraw the Tuolumne County Supervisors supervisorial district map and receive staff presentation, including an update on outreach activities, overview of redistricting data, over and under map and communities of interest, COI, summary of public comments received to date, and preliminary Voting Rights Act review.
Okay, so I will open the public hearing and hand things over to Ms. Debbie Batista. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Debbie Batista. I'm the County Register of Voters, the County Clerk, the Auditor Controller, and a few other things. Every 10 years, our supervisorial districts in the state of California need to be redrawn. They're redrawn so that we can spread the population and try to have the population evenly divided into the 5 different districts. Again, this is population and not voters. So the 2021, or the 20 census was done on April 1st, 2020, and we finally received the information in October, the end of September, beginning of October, when the state finished redoing the districts based upon the population of the prisoners in the state of California. So there's many processes and criteria that has to be accomplished with the redistricting. One of the easiest ones is we have to end up with 5 supervisor districts, and each district should contain substantially equal number of population in each one of them, and that the districts need to be continuous. We can't have a piece of District 1 in the middle of District 5 or anything like that, and there should be no consideration for political reasons. It solely should be for communities of interest. And communities of interest is a population that shares common social or economic interest that should be included in a single supervisorial district. So those are the reasons why you want to, or the criteria that we need to do to draw the maps. So what we have done is that, and Madeline will be showing us the webpage and how to draw some maps. Chris is here for any legal questions that we have. We spent all last week, Chris and Debbie, having conferences a lot, that we will talk about what the public can do. The majority of the public is not going to draw maps. The majority of the public is going to fill out, hopefully, the community of interest form. So let me give you some examples that we want to hear from the public. So this is all made up. I live on 123 Main Street in Columbia, and it's a cul-de-sac, and there's 12 houses on that street. 10 of those houses are in District 1, and 2 of the houses are in District 2. I live in District 2, and I really think I should live in District 1. So there's a form, and we'll show you that form, and the resident or our person would fill out that form and just tell us as simple as that. That's what they think. We also have heard from a association that most of their association is in District 2, but very little of it is in District 1, and they would like all of their members to be in District 2 because they feel that they should be represented solely by one board member. Those are the kind of things that you would fill out on those forms, and you don't really need to get into the map and trying to move streets and trying to do more complex things. We haven't heard anything from the public yet. We've sent out information on social media, on Facebook, Twitter. We're hoping that we'll start, after today, we'll start getting some of those community of interest forms from the public so that we can kind of look at them. We can put them together, then come to your board, show you some of those new lines and see whether or not we can move the population a little bit and make it more evenly divided. Though I have to tell you, we're not that unevenly divided. So we have set up 5 different public hearings. However, if we can adopt the map on December 14th, if we get a lot of information in, we bring it to you guys on the 7th, and you guys adopt it on the 14th, we can actually adopt it sooner and still do the ordinance if we have to on the 21st. If we need the extra week, we have the extra week. We wanted to give the public as much time as we can, but if we can finish it up earlier because of the holidays, and I have to tell you, the sooner that the elections office can get the map information and start moving the boundary lines, it's going to be easier because we will start having candidates running. The candidates that run countywide, they don't really care where the boundaries are, but the candidates who may want to run in District Number 2 and District 3, they absolutely care about where the boundary lines are. So we have 5 meetings set up, including this one, and they will be at 1:30 on, my brain's gone, 1:30 on the 7th of, on the 7th of December, the 14th and the 21st of September, and then the meeting at night will be next Monday at 6 p.m. in this room. The other thing that we have kind of in the memo is to show you the population, and as you can tell, the population isn't that far off from one district to the other. District number 1 is the winner with the most population, and District 3 has the least population. So, you know, if we can move some of the population around and even those out, that would be great. The one association we're talking about would move some people from District 1 to District number 2. So with that, because we're going to try and get this going fast, we're going to have Madeline kind of show you how to draw a map, and then Madeline will show you on the web page where the forms are, where the old map is, and where the new map is, so the public can see, easily get to it. Anything that we receive back from the public, whether it's from an email or it's from the web page, will all be posted on the web page. The web page needs to be maintained for 10 years. We will have minutes on the web page. We'll just start gathering more information on the web page, and then that'll be open to the public for the next 10 years after you all pass the new map. So without ado, Madeline's going to show the public and you how to use some of the tools on the web page.
All right, hello. I'm Madeline Amlin, GIS coordinator for Tuolumne County. And so, as Debbie mentioned, I'm going to cover what the district map looks like now, what kind of feedback people can give us, and then how to access a map drawing tool that we're providing, and then some other ways to submit some feedback. So this right now is what the district map looks like. Hard to see from far away. So we do have an interactive map on our webpage where you can search for your address, find exactly where you are and what district you're in, and find out if you're on a line that maybe needs to be shifted. We also have some PDF versions of this on the webpage, and I'll show you exactly where to find those later. And then we also have, if you like paper, we have large format prints available at 48 Yaney Street. It's the ANF building, and at the 3rd floor survey counter, you can pick those up there. All right, so we need help. We want feedback. You can submit it as a map, and you have a couple options here. If you want to, you can submit a whole district plan. You can draw out all the 5 districts. Keep in mind, if you do that, we need to follow the rules. So equal population distribution, less than 10% deviation between the highest and lowest. Make sure they're contiguous, no donuts, no islands. As compact as you can make them. We don't want them snaking around to try to grab certain groups. And then don't split a defined community of interest like City of Sonora. You wouldn't want to split that in half. The other option, if you don't have a whole plan in mind, but you just have some notes, or maybe your neighborhood is split in half, then you'd submit a community of interest. So we're going to start all of this on our redistricting webpage, and it's tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/redistricting. And on that page, there's a whole bunch of information about why we're doing redistricting, what it is, how it happens. Once you read through all that, you can scroll to the very bottom, and there's a link for this map tool called Districtor. And this is what the Districtor page looks like. You want to make sure you're starting from here. We've discovered that there's a way to access the Tuolumne map from the Districtor main page. If you access it from there, we can't see the maps you've submitted. So just make sure if you're going to start, you start from this page right here where it says Tag Tuolumne County at the top. That's pretty important. Down here we have 2 buttons. don't know if you can see my mouse. There's a button on the left under Start Drawing, and you can pick districts or you can pick communities. And once you click on one of those buttons, you're going to end up here. This is what the district map drawer looks like. It's a very basic outline with a bunch of little gray shapes in there. Those shapes are census blocks from the 2020 census. And that has information about population and some demographic info that you can use to build your plan. Over on the right are your tools. And to go into those a little bit, you got 4 main tools at the top. There's a little hand tool, a little pan that'll move around the map. Your brush tool, and that one will use that to select blocks to add to a district. The eraser tool will remove the blocks if you made a mistake or just want to change. And then that little magnifier is not a search, it's an inspect tool. And so you can, if you select that, you can mouse around the map and see all the demographics and stuff before you start drawing. My biggest tip on this page right here is to pick there's a checkbox here for lock already drawn districts. We've discovered if you don't pick that, you can accidentally assign a block to more than one district, and it just causes a big headache. You're double counting people. So that's a big tip for people if they're going to use this tool. You can see up there, there's 5 colors. 1 color for each district. Doesn't matter which color you pick. Just go ahead and pick one and start drawing. And then down there at the bottom under population balance, it'll start tabulating all the population numbers as you pick them. And it'll look something like this when you're in progress. So you'll just go and take your mouse, click on the map, and it'll add it to the district that you have chosen right there. And then you can toggle between the two to work on different districts. And then note right there, you've got your ideal number. That is what is, if we were exactly balanced, that's what we'd be at. And then it also shows your deviation there. And so if you're gonna do a whole district plan, make sure you're within that 10% or below so that we can consider it, because if you don't follow the rules, it's harder for us to consider this when we're drawing our final map. And then so back to this, so if you're gonna do communities, if you decide you don't wanna do the whole plan, you just wanna draw out your little neighborhood, you'll go and pick that little red button for communities. And you get a very similar map here, a little more reference info. And the thing to note here is up in the left, there's now a search bar. So you can search for your address or your neighborhood, street, go right to that spot. And then on the right there is where you'd enter your info. And so here's just an example. Let's say I lived in Ponderosa Hills and I wanted to make sure my district was not split between my neighborhood was not split between 2 districts. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and search for my location, add in the name of my community, and then a statement on why we need to be kept as one cohesive unit and not split. It can be a simple statement just saying we're all in an HOA and have similar concerns. Enter the community name and then you're good to go. You can add more than one. There's a little plus sign up at the top. It'll give you more colors if you want to draw a bunch of communities. Okay, so just some more important notes on this. Once you save it, it is saved instantly and it is given an ID number. I highly recommend you copy that URL and that ID number for your records. If for some reason it doesn't show up on our gallery, you can use that, send it to us and tell us, hey, I made this map. Please look at it. So we can access it using that, so that's really important. Next thing is you can share now if you're done. If you're not, if you want to come back and work on it later, some of these whole district plans take a long time. You can save it as a work in progress, then use that URL to come back later and finish. The other really important thing is make sure it says the tag right there, tag it or event code highlighted, Tuolumne County, because that'll also make sure it shows up in our gallery. If you don't see that there, for some reason, make sure you take that URL, email it to us so that we can find the map. All right, this is what the map gallery looks like. If you go to that districtor page, you can make sure your map shows up there and it was actually submitted. The other thing you can do is if you don't want to draw your own map, but you want to look at other people's, you can look through the public gallery. If you see one you like, tell us. You can email us and say, map ID number, map name, I like this one because whatever, X, Y, Z. Okay, so if any of that scared you or confused you or you just don't like maps, that's fine. We'll take your feedback in whatever form you want to give it to us. So that's just one option. We do have a form on the webpage for an interest worksheet, and you can download that, fill it out, email it back, drop it off, or mail it to us. And we'll take all of your maps in the map gallery and all of these forms and keep it as public record and use that to draw our final maps. So here's all our info on how to contact us, email us, and the website. And then if you have other questions, you can come to the next meeting or give feedback at the next meeting as well. And I think that's it.
Okay, so there's numerous ways that the public can give us information on how they would like the districts to be redrawn. Use the map, use the form, use the phone, use email, use a fax, any way that they want to send it to us. Please go to our webpage. All that information is there. They can pick whatever method that they want. We just ask that when they do give us information, especially if it's just written, that it's clear so we understand. It isn't just 12 people on our block and I think all 12 should be in District 1. And you don't tell us the block, you don't tell us the street, you don't tell us anything. That would be really difficult for us to be able to figure out what you want. That's why, even though it's not mandatory, if on your forms, if you're gonna fill out the interest form, there is a place to put your name and an email address. So if we do have any questions, that we can get back to you so that we can give clear information to you, the board, that this is what the public wants, versus I just want people on my block to be all the same house or all the same district. So we're we kind of made this a little faster than we had planned to, but you guys are gonna have a really long day, and we're gonna have numerous meetings, more meetings. If anybody really is interested, please go to the web page. Please give us information sooner than later. I was kind of hoping that I could be able to hold up something and say, we got one. We have none of anybody that has some input. So we'd appreciate it if you really are interested to give us the information sooner than later. Use the web page, and we're here for any questions. We're here for any questions from the public, from you guys, from anybody.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the work. And that actually looks really great. That's much better tool than we had 10 years ago. So
Absolutely.
Any questions, Supervisor Half?
Yeah, I have a question and a suggestion. I don't know how this goes, but are supervisors able to make any suggestions, or is it for non-elected people?
I'm not aware of any restriction that would prevent a supervisor from commenting. Of course, the board would be approving the final district boundaries, but as far as comment, I'm not aware of any.
Okay, good, because I have some, and I think it would require me to speak in front of the full board, and I can't do that one-on-one because of the Brown Act, so I'm going to mention it right here. Any of us who have walked our districts in order to campaign knows of little legs and anomalies. I'm going to point some out for District 4. The primary one I want to point out is where District 4 comes all the way down to Phoenix Lake Road between Silver Dawn and Summit. And I think that should go into District 2 because the other side of the street is District 2. And then maybe District 2 can give some of their, I don't know District 2 very well, but maybe there's some that adjoins District 3 in order to make District 3 a little bit more populated and make sense. But that's my one suggestion for now.
Thank you.
Yeah. I have a comment on this really cool software. I was kind of having an open mess around with it when listening to. Is it possible for staff to be able to put together one of these that reflects the current district boundaries in that software that then can be edited? I was opening the one actually you pulled up there, and it still had a lot of places not done yet, and painting with that size brush to fill those in without knowing the former ones. I think one of the goals too is if there's an elegant way to do some of these changes without having to completely reconfigure the entire map, that would be helpful. That might also get some more public input because that simplifies it too. a little bit, a little here, a little there.
Well, and again, if it's something as simple as Kathleen's suggestion, that can be written versus trying to draw the map, and moving Phoenix Lake up into District 2 and that kind of stuff. So, you know, whatever the public is comfortable with, we are willing to accept almost any kind of input, because we absolutely want the public's input on this. They only get to do this every 10 years. And I thought the map was already on there.
The current map is, but not on the districtor.
No, you want to
comment on that. So that thought occurred to me late last night. Didn't have time to put it together. So I can try to put something close together. The trick is the blocks have changed since the last time we did this, so it doesn't line up exactly. Okay. So we're not going to get one that's exactly what it was before. And I don't know if I want to make the call on some that are really split. I can probably try to come up with something close, but I can't promise I can.
Okay. I think it'd be helpful just as a rough draft to start from. Part of it is I might have a thought on, for example, North Columbia area. But in order to make that change, it might then mean a change in that district and a whole round robin of changes too. And as Supervisor Half mentioned, we can't individually just all talk about this. So I kind of want to come in knowing once we have that public discussion, here's what maybe we could all do. So that'd be helpful even if it's not perfect. Okay. Thank you.
So, quick question, Deb. The 10% differential, is that from the district with the highest population to the lowest? We can't.
Correct. It's from, in this particular case, if you look at the chart that I gave you, it would be comparing district number 1 and district number 3.
Okay.
And as you can tell, we are within the 10%. But as you are all pointing out, and as the public's all pointing out, there are absolutely areas that we can move around and make it more logical and encompass communities of interest that there only are in one supervisorial districts, without making major changes.
Yeah, certainly, you know, keeping neighborhoods together makes a lot of sense, so, thanks.
And then Debbie, sorry if I'm making you repeat yourself again.
Sure.
I think you said District 3 is the one that needs to come up a little bit out of all the districts. Do you know
Well,
about what that number is, percentage, or
on your
vote-wise?
chart.
Thanks, sorry.
So, it's okay. So district number, let's just go through it. So district number 1 has, in the pure map that was sent out through the census blocks, has, after the state has modified everything, 11,120 population. And district number 3 has 10,102 population. District 2 has 10,398. District 4 is 10,427. District 5 is 10,964. And as you saw on the map, the average, I think, my brain's gone, is like 10,600 and something. So if we were in a pure, clean world, each one of you would have that number. But
So-
you could be up in
right.
a little bit both ways.
Okay, so as we go through I don't want to spend too much time on this, but as we go through the process, are you guys going to come back with the staff recommendation? Because it sounds like there could be lots of suggestions.
Yeah.
And I think what I'm looking for is just kind of go backwards instead of doing round robin, which is going to affect so many
Right.
places. Fix obviously maybe some things that make sense, but I just don't want to see us now starting to move whole communities, or I'd rather just bring the population to where it needs to be and
The
have
next
that
map that we
recommendation.
will be bringing back to you guys will be on December 7th. We'll have all the information that we have from the public. I think I've heard from almost every one of you about little things that you think that should be moved, and we're gonna kind of look at that. Madeline and I played with it when we first got it, moving some things around that we thought that was more logical. And we would bring that to you and tell you each one of the moves of what we did and why we did it. And, you know, the public said this, the homeowner association suggested this.
Okay.
And then you, the board, can make,
Sure.
again, make some more decisions. And we are gonna try and get to that 10,600-ish. We won't be perfect, but, you know, that's what our goal's gonna be. we don't have, we don't have the time to move great groups of people from one district to another, and then from this district to this district, and then this district to this district, and this district to do
I
that.
thought that's kind of what I heard from one of the supervisors was to, okay.
Yeah, no, it really is to kind of clean up the communities of interest so that they're better representative by just one of you.
That's it.
I mean, there are districts, we cannot move the whole population into one supervisor's district.
Yeah, and, I have no suggestions. I'm eager to look at the public's input. I remember Prop 11, when that passed, I was covering politics and working for a newspaper, and I remember all the things that led up to it. So Prop 11 was the proposition that established the Citizens Redistricting Commission in 2008, I want to say. Probably 2010 was the first year they actually did their job. And, you know, of course, that only applies to our legislators, our state legislature, and I think some other things as well. But the sentiment was that the voters should pick their representatives and not the other way around. And so I feel strongly that that's the right way to go here as well.
And just as a done, none of you guys can be unseated from the districts that you guys are in. We can't move any of the maps around so that you no longer represent your district. That should be a duh.
Shh, I was going to get myself out of office.
Okay, is there any public comment?
Thank you.
Sorry.
As a person not on social media, I didn't know any of this until I saw the agenda. So I figure if I don't know, then a lot of people don't know. So thank you for the introduction. And as a plug for Clark Broadcasting, I want to say if you did not listen to this weekend's My Mother Lode Views, then you really missed out on a lot, because it was our commissioner for the State Commission on Redistricting, and she was very informative. And I thought that was one of the better programs they've ever done. And a lot of how they do the legislative redistricting, the same rules apply for local. So it was very informative, and I would encourage everyone to go to the archives, because that might help you too, and listen to that program.
Okay, anyone else from the room? Are there any hands raised? Okay, bring it back to the board. You're not asking us to take any action today. And just as to give one last reminder for folks, when are the next, so we're having 5 meetings. This is the first of 5. When are the next 4 meetings going to be held?
Sure. The next meeting is going to be Monday, November 15th. That's this Monday coming up at 6 p.m. here. And then we have December 7th at 1:30. December 14th at 1:30, and then December 21st at 1:30 if we go to the 5th meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, and thank you for your hard work. Always.
Madeline did most of the work.
I assumed, I kind of gave her the eye when I said, but she does a great job, as we all know, so.
Your
Thank
board
you very
can
much.
close the public hearing too.
And so I will close the public hearing. And thank you for that reminder. Okay, so we're on to the second 1:30 appointment, which is kind of in the same wheelhouse. Ms. Ryan, would you please read that for us?
1:30 p.m., item number 2, consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance adding chapter 1.12 to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, allowing adoption of future supervisorial district boundaries through passage of a resolution, and repealing Tuolumne County Ordinance number 3179, establishing supervisorial districts.
Okay, hello
Thank you.
again.
This is the first reading of a proposed ordinance. It really contains 2 items, the addition to our ordinance code and repeal of a 2011 ordinance. Regarding the addition to the ordinance code, New legislation became effective in response to delay of the census data release and COVID. This new state law allows counties to adopt supervisory district boundaries by resolution. Traditionally, your board has adopted the district boundaries by ordinance. As I'm sure you're aware, ordinances require 2 meetings and a minimum of 30 days waiting period before it takes effect. Resolutions, however, require only 1 meeting and can take effect immediately. So taking advantage of this new law would streamline the process, and in tight redistricting deadlines, this flexibility would be needed to meet the new deadline of December 27th. So this part of the ordinance, it's a single section that would add a chapter to the ordinance code, chapter 112, and it would do 2 things. It would formalize the county's election to adopt future supervisory district maps by resolution instead of ordinance. And the second part would require the resolutions be published on the county website, and this would ensure public easy access to the map information over time. The second part of this ordinance proposes to repeal that 2011 ordinance that last set the boundaries after the 2010 census. Repeal of that ordinance would pave the way for your board to adopt the new boundaries next month. If repealed, it would only be effective upon the approval of that future resolution. It is important to note, if your board does not repeal that ordinance, the county runs the risk of having 2 instruments setting the district boundaries at the same time. And this could lead to the failure of the new action to set boundaries, and that could ultimately cede control of setting the boundaries to the courts. And it could also lead to confusion in the timeline of elections based on the district boundaries. So it is our office's opinion that repeal of this ordinance 3179 is imperative. So unless your board has any questions on this item, it is recommended your board waive the first reading of the proposed ordinance and set the second reading on your November 16th agenda consent calendar, and that is a little different from the staff memo.
Okay, questions? No?
Motion
Okay.
to move on staff recommendation.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get public comment first. Oh, I'm sorry, was there a question? Okay. Any public comment? Any hands raised? All right, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Brandon?
Thank you. Yeah, now I'll motion to move on staff recommendation for those 2 items.
Second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion from Supervisor Brandon, second from Supervisor Goldenberg. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstained? Okay. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. So what I'm going to suggest is we allow the gentleman from Train to continue with his presentation. And then I think you had finished your presentation and it was back to the board for questions. Is that correct? If I'm having a refresher? So I'm going to look to our board clerk. Could you please read that item once more for us? So we're in item number 8 and we're returning to that item.
Item number 8, consideration of approving a letter of commitment to Train Commercial for development of a turbine project.
Okay, welcome back. And apologies for the 2-staged meeting.
Quite all right.
So you gave us a presentation. Are there questions from the board based off of that?
I guess the only thing that I sort of skipped over at the end there is that there are a number of grant applications coming up. They're probably close to a dozen over the next year. And some of them we don't exactly know their form yet. With the infrastructure bill that just passed, with specific carve-outs in it for energy storage, those opportunities are going to develop. Sometimes we see new ones come up, such as Department of Water Resources is coming up with an application for multi-use facilities, which is exactly what this would be characterized as. And so we'll be coming back on a fairly regular basis. It's going to be the same basic concept, but it fits into a lot of different buckets. So you're probably going to see us a lot of times.
All right, who wants to start?
I can start. All right. Thank you for your presentation. This is a very exciting project.
Thank you.
And I don't want to diminish that in any way because it's something that is innovative and doesn't sound like it's ever been done before. There's another county that's maybe a little bit ahead of us in the process. But I want to address the big elephant in the room, okay?
Okay.
Because you're asking us for a commitment and there's been no public outreach. And I think that we need the public outreach before we can make a commitment. Because this is something that's going to sit above Sonora, and there may be some interest in that. And I don't want to find out after we've given our okay to you to go ahead, that there's a huge outcry for public safety reasons, afraid of a breach, whatever there could be concerns from the community. But I do sincerely believe that we need to get their buy-in before, and as far as I'm concerned, as far as the county can give our commitment to you. So that's kind of where I stand. Just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Goldberg?
Yeah, so thanks Supervisor Half for bringing that up because that was very much on my mind as well. This is a huge project. And, while I may have some concerns about the viability of how much fire protection might be provided or not with the project, because I do sincerely believe that the path of this includes a well hydrated area with a lot of hydrants and good ones. And when we look at dipping points, as a potential aspect, also know Phoenix Lake is just right over the, just a hop, skip, and a jump. And so, leaving those thoughts aside, I do really feel that we should perhaps set up some sort of public hearing to hear from the public. The comments can range from, concerns about drought conditions and what this could or could not do, to the visibility, of the tank itself. Like to understand, more about the whole microgrid, where we are or are not with PG&E doing, some efforts there. And I just saw an email, and Cole, I can forward it on to you if you haven't already seen it, but there was an email that came in actually over the lunch hour talking about PG&E microgrids. And, so I think we need to keep those things into consideration, but I would feel personally a lot more comfortable that we get more public, input on this before making a decision to move forward.
Yeah, Supervisor Brendan?
I generally really would like to see on a lot of this, always more public input, more public feedback. My only question on that is if it would be premature. I think when we open up a forum like that, of course, we're inviting a lot of questions about the project, which would be useful. And I think we should post about it and we should invite those questions. I know if I attended that forum, I'd be asking a question expecting an answer. And I think what we're talking about today is basically the study that's actually going to provide those answers. Because really, we're just looking to study a concept of what this actually would do. So if they're saying, well, how many gallons per minute is the well going to draw? There's no way to answer that right now. So I don't know. For me, this project, it touches on a lot of things that I support. I love the idea of a microgrid, especially green energy microgrid locally. I love the idea of water storage, whether it's for fire or if we needed it, during whatever the purpose, that we have 35 million gallons, which is massive. Looking up the 5 million gallon tanks, that's a lot of water stored up for use. And the megawatts, you said 30 megawatts, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, I was looking up about 650 homes per megawatt for a day or something like that.
That's typically about what it is on average. It's less than that during the summer if everybody's running their air conditioner at exactly the same time, but
So
that's
we're-
the average number that's used, yeah.
We're talking a little under potentially 20,000 homes that for 96 hours during a power outage, of course, it's up to the transmission lines, but you know, a good chunk of them that could be able to run off of this if it's 30 megawatts. You know, I like that it can be used as a draft point. Obviously, that's a huge concern and not having enough of those. And I like the idea of a distributed grid. That's kind of an alternative in case this PSPS events and making us more resilient as a community to these disasters. So I think there are unanswered questions, but to my understanding, that's what this is. And the commitment to it for a portion of the engineering funds to have this idea explored is really great. So I really like this. I think, in my opinion, we should move forward and we should solicit those questions from the public and then provide them to them in their process of making that study.
I just want to bring to your attention that we heard in the presentation that that would mean $100,000 or $250,000. That's a lot of money.
I heard the presentation.
Supervisor Kirk?
So I would agree with Supervisor Brandon that I think going out to the public, we're going to be asking a bunch of questions that we don't have the answers to, and that's the point of this. And I like the idea of doing that all through one funnel and then having that conversation later. I think what I'm trying to do here, sir, is like put myself, obviously our fiduciary responsibilities, accounting, taxpayers. I look at this like if I'm an investor, right? So at the end of the day, let me just go through some of my questions and I'll make my point. So in the slideshow, at the end of the day, who's going to decide what's viable? Because say we get to the end and you say, well, this is viable, and we say, well, we don't think it's viable. And then now we've lost $1 million or 500,000 into the game. Who decides the viability?
So one of the things that we provided to the county was a pro forma for this project that includes the estimated construction cost. It includes the costs that occurred during construction, the finance plan on this, and the current estimated interest rate along with a buffer on it. We included what we thought that the currently available energy would be sold for at market rates after doing a preliminary fair market value analysis. We've included permitting costs. We included everything soup to nuts of what it would look like to an investor. Because ultimately, the money for the majority of the money for this is going to come from somebody who builds power plants. Our job is to put the package together, market it to people who are in the power plant industry, and bring you back multiple offers that you can look at. I mean, that's what we need to do. Okay. So in that pro forma, there is, the key number is a 12% internal rate of return for 40 years. That's what the investment community is looking for. We're very comfortable that we can get offers if we have something with a 12% IRR. What happens is that there are a lot of variables in there, right? As we were talking about, the cost of steel has gone up a lot in the last year on some of our other projects that are a little bit farther along down the track. The cost of labor has gone up. Interest rates, interestingly, have stayed flat or actually declined a little bit over the last year. So you don't, the energy costs, what it can be sold for, have actually gone up. So that's a positive benefit. It's hard to pin down any one variable, but what the pro forma allows you to do is to take all of those variables into consideration and come out and say, with some prices going up and some values going down and everything else together, does it reach that 12% internal rate of return? And that's what ultimately is the trigger, because that's what's going to govern whether or not it makes sense to move into the next phase, into the third phase of development.
So what I'm hearing at a very simple level is the viability is the 12%.
It's exactly right.
Rate of return. That's what decides it.
Yeah, and that one variable cost could go up interest rates could go up. But if the value of that we can sell the electricity for under a power purchase agreement goes up more, we're great.
And you as Train, are you part of the long-term agreement or are you the middleman?
We're the middleman in this. Our job is to bring you investors. To be honest, we think that within a few years, we're probably going to start building some of these and owning them for ourselves in the long term.
Sure.
But we're not an independent power producer. And so in the near term, we're probably not going to own these, but it makes sense for us on a long-term basis. Sure. But just to jump ahead, so to get out of phase 2, we need to bring that combination of grants and financing costs and sales and everything else that reaches a 12% internal rate of return. Then we move into phase 3. At the end of phase 3, we have to bring you offers from somebody else that makes that project real. And if we fail in either one of those, you have no obligation to us.
So, and I could be completely wrong in my assessment, but like some of my hesitancy is because Train is the middleman, like for you guys, there really is no really long-term risk. The long-term risk is borne on either the county or the group that's going to be investing for 40 years.
To a certain extent, that's actually true. If you look at the horizon of how long this project will be around,
okay,
that's ultimately true if we're not the investor on this. And we probably won't be the investor on this. Instead, we're acting as the agent,
right,
in a sense, to put these together. But by the same token, our ability to do more of these in the future is very closely related to our ability to make ones that work at the first time.
To be successful.
Yeah. The reason that we have a 50% market share in selling chillers in the United States is because the ones that we made in the 70s were great, and the ones that we made in the 50s were great before that. And
right, okay. Yeah, don't take what I said as
No, it's fine. It's legitimate.
I just like to tell you how I'm thinking, and then I think I have maybe 2 more questions. Is PG&E in support of this as far as needing it for their grid?
So so PG&E is a large organization, okay, right? And they have a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders, but they also have, as a regulated monopoly, a duty to serve. And because of that, they've put a lot of emphasis into the community microgrid enablement program. And we actually meet with them every week to talk about projects, and they're helping us move forward. Okay. They're giving us access to data that we would not normally be able to get access to in terms of grid loads, grid topology, and other things that are helping us, like in the stage that we're just ending, evaluate whether or not this project is possible. Yeah. So we do move in, and they're actually offering to pick up some of the cost of the hardened distribution lines to make these critical infrastructure microgrids as opposed to community microgrids. Again, community microgrids keeps everybody's lights on for a limited period of time. Mm-hmm. Critical infrastructure keeps the lights on at critical infrastructure for an extended period of time. But they're helping us with that. And they're also helping us go and look for grants. They're saying, hey, have you thought about this? And in some cases, they bring up grant opportunities that we don't even know about. So,
go ahead.
And that touches on the last thing, is that we're comfortable with whatever process that you want to follow, but it should be noted that there are grant opportunities, there are, vintages of grant opportunities that come along. Right. And that the longer you do wait before starting to go after the grants and move forward, that's fine. Just realize that there is a cost in terms of there are opportunities that'll pass your community by.
So I'll make kind of my closing statements, and then we'll hear from the public. But when you're talking about tax equity, or I think you said tax equity, goodwill, mm-hmm, some of the investors. I mean, living in California, obviously, I wholeheartedly believe there's going to be much more movement towards ideas like this. I do believe this is probably, the first of potentially many of these in the future. And because of that, because there's so many grants, why do they want us, I think it was a 38%, or why does the county have to take on that much of a burden with the amount of grants coming out, potentially more grants? Like instead of saying, was it 38%, Cole? Or on one of the slideshows, I don't know where it was, but if we were to go down this road, could it be negotiated to bear not so much of the cost, or change that formula? I mean, because what if there was enough grants out there to cover our share, and we just simply provide the space and the agreements and the work with the investors as far as.
That's actually a common question that we get. And it's the reason that we showed some of the costs up till now. So as I mentioned, we're about 50 to 70 some odd $1,000 into it over the last 3 months or so, 4 months. The next stage is about 400,000 plus. Call it that amount. So we take that amount on at risk. If there's an elderberry longhorn beetle that comes up, or there's something that kills it, that all of those costs go to us. We do not turn to Tuolumne County to pay any of those. So as we go along, we increasingly incur cost, and this is meant to be a partnership. So we're willing to take on those costs so long as we believe that in the interest of our shareholders, our partner has demonstrated good faith and commitment towards moving forward as well. And to be honest, that they have some skin in the game, that it's not just a will of the wisp, so to speak, to back out. And that's where we need to be cognizant of our fiduciary responsibility to ours. Now, that being said, there is another way to do a project like this, and that would involve the county going and looking for grants. That would involve the county hiring consultants, potentially using grant dollars to pay for the entire feasibility study, or using county funds to pay for that feasibility study, having full control and taking all the risk. What the ESPC process does is it says there's another way, which is to form a partnership with a private party entity that'll come in and take on the vast majority of that risk and bring in the expertise and the capital to do it in exchange for a good faith commitment on the part of the county.
Yeah, I think my last closing, or my last thing I'll say is I'm struggling a little bit in my brain. I think having the ability to allow to put back into electric grid and potentially give power to some homes if there was an outage, I think that's great. I think it's great that we could use some of this for potentially fight fires. But I'm just trying to, as an investor for the county, because that's kind of what this is what is it that we're gaining at the end of it? Because I know in 40 years we're going to gain a huge liability with a 40-year-old tank, and are we then making money? So right now is what am I going to get in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years out of this deal? Is it just the ability to help the grid? And I guess I need a sales pitch as far as what I'm doing.
So there's the benefit to the county of keeping the lights on in terms of PSPS events and to the businesses of the county. In general, there's a specific benefit for the critical infrastructure areas that can keep the lights on even in black sky conditions. There's roughly, I think it's $250,000 a year that comes from the investor to the county for the 40 years that this is in. So there's a cash flow there. There are maintenance jobs associated with doing maintenance on the turbines, maintenance on the PV. Most of it is soft benefits. What's the benefit of having 35 million gallons on top of Bald Mountain? Probably not that much until there's a wall of fire and the hydrants run dry. Then there's a lot. So I'd say that more of the benefits to the county are on the soft side, but there are some actual revenue generating opportunities. We can't tell you exactly how much that's going to be. That's part of what we want to get to the next layer of analysis to find out. But right now we're thinking it's about $250,000 a year to the county.
So say it was about $3 million. What we would potentially, again, we need the studies.
You wouldn't be paying anything.
Because kind of like you with your 12% ROA, I'm kind of from the county. What is our return on investment?
You spend zero, you get $250,000 a year for 40 years.
And then at the end of 40 years, it's ours.
At the end of 40 years, it can either be yours or you can sign it for 100 years to a private party and have them do it. My guess would be after 40 years, because it's valuable, you would want to own it. But that is up to you.
Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Sure.
So I do want to get to public comment. I want to hear public comment before I share some thoughts but Supervisor Goldenberg, I think you have a question first.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so my cautious approach here is that we ensure that we protect the county's interest in the long term. You know, when you talk about in this document, you talk about the proposed agreement identical to one executed in Lake County. So my understanding is you have an agreement, but nothing's been built yet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's in the very early stages. So that to me does not demonstrate that, you know, that is providing additional degrees of safety. Do you understand that we could be looking at new upcoming potential grant opportunities, some perhaps coming from the federal infrastructure bill, which, you know, you yourself just mentioned? You know, the rates of return, you know, those are all good once you have something that is more proven, right? So it's difficult to establish rates of return. I guess my last question would be, there's been a couple of mentions on PSPS and how this would be beneficial, but would this really be beneficial beyond any microgrid that was created in that narrow area? Or is that only going to provide stability in that area?
So one of the things that California needs overall, there are two things that we need. One is we need peaking resources. So the California Energy Commission, the Public Utilities Commission, CalISO have together projected that by the year 2030, California needs 11,500 megawatts plus minus of peaking late afternoon electricity. So that's one thing that we need. This is 30 megawatts. It's not a huge chunk of that, but it's a part of the answer, not the entire answer. And that's because as the sun goes down, as we transition to a more renewable economy, we need something that reliably can start to provide power at 5, 6, 9 o'clock. A second thing is that we are, as a grid, moving away from projects like Hetch Hetchy and New Melones, where you have giant spinning turbines that have a lot of physical mass. We used to have a lot of steam-driven power plants that had turbines that weighed 50 tons. Those provided actual physical inertia in the electrical grid that's largely being lost. And that means that our power quality is becoming an issue. California does not have a frequency response market. Most other ISOs do. But as we move to more things that are battery and solar photovoltaic provided, we need those power quality assets. Hetch Hetchy, New Melones, and a pumped storage hydro turbine all are wonderful at providing that. So that's those are two big things that help the overall grid. That's sort of like when I got out of the Navy, I joined the Air National Guard. I had a regular job during the week, and then on the weekends, some weekends out of the month, or if something really bad happened, like some floods, I'd put on camouflage and go do my other job. The day job of this system is to support the grid with a really critical and, to be honest, highly valuable element, which is late afternoon peaking with a high inertia generating source.
Okay, so
it just has those other benefits.
I understand, you know, the other areas, you know, that are out there and that we're looking at, but in specific, if we have a grid in that area, and you specifically mentioned PSPS, you know, that we would be able to keep the lights on. But if it's outside of that grid, I think that's largely going to only be controlled by PG&E still.
That's correct.
Okay,
It would be for those substations.
I'm going to say we're getting into kind of specific areas. I would like to give the public an opportunity,
Sure.
and I also had some thoughts that I'd like to share. So
Thank you.
is there any public comment?
I'll comment on it.
Yeah.
So I'm actually or was a hydro operator for Hetch Hetchy. That's what I did, operate generation. I've worked in the power industry for the last 17 years. If I'm understanding this is definitely where the industry's going is to projects like this, energy storage and demand response. The thing I think that I could help maybe clarify on is the cost to the county, it sounds like, is only if the county chooses to put the brakes on what they deem a viable project. Meaning if we proceed with a project, there is zero cost to the county, is that?
That's correct. In fact, the
Okay.
county makes money off
So
of
you're
it.
just making sure that as a partnership here, you can protect some of your investment in research going into this, not all of it, some of it, in case the county chooses to put the brakes on this project for no cost-based reason, whatever the case may be.
That's correct.
The only question I have about the project itself is how is it sized? Like if it's functional at this 30 megawatt size, I assume that's 30 megawatt hours, that's how much water you can store.
It's 30 megawatts, 90 megawatt hours of storage in the tank.
90.
And it's a 12 megawatt DC generation. So overall in the summer, it's about right at about 170 megawatt hours daily. But the way that it's sized actually is that it's sized at 20 megawatts at Curtis, 10 megawatts at Tar Flat, because that's what those substations can take. And we can interconnect in a 13-week process instead of something that takes 10 years.
Okay, so that would be the benefit locally from the distribution side, is that if the only transmission we have into those substations right now is the Donald Curtis 115 line, if something happened to that line, this would be a different source of power that could be poured into those two substations to maintain all of them in service. PG&E wouldn't have a good reason that I'm aware of not to keep that systems in service unless there was actually a threat to that infrastructure in the moment, which is why they would choose to PSPS this region alone.
Hey, if you lose your job at Hitachi, you could just work,
Yeah,
work
we
for
might have
this
to talk
thing.
about that if this comes to
Yeah.
fruition, for sure.
And I appreciate that clarification.
That didn't totally clarify my question about size, though. Why don't we build it twice as big?
Because you start running into, it's a valid question.
What I'm going to say is, in the interest of, so if you could ask your questions, direct them to the board.
Okay.
Ask them all, and then we'll.
Okay, so that's
we'll
the only
ask
other
the
question I
presenters.
have, is that I was
Sorry.
wondering how it was sized as far as why the project is why they're choosing to build a project the size that they're building it versus twice as big or half as big. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
So the question was, why build it
Yep.
35, why not 45 million gallons, why not 25 million gallons?
Sure. There's a sweet spot. The smaller you get, the more expensive it gets on a dollar per kWh basis. So there are economies of scale. But there are also certain specific breakpoints that you reach where there's a step function that really increases your costs. So, for example, if you get up to 20 megawatts on a specific generator and you're connecting at the distribution voltage, you can go through the wholesale distribution tariff process, which is pretty easy, and it's a 13-week review process, and you can go in. You don't have to go through the California ISO cluster study process. You can get it done in 13 weeks instead of 10 years. So that keeps us at 20 megawatts. You also start looking at the voltages of the substations that you tie into. And this is the analysis that we've done up till now to come up with a preliminary design as to what's the largest system we can do that will fit, that will also meet the needs of these loads.
Thank you. Was that? And thank you also. More public comment?
Well, I want to thank the gentleman from the audience because that was very helpful. And I appreciate that you've been here nearly all day to try to get this done. And so I just have a small question. You made the comment about fire hydrants, and having fire hydrants is nice, but fire hydrants are treated water. Would this tank hold treated water or no? Because treated water is very expensive to use to fight a fire, and we can't keep doing that here. So you're elected to make some decisions, but you're also elected to be leaders and to move people forward into the future. And so I would like to see a little bit more leadership instead of some nitpicking.
Okay, thank you. Any folks from the room or any hands raised on Zoom? Yes, sir. Come on down.
My name's Don Nessel. So I'm curious as to approaching the county, I guess, is from an investment standpoint, but also because the county would have to permit this and be part of the general plan or something, or is that part of it? Also, I would imagine the same, that you're probably going to give the presentation to PG&E, TUD, other private investors, because you're looking for investment, right? Right? It's hard to ask them through you, but, and so I was just curious as to why it has come before the county, strictly from an investment standpoint, or because you obviously would have to say, we're okay with this being built in the county, I would think, from a permitting standpoint. So those are my questions.
Thank you very much. And so the board asks you, Cole, to go out and look for ways to have innovative technologies and new industries into our county. And what did you do after that point?
I put out an RFQ that looked for an energy services company that could find us those projects. Because obviously I'm not an expert in anything related to hydroelectricity or turbines. But by putting out a bid that allows Tran, who is an expert, to bring these ideas, we can have actual viable projects that has a partner who understands these things. Do you have a response
So the
about
board asked Cole to put out an RFQ for new technologies, and is it Tran or Train?
Train,
That
yeah.
was Train. So, and then Train was the one that responded with these ideas. Any other hands raised, or, okay, bring it back. I did want to kind of weigh in on this a little bit. So, Michael, thank you very much. Others have said thanks for being a trooper, and thank you for bringing this. I agree with a lot of the comments that Supervisor Brandon raised. One of the things that I think of is, what resources do we really have in Tuolumne County? We don't have natural gas, we don't have oil, we don't have, a lot of these other resources. We do have a lot of hills, okay? And if we were, say, looking 20 years in the future, or let's go 20 years in the past, if we could have built some kind of electrical generation resource in our county and have it in place right now and generating electricity, would we want to do that if we could go back in time? I would say yes. And in my view, and I agree completely with your assessment, the need for electricity, the increasing need for electricity and ramping up the electrical grid is only going to increase. You don't have to be a energy consultant to realize that we're using more electricity, we have more electric vehicles, more of the resources that have been, more of the machinery that we use that operates on fossil fuels is going to an electric model. So to me, it's an obvious need in the future. And so if we're able to take a bit of a risk and be one of the front runners for this, I think it would put our county in a really good position. And to me, what we're talking about here is not so much a lot of the details. We kind of discussed some of those real details, things that we don't really have the answers to yet. What you're looking to from us is a letter of commitment, which is exactly that. It's a commitment from the county that we want to hear your ideas, and we want you to go talk to BLM. We want you to talk to these areas. There is the idea of permitting through the county and through some of these agencies. We don't have all the answers to those things yet. And so it's going to take money and time to get those answers. And I think it's worth, so it's $147,000 is the breakup fee. Any kind of business arrangement is kind of like a relationship, and so breakup fee makes a lot of sense. But, Train, I think this company, I've looked into you a lot since we talked the first time, and it's a very long-standing company that's done many innovative things in the past. You've hit some balls out of the park in the past through your history, and I think the idea that you're focusing in on this technology is a strong indication that that is the right way to go. The other things that I like about it are that it's green energy. You know, we're pulling, and Supervisor Half touched on this, I think we really do need to do a lot of that public outreach because you are pulling water out of the ground. And anytime you do that, people get upset. And they want to know where that water is going, and they want to know that it's being used responsibly. But the thing is, once that water once it's been charged, you're generally not drawing very much water from forever. So it's a very efficient system. We're not talking about building, it's a replacement for building dams. We don't like building dams anymore in California because it impacts our nature, our natural resources, things that we really care about a lot in Tuolumne County. This doesn't do that. It's a closed system. Once the water's in there, it's there for good. So, you know, to me, it's an emergent technology, but we were not the first to come up with this. You're working on other projects in at least one other county, Lake County, right?
Lake County, as well as for a community services district, and we have 4 other projects that are a little bit behind you.
Yeah. And so to me, this is the way of the future, and I'm willing to kind of, you know, every time we dedicate or make commitments, we're taking some level of risk. And I did want to also, Supervisor Kirk talked about the long-term risk that your company faces. And I shook my head at first, but I can kind of agree that it's probably not a lot of long-term risk. But in the short term, if you're not able to work out these agreements with BLM, with the property owners, you're out of luck. Because
exactly right.
We don't have to pay you the breakup fee, and the project doesn't go anywhere. The only time that we have to pay that breakup fee is if you work out all the kinks, get the project, bring it to us, and we still say, you know what, we're not interested, thank you very much, and then part as friends, and we would have to pay you the $147 at that time.
That's correct.
And to me, that's a fair deal, so that's why I support this.
So I do have a question. Would we have to pay the breakup fee if we have a huge community uproar over this project for various reasons? Would we have to pay the breakup fee?
The short answer is yes. If we bring you a project that meets the 12% internal rate of return, that has, by getting the costs nailed down, by getting the grants, by getting the revenues and everything else, if we bring it in and there's opposition based on the aesthetics of the tank or the pipelines coming down the hill or whatever it is, that's one of the risk elements here.
Okay, so I have another question then. I think it's my final one. Would you, to get me to say yes, because right now I'm not there, would you be willing, as part of phase 1, to do that public outreach before we sign that letter of commitment?
We could do community outreach. We're doing a town hall meeting next week, for example, at one of our partners. We're doing that under phase 2 for them because they were more interested in not missing any opportunities for grants.
I'm just concerned about the community right around and underneath where this gigantic tank is going to be, and I think they should have some kind of input before our county commits, and so that's where I stand.
To answer your question, we could absolutely have a town hall meeting and conduct that. We'd be happy to do that. We do town halls on a regular basis. I simply, for example, there's a DWR grant on the 19th of November that we'd miss. There are a couple that you might miss, but if that's the direction that the board wants to go, we're fine with that.
Well, I can't speak for the rest of the board, obviously, but I would feel more comfortable if that could be part of phase 1.
Just to clarify on that, are you recommending adding this into the current proposal, but then moving forward with a letter of commitment? Or is that direction to then table this and then bring it back for a future approval? Because it sounds like if it's a matter of incorporating it into this, during this, after the letter of commitment, some public input process, it sounds like that's already in there, but it could be
expanded or expedited or, have provision, but we could still move forward with the LOC today.
So from what I heard, it's between $100,000 and $250,000 that we're putting on the line as a commitment to this project. No?
No. So
146,000
right
would
now,
be
we're just looking at the letter of commitment. So right now, the only potential breakup fee you're looking at is the 147.
So how far along into the process and what phase do we find out whether our constituents are excited about this project and want to see it move forward or not? At what level of commitment are we then?
Right. So I think Supervisor Brandon stated it pretty right, is that I don't believe if we had a community forum right now, we would have enough answers that would satisfy the community. And part of what we're doing as a county and a board of supervisors, you guys, is taking that commitment to allow Train to get those answers so that when we do have a public forum, Michael isn't up there a sitting duck with, I don't know, I can't answer that yet. So that would be the largest concern about holding a public forum too soon. But I absolutely understand your concern.
I do understand that, but, a concept was presented here today, and that's all I'm expecting, is just the concept, how it works, where the tank would be placed, those kinds of things, the benefits to investors, the benefits to the county, a high level, so that we can, test the temperature.
I think if I'm hearing Supervisor Half correctly, if we sign the letter, or the letter, you guys do your research, you hold your town hall, you come back to us. At that point, we still would only leave, would you come back at that point with a viable project, or would that just be the next phase in discussion?
In reality, this next phase, this phase 2, the pre-development phase under a letter of commitment, is probably going to take about a year overall. There are a number of grants to apply for. They come up sequentially. And then once you do your application, you may not, there's a pendency period, typically 3, 5, sometimes 6 months. One of the big grants is the Microgrid Incentive Program, which won't open until June of next year and be decided. So I'd be surprised if we had grants in hand, costs in hand, public meetings and everything else to come back to you with a proposal to move into phase 3. I'd be very surprised if we were able to do that before September of next year.
I'm kind of the mindset. I hear Supervisor Half's concern, but if there's grants out there, I really would rather if we're going to go down this road, be as successful as possible in obtaining those grants now. That way, if we do open up the doors and we go to, which it sounds like the majority of the board is leaning towards, that's kind of where I'm at. I would rather you not miss out on grant opportunities waiting for public outreach. But I want our community to know it isn't very important. It is very important, but I think if we're going to go down this path, we're going to mitigate where we can based on those public outreach comments. But I don't know if our board would completely stall the whole project based on.
So
I'm ready to make a motion.
I'm not really looking forward to moving forward with this. I don't really see what the rush is, right? Especially if we're looking at additional grant opportunities that we think may be on the horizon. I'd rather see the public input because this is a huge project. And I'm not, personally, I'm not in favor of moving forward without seeing some public involvement in this.
But you guys need a letter of commitment to go after those grants, correct? You have to know if you're.
That's what we're looking for, because there's actually a fairly considerable cost to us. We have to start going to some outside engineering firms. Right. When you go for these grants, you can go without anything more than a sketch on the back of a napkin, but your chances of being awarded the grant are pretty low. What they're looking for is something that has some more analytic heft behind it. And so that's what we need to do to be able to start. We have to go through a pretty extensive amount of engineering in a fairly compressed period of time to start making the grant applications really viable. And that's what we're looking for the commitment on, is so that we feel confident enough to make those expenditures to make your grant applications look better.
So with that, we could be, it sounds like we could go
Yeah,
around a little bit. I'm gonna make a motion to approve, is it the memo or the letter?
Letter of commitment.
The letter of commitment with Tran. It's just, we'll vote on it and.
I'll second.
Done.
All right.
Train, sorry.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Brandon. I'm going to call for the vote. Everyone in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Any abstentions? Okay. So this is a 3/5, correct? Okay. So motion passes 3-2 with Supervisors Goldenberg and Half voting no. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I need to take a break because we have so much going on. You want to keep going? So we'll take a 9-minute break. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuolumne County, November 9th. So we're going to go into our next item on the regular agenda, which is item 9. Ms. Ryan, could you read that for us?
Item number 9, consideration of approving resolution 112-21, increasing the non-board member elected official salaries pursuant to section 2.52020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, and a one-time lump sum payment of $1,500 for their work during the pandemic to maintain continuity of county operations.
Department? Somebody turned it on, thank you. Attached is a resolution which would affect a change to the elected official salaries for the positions of assessor recorder, clerk, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, and the sheriff coroner. Last board meeting, your board approved a 3% cost of living adjustment for the executive confidential unit, which is where these positions are assigned for benefits and salaries. However, these positions require a resolution, which is a little more complex of a process to get a salary adjustment. So applying the 3% COLA to the base salaries would result, do you want me to read these dollar amounts or just the dollar amounts as they're reflected in the board memo? Any other wages and benefits described in the executive compensation plan, including all approved amendments, are also applied to these positions, which would also include the one-time lump sum payment of $1,500 for their work during the pandemic to maintain continuity of county operations. So it's recommended that your board approve the resolution adjusting the elected officials' salaries pursuant to section 2.52.020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
All right, thank you very much. Questions? Dive in.
Thank you, Ann. I just want to ask a question. I know that obviously with most employees, it's through bargaining. This is through resolution, boards through ordinance and different processes. With this, is there a way to change the ongoing process to just formalize that non-elected and elected department heads would be able to receive basically the same compensation changes in some way?
Sarah?
The board, under the government code, has to adopt the non-elected officers' salaries by resolution. So while many of the benefits they receive are included in the executive and confidential compensation unit, and that's automatic, I think when it comes to setting base salaries, you're going to need to do it separately by resolution.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to check because I feel like when it's a systematic process like that, that's somewhat automatic, it's tied to other decisions. It just makes sense. It's easier for public input. It's less of a chance of us being like, well, we really like this person. We're just going to give them, 20% in 1 year. As far as this, I don't have any more questions. I think it's fair. They are department head level folks, even though they are elected. It is a 3%, increase in the 1,500, which is, it's moving forward. It's in line, but it's not a massive payment. It's not out of line with the rest. And I think it's also important that, to my knowledge, this is what the lowest paid employee, I think, at the county would also be receiving would be a 3% and 1,500, to my knowledge. So that's important to me that they are not getting preferential treatment in that as well. So I'm in support with this. They do great work, and they really help maintain a lot of what's happening. So this keeps it going.
Thank you.
Yeah, similarly, and I'm in concurrence with granting our elected officials the, similar adjustments, that the employees within their respective programs, that they're receiving. And I think that's fair and it's appropriate, and it's within the range of the, the standard COLAs, that I've researched and seen. So I think it's a good way to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to hear from the public, but I do support the 3%. I think that's reasonable. I sat on the board a few years ago when we had to make amends for other elected officials, and we had to give like 11% raise, and that was because for like 10 years we didn't do this, which was COLAs, and so I'm completely behind the COLA. I do have a question. Can we separate out the vote for the cost of living and the $1,500 ARP, or is it all the same?
In this situation, you can.
Whoa, I wasn't expecting that.
I know, right?
Well, I am Anaya, and I don't change whether you're elected or you're an employee, so I don't think electeds should get $1,500 ARP funds. I don't think ARP funds should be used for bonuses. I think they should be used elsewhere. So I would, when we make the so my motion then would be, after we hear public comment, that we, I guess my motion would be to split it for the COLA and the ARP.
I'm fine with that. Is that permissible, County Council? So we can split, have
Yeah,
a
so
vote
the
on one and a vote on the other.
difference is that, that this has not been bargained in the official way that you bargained with your labor units, because you can't do
Right.
bargaining with these elected officials. All of that would have to happen in open session. So
Right.
that's why you are able to split
Okay.
that.
So
item.
we can have a vote on one and a vote on the other. Okay, gotcha. All right, Supervisor Half?
Yeah, I don't have much to add. This is the percentage that we gave the employees at the very lowest, and so I have no problem with it, and I could go either way, breaking it up or not.
All right, is there any public comment?
Well, I think it's very fair for them to get what other employees got, and the other employees got the $1,500 also. I personally think if they accept the $1,500, they should give it back, because they make a pretty substantial salary. But if you vote on it and say, no, you can't have what we gave everybody else, that looks pretty tacky. And then my second comment would be that you should also all get the same thing that everybody else got. And the way it's set up is that you have to vote for your own raises, and that becomes politically very unpleasant, which is why the salaries were so low for the supervisor positions here. So I think that should be looked at and tie it into kind of the same thing, so that whatever everybody else got, you would get, and it wouldn't be a politically unfavorable vote on your part. But you should also get the 3% and the $1,500 for your work. And then you could choose to give the $1,500 back if you would like.
Thank you. Other comments from the public? Any hands raised? No Zoom hands? Okay. Jazz hands, any kind of hands? Okay, so I haven't spoken yet. I've expressed my views on elected pay raises in the past. My views have not changed. I do see elected pay differently than I do department heads and regular county staff, and it's important to me that people that work for the county, whether they're elected or not, make a living wage. I do think our electeds do that. And so I would not be in support of this particular measure. And I hope that is not taken as a reflection on the work that's done. It's just a position that I've held, and I plan to stay with it.
Did have just one tiny little comment while we're on this. When it does come up eventually about the county supervisor pay as well, only digressing to say, I hope we do find and have an option for a long-term solution, because it is uncomfortable to vote on that. It is opening potential. I think we would be responsible in doing so, but we can't always say that that would happen. That it does need to be kept up so that people like me, who I've got bills to pay, and that can be in this job without being rich, without having a retirement, be able to, keep me going. I just hope that we're able to address that as well, because it is very difficult every year. Because I think we're up here because we believe in service. We're not here for the money, but the money is what allows people to be able to do this if they're not in one of those classes, so.
All right, so I will make, oh, I'm sorry, Dave, you got?
No, I think you're going where I was going to go.
So I was going to make a motion to approve the COLA with another proposal of voting for, so what would my motion be, Sarah? I motion to
So just
approve the COLA and deny or not approve the ARP.
How about you just make a motion to approve the COLA and leave it at that?
Sure.
And then if another supervisor would like to make a motion for the ARP, they would have that option. Does that
That's
work?
why you're the chair. You're so good at this.
Oh, well,
I will
thank
make
you.
a motion to approve the COLA at 3%.
Okay. I have a motion
I'll second.
a motion by Supervisor Kirk and a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Thank you very much. I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed? No? All right, any abstentions? Okay, so motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Campbell voting no.
So, Chair Campbell, I'd like to make a motion regarding the $1,500. And as I stated previously, these funds do not have to come out of ARP funds. We can use whatever pots of money that we deem appropriate at the time. But I do feel that they are deserving and should get those funds. And so I'd like to make a motion that we approve the $1,500 for elected officials.
I'll second.
All right, so I have a motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Brandon. If there's no other discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? Okay. So motion passes 3-2 with Supervisors Kirk and Campbell voting no.
Did like Carol's idea, though.
And just for clarification for the record, I think we should add, we should amend the resolution that HR provided. So one resolution will be simply base salary, and then we will submit the second resolution that will be the $1,500 lump sum payment, because the votes were different. So just for clarification. Thank you.
And I'd like to add something for clarification too. It's my understanding that the way the incentive is set up is that it does come from ARP funding. Is my understanding incorrect?
I don't believe we actually stated the funding source in our MOUs. We talked about maintaining continuity of operations during COVID. During the mid-year budget, I discussed this when during the last board meeting. Your board will make the decision on where we're going to be funding these items. However, as I had said during the last board meeting, my recommendation will be to do the ongoing salary adjustments out of your contingencies and the $1,500 payments and the $500 for part-time employees out of ARP.
Okay, so shall we move on? So I think we're on item 10.
Item number 10, consideration of approving a professional services agreement with Modesto Improvement Partnership Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $515,000 for business revitalization and economic development through the creation of a touchless e-gift card program and recognize $15,000 of unanticipated revenue from Visit Tuolumne County and increasing appropriations by $15,000 for a fifth vote required.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Board. Eric Earhart, County Administrator's Office. As part of your 2021 adopted budget, your board did allocate $500,000 to go to a local stimulus program for our small businesses that struggled through the COVID pandemic. So as a result, staff put together and published a request for proposals seeking development of a touchless gift card. And the idea of the program was that somebody would develop a digital gift card where consumers could purchase up to $200 of gift cards to be spent at local participating businesses, and it would be matched dollar for dollar in $25 increments with ARP funds. So essentially, if I buy $100 worth of gift cards, I have $200 to spend at our local businesses. That RFP went out. We had 2 responses, one from Prize Out Corporation and another from Modesto Improvement Partnership, which is a California nonprofit public benefit corporation. Both of these proposals were reviewed by staff, a committee that was put together, and unanimously it was agreed that the Modesto Improvement Partnership was the better of the choice for the community and for staff. Under the agreement before you today, the contractor would provide an app-based platform where residents and visitors to Tuolumne County could purchase those digital gift cards in increments of $25 up to $100 each. And they would be spent at small businesses here locally within Tuolumne County. Really the intent of this is to encourage local spending and also to get some of those ARP funds back into our community. Through this process, the contractor would provide the public outreach, marketing, training for participating businesses and make sure they're getting signed up. Our role in this really will be to provide a liaison between Modesto Partnership and the local business community to make that connection so that way, as the emails come in, they know that they're coming from somebody that they can trust. So as we were going through the RFP process, staff was also contacted by Visit Tuolumne County, the CEO, Lisa Mayo, who said that they wanted to partake in this program and help fund it as well. So as part of this agenda packet is the recognition of $15,000 in unanticipated revenue. $7,500 comes directly from Visit Tuolumne. $5,000 is from the Sonora Area Foundation, and another $2,500 from PG&E through the Sonora Area Foundation. So first and foremost, I just want to say thank you for the additional revenue for this program. We're looking forward to it, and I think it'll make a big impact on our local economy. The cost to administer this program will be covered by the ARP funds and not the consumers. That was one of the selling points for us with Modesto Partnership is the other proposal wanted to charge the business as well as the consumer for the fees on this. That's not, I believe, your board's intent. The intent was to get the money back into the community and not cost the consumer or the business any money. The fees under this contract is about 11.5%, and that's made up of a 3% credit card fee because it's essentially a digital credit card that they can use. And so 3% of that is for the credit card, and the other 8% is for the cost of the contractor staff, marketing, analytics, software, training, website, accounting, credit card, and the technical support as well, which would leave about $455,000, almost $456,000 to be invested back into local businesses. So if your board approves this agreement, we would start working immediately to deploy the program here in Tuolumne County. And one of the things, just to let you know, is the intent is to report back to your board on how that programming is progressing and how those funds are being spent. What we've seen in other communities that have done similar programs is they've gone back to the board as they've moved through that money to see if the board wanted to apply any more funds to the program. So we would be doing that as well. So the recommendation here is that your board approve the professional services agreement with Modesto Improvement Partnership, an amount not to exceed $515,000 for business revitalization, economic development through the creation of a touchless gift card, and recognize the $15,000 in unanticipated revenue and increase appropriations by the same. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, questions? Where did I start last time? I don't know. We'll start over. Supervisor Half.
Okay, so we had talked about this long before, but now that it's hopefully becoming a reality, I want to make sure that we are all on the same page about what businesses this goes to support. Sorry, Lowe's, but this would not be for you. It would be for the mom and pop type businesses that are located here in Tuolumne County, as far as my understanding goes. And those who potentially had hardships also, you know, during our COVID days that were harder than they are now. And so I just want to make sure we have consensus on the board, and I don't know if we need to give direction or not, but you know, I don't want to see franchises that go all the way from here to New York to get this kind of money. I want to see it kept here locally and spent locally. So anyway, that's my comment.
So did you want to speak to that,
Yes.
Mr. Earhart? Because I was just looking, because that was obviously a big concern for me, and in the scope of work in the contract, it's pretty much all about that. I had it, and now I lost it. The investment strategy in local business and nonprofit organizations is intended to infuse and stabilize the small business economy and secure the ongoing operation of nonprofit services critical to community support and economic recovery in Tuolumne County. The services shall include, and it lists through the qualifying, who qualifies and how. And does it say, does it explicitly exclude I mean, it's clearly implied in here. I'm looking for where. I know there's some part there that says you can't use it on Amazon or Walmart or none of them guys.
Right. So the intent through this whole process, the RFP process, we made very clear that it was intended for those small businesses that were impacted during COVID-19. We know that throughout COVID-19, big box stores like Walmart, Lowe's, and those other larger stores, they stayed open. Their revenues continued to come in, where we had smaller, even some clothing supply stores in town that were shut down. So really, that's where the intent from the beginning has been for this, is to really get that money back into our local businesses, not franchises, but our local businesses that saw a loss through COVID-19. And so that is the intent. That is how this program has operated in other communities, as we looked at the other communities where the Modesto Partnership has served them as well. Is it's been on that focus on the small businesses, and it'll continue to be on the small businesses here in Tuolumne County.
Yeah, and as examples, it gives restaurants without drive-through options, theaters, boutique retailers, beauty salons.
And so it sounds kind of like they're going to go by the zip code. If a business is within a zip code, they'll probably allow it other than the box. Do we? I mean,
No,
not zip.
it's based on type of business.
So, but what if you go to Modesto and you do a nail salon?
No, it's specific to Tuolumne County.
That's what I'm saying, zip code is Tuolumne County.
Tuolumne County, small businesses.
Thank you, okay. So she brought up a good point. My only question is, it's not a huge deal, you know, but we told the community we want to put $500,000 in this program. We're losing about $60,000 or however much due to the, you know, the contract, which I get. I would be in favor of maybe once we go down and we start seeing where the money is being spent, maybe coming back and making an amendment later to add that $60,000 back to the program so that the community gets their full $500,000, not, you know, isn't shorted $60,000 based on this contract. So if the rest of the board would be in favor of that, kind of giving direction on a future day, I would like to see a full $500,000.
I'd be fine with that. And then a kind of a question off the same topic. If somebody used a RAD card at Lowe's, to use them as an example, or Amazon, let's say that they successfully charged it to them.
They would have to sign up through the RAD card as the business first. So Modesto Partnership will be working with our local businesses through the chamber and other resources we have here locally to actually sign up the businesses to go to the business and enroll them in the program. So they won't be going to Lowe's or to Walmart or to Amazon to enroll people into those programs.
Yeah, and by we I mean you, are going to get a big list, you know, every month, say, of the different charges and where. Well, I mean, you're going to see where these cards are being used, so you'll be able to audit that the money's going where it's supposed to go.
Correct. They'll be able to provide us a list of participating organizations. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Either Supervisor Goldenberg or Brandon.
Sure. You know, my understanding, and you know, our Jason Terry and I had some discussions, you know, about this, and kind of look at modeling it after, you know, what was done during the CARES Act. And he suggested, and we can work out these details. We don't need to to do it here, but, perhaps by number of employees of a business or something to distinguish, between the sizes of the business. But I agree the businesses do need to be registered, whoever is accepted. I did have concerns about the 11.5% admin fee. I felt that was pretty steep. Even if you take the 3% Visa charge or whatever it is off, that's still 8.5%. I don't think this is going to take, quite honestly, a lot of advertising to sell this program. I think there'll be plenty of people that are looking, but I don't know if we can do anything about that at this point. Supervisor Kirk mentioned maybe we could, look at the next round of American Recovery Plan funds. Maybe we could bring it up a little bit to round it out. I do appreciate, the visit Tuolumne County. The memo is a little bit misleading. It says visit Tuolumne County 15,000, but on the second page, it's visit Tuolumne County 7,500, 5,000 Sonora Foundation, and 2,500 PG&Es. So, yeah, I'm in favor of the program. I want to move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Yeah, and Supervisor Haft, thank you. I'm anointing you as the person introducing it to the board, and I know we discussed it up here, and I think as a group really like the idea, but thank you for bringing this up, because I think it is a really good way after COVID to basically reinvest in our local economy, help support a lot of these businesses that were closed, help bring some holiday cheer, and a lot of really good things. And I think it's a smart way of doing it and leveraging our funds. I did just have some questions. One is on the definition, again, of a non-local business, or what would be considered, again, Lowe's, Walmart, and all that. There's an area there where we have some, could be called formulaic businesses, but they are predominantly Tuolumne County. And I'll just mention a few specific ones, and I'd like, if the board, if we can give direction that we're not really talking about them being excluded. That's, for example, the El Jardín restaurants, Deo, Be-Back Motors, those types, multiple business facilities, but are primarily operating in Tuolumne County. Are we fine to, I don't know, just to make sure that I don't want them to end up getting excluded just because they're, successful, got a few, places. Also, I wanted to ask if this would be available specifically to county businesses. Of course, we received ARP funds, the city received ARP funds. These are county funds being expended that I would hope would be going to county businesses, which was my understanding of when we initially passed this, is it's from the county economic stimulus to the county.
Right, so it is all specific to Tuolumne County businesses. So I can't get a RAD card with our ARP funds in Modesto. So the gift cards that people will be buying here locally will be specific to Tuolumne County businesses that fall within our borders.
Right. I guess my question is, my understanding was this would go to the unincorporated areas of the county, and that we were maybe asking if Sonora wanted to pitch in a commensurate amount to join the program, but they also received their own, I think, $1 million or so in ARP funding. If we're approving these vendors, can we do so for the unincorporated areas of the county?
So it is all of the county, including the city of Sonora, so we did not exclude any portion of the community because it is all ARP funds, it is all community. We get a lot of shopping here locally. So there was no discussion or intent to exclude any part of the county, whether it's city or township.
Okay. Let's see. And then one asked too, it says it's going to be for local residents or visitors. And my understanding too was this is going to be, I forget who mentioned that, but for locals to support local businesses. I'm worried that we might have a large influx of people coming up for the holidays, take all money, they do invest in some of the shop owners get it, but then the employees, the local folks who might not own that business, they're going to be kind of shortchanged by visitors being able to take a majority of these funds.
I think the other side of that would be that we are bringing dollars from outside of our community into our community, and we're using the ARP funds to leverage that and get those out of those visitor dollars here in Tuolumne County as well to help stimulate the economy.
Okay, is there any way to add a local residency requirement to it?
I don't think so. We didn't discuss that because really it was about stimulating the local economy as well as obviously providing a benefit to the community, but also part of that is drawing more business and more tourism to Tuolumne County as well.
Yeah, okay. My concern, it does bring prosperity here. It's just that it would be amongst those that own the businesses, but the employees might not necessarily have the same opportunity then get the cards. But if we're beyond that point, then that's okay. Just one last concern, since the other ones, it doesn't seem like we have much impact to be able to change that. I just wanted to ask and get the temperature of the rest of the board if I'm a little uncomfortable of us accepting a specific charitable donation from PG&E to hand out. One thing is, you know, obviously we work with them through a lot. I just, in concept, don't like the idea of accepting donations from an entity that we have serious issues and negotiations with for the 2,500. If I'm alone on that, then that's fine. But I did just want to voice that it does, to an extent, make me uncomfortable.
I mean, we've accepted millions in grants from PG&E over the past few years. I don't see.
Yeah, I must admit, I had the same concern at first, and then I thought it through a little bit further, and I thought, well, if they're being generous to support this effort that is going to support our local businesses, I decided personally I'd be okay with it. I mean, it's our businesses that are going to be the beneficiaries. Whether or not whoever buys the cards, it's still our businesses that are getting, the benefit of, the sales. So.
Yeah, and I just think about, the generators that we've installed and some of the other work that's gone to, shore up, it's a different situation because that was, there was something behind that, PG&E trying to shore up these shortfalls in counties due to PSPS events, but, they've been working with our county quite a bit on a lot of different areas. So to me, this would be just one more. So I don't know.
That's not to say that I don't have concerns about some of the other things that PG&E has done with the, Fast Trip and PSPSs and where they've been with that. And we're working with them on that. I think they're trying to, get through that and be better cooperators. But, yeah, in this case, I'm still okay.
I guess I'm fine for us to take the money for one of those programs when they're being forced to cover the liability or improve safety. It's just this is a concern, but it is a relatively small concern, and I wanted to get the temperature if I was the only one feeling that on here, just something to I guess to be aware of there. But then I'm comfortable moving forward with this, and thank you again for bringing it. Thank you to staff for putting out the RFP, going through the whole process. That was a lot of work, and I really hope that we're able to get this in time for the holiday season and spread some Christmas cheer. Looking at Debbie in the back, and she's like, ooh, yeah, good. Okay, there we go. Okay. Looking positive.
So is there any public comment on this? Okay, nobody, no hands raised? All right.
Before we vote, I do have one more question on this, and that is for staff. Do we have any rollout plan, and if so, what is it?
So the rollout plan really is going to be working with Modesto Partnership. They're going to provide literature and some training documents as well to Cole Priswell, our Business Innovation Director, who's going to work with the Chamber of Commerce and other partners throughout the community to get that information out. And then we'll start working immediately, like I said. And the intent is to have it out, hopefully by the end of the month. So when Black Friday hits and everybody gets in the shopping spirit, the money's ready to go. So we will begin those conversations immediately and get things moving.
And Eric, real quick, if I get a business who wants to be part of this program, I understand Cole and them, they're going to do their outreach, but if they contact me and say, I want to be part of that program, where do I send them to?
For now, you can send them either to myself or to Cole, and we'll get that. If it's within the next day or two after that, we'll have some better direction for your board.
Okay. So
and not for nothing, this is exactly one of the reasons why we have been looking at business licenses lately, is that we can build that network of connections so that when these types of programs become available, we're better able to identify the businesses that would benefit from them.
And that's-
Not for nothing, just connecting.
Hey,
to-
and
I was
I
just gonna-
just don't want it to be mandated.
I was just going to make a recommendation too, as Supervisor Half brought this to the board. I'd like to see the motion come from Supervisor Half.
Oh, sure, sorry.
Okay, well, I'd love to.
And before she makes that motion, were we clear, can we potentially bring it back to get that up to 500,000 solid for the businesses?
Yes,
That'll
that's
come up.
something we can bring back. So
Okay.
as soon as we start seeing the progress of the money going out, then we'll come back to your board and report back to your board how that's doing and see if your board wants to invest more money into the program, whether it's the 60,000 or if it's more.
Okay.
Depending on how it's going.
Yeah, I don't have the recommendation in front of me, but I move that we approve the professional services agreement with Modesto Improvement Partnership Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $515,000 for business revitalization and economic development through the creation of a touchless e-gift card program, known as the RAD card, and recognize $15,000 of unanticipated revenue from Visit Tuolumne County and others, and increasing appropriations by $15,000, and a 4/5 vote is required.
I'll second.
A motion by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, item number 11.
Item number 11, presentation and direction on Tuolumne County Community Grants Program funded by the American Rescue Plan.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Jason Terry from your County Administrator's Office. So let's build a grant together. So, as your board is well aware, with the adopted budget, you allocated $500,000 towards a community grants program as part of a two-prong community effect between the prior item that you just heard, the RAD card program, which was $500,000, and then the community grants program was $500,000 as well. So the intent of this was really to invest in the community, improve quality of life, and assist as we continue to recover from COVID-19. So as we start progressing through some of the next slides, what I just want to stress is we have put together a series of options for your board as we build this grant. Staff recommendations are based upon those items that we feel will help us the most when it comes to federal audits that we may be subject to, and try to keep the program simple. However, there are options in here if your board would like to broaden the program, and all the options that are presented are viable, and we can work through those and make it happen. And I'll try and explain the pros and cons of those as we go along. And I know you have all seen it because I've seen a number of questions come in as well, so I'll try and address those as well, but if I miss any, we'll have time for that. And in addition, I know I saw Daryl Slocum from Sonora Area Foundation is here as well, and he can speak to some of these items as we go through it. And of course, our auditor controller is here as well. Okay, so how are we going to implement this program? One of the things we discussed as we talked broadly about the program is the ability to partner with an agency in Tuolumne County that would help us implement this. And of course, the one that came to mind, of course, is Sonora Area Foundation. They've been handling these types of grants in our community for 30 years. They have a lot of experience with it, and in our discussions with them, they are ready and willing to help. And you don't have to take my word for it. He can come up and say it himself. And one of the things that we had talked about in the past is there may be opportunities to match some of these grants. And those opportunities do exist, but we do want to kind of just put a disclaimer or a caution with that. It's going to be very dependent on what type of projects come in. Their funding sources are dedicated to different things, and they have different buckets. And it's at this point, without knowing the projects, we wouldn't be able to say that X amount of dollars will be able to be matched. But there is potential for that within this program. So what we have up here are two options of how we can implement this partnership with Sonora Area Foundation. And the first one, I just called it the handoff approach. This is where the county cuts a check for $500,000 to Sonora Area Foundation, says, here's the structure, and that's what we're developing today. What we'd like to see from this grant, please handle it. Please provide the documentation and run this grant, as you folks know how to. The pros of this are, of course, like I said, they have a lot of experience with this. We can provide the structure and they can move forward with this. They work very often with a lot of the applicants that we expect to apply to this program and can also conduct outreach to them about this program, though I know they are willing to do that at any level of partnership that we participate with them. There are reporting requirements under American Rescue Plan that we have to acknowledge. As a subrecipient, they will be having to go through certain reporting and provide documents, and we have to document the auditing or accounting procedures. So there's some work on the front end that we will have to do if your board elects to go this approach. Like I said before, it's viable, we can do it, but it will take some time to build that initial front end work. Option two, I call that the advisor approach, and that is the staff recommendation. The county can provide all the applications to Sonora Area Foundation for review, and they can provide their recommendations for awarding the funds. And in this option, the county maintains the documentation, maintains the accounting. We have already established we are under the single audit every year for federal. I'm sure our auditor controller can go on for days about all the different experience we have with federal audits. And so we are postured appropriately to be able to document, maintain, and keep all of those documents should your board choose to go the second option. So I think as we're going through, maybe we'll take this slide by slide as we get to the different options, because each decision point could change future slides, if that's appropriate for your board.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. Does anybody have questions at this point? And so who, sorry, I just asked if anybody had questions. Now I have a question. So who all I'm just not real clear. I think I'm clear, but in each situation, option one and option two, who makes the final, picks the idea out of the hat that's going to get the award?
So with both of these options that are presented here, Sonora Area Foundation would at least be making the recommendation. They will be reviewing the packets and making the recommendation for your board or for expenditure of these funds.
Okay, and that's the same process for both. That part doesn't change.
That part does not change.
All right. Apologies.
The major significance between these two options is where the accounting lies. And even under option one, we would be asking for all the backup documentation so that we could maintain it for the 5 years beyond, at least, the ending of the American Rescue Plan funds, so that we can be ready for any audits.
So I'm glad you articulated that. My particular concern is that we as a board not be the ones trying to direct where these funds are going. I would ask that our board come to consensus on that, because I think that we need to let the process go through, let the foundation, who, as you stated, it's a long, long history in the county of working with many different organizations, and I think we just need to take it out of ourselves, trying to essentially institute, pet projects and what have you. I have concerns in those areas, and I would ask for board consensus on that.
Okay.
I think.
So I'm just saying that individual supervisors should not be trying to direct where these funds go, which programs.
I don't think either of these options allow that.
No, well, I understand that, but
I think he's
I would
asking
ask
for
for
an affirmation
board consensus
that we agreed.
Oh, yeah.
to affirm to that.
So,
Well, I think you're right. To my understanding, option two would also allow us to say, based on those recommendations, no, that's not what we want to do. We're going to go with something else, which I don't think is a great way of going about it. Though I would recommend, in concept, I agree, We would also, though, make sure we're very clear with the criteria of how and what we want these to benefit or how we'd like it to be given out. The end recipients of that, I agree, we shouldn't be choosing, but I don't think we should just give an open-ended amount of money and say, well, whatever you think. Because I think we are targeted to, for example, COVID recovery or community orgs.
Yeah,
It's a broad definition.
In general, providing that guidance is fine. I just don't want to come down to individual board members trying to.
And under option 2, with Sonora Area Foundation providing the recommendations, the only reason I can think off the top of my head here that we would change those is if there was a concern about eligibility of funds. That would be a major concern. But other than that, I don't see any reason why we would not take their recommendation.
In other words, under both of these recommendations, the scenario that Supervisor Goldenberg is describing is not possible.
Correct.
Okay.
So I have a slightly different opinion. I do believe that Sonora Area Foundation is the expert in this area, no doubt, hands down. And I do believe in either case, they should be going through. But I do think it should come back to the board for final approval, just like we have a planning department and things go through the planning department and then they come for final approval to the board. I really do think that whatever they come up with, we should have the final say, just in case there's a tweak here or there, or something that we collectively decide that we would like to see.
My only comment about this is I assume, but I don't want to assume that Sonora Foundation is along with your staff recommendation as well. So the staff recommendation is also in agreement with what Sonora Foundation would like to see.
I won't speak for them on that. Daryl, if you'd like to speak to that.
Because the way
they
I
are
view
willing
it-
to help is
the way I
what
view
they've
it is
expressed.
They're helping us, right? They're
Correct.
doing this job. I want to be as conducive and helpful to them through this process. So I want to make sure whatever your recommendation is also their recommendation.
What they have expressed to me is they are ready and willing to help in any capacity that we would ask of them.
At which point I would say it's your staff recommendation. So, okay.
And I'll defer to your board whether you kind of want to just go through all of this or make decision by decision. Maybe come back through them at the
I
end.
think we should
after
go through all of it because I think some of the things that they're bringing up, I know are in the next slides.
Okay.
So I think we should just go through it all.
All right. So who is eligible? Once again, the staff recommendation is based upon a simple implementation of this program. We know that 501c3s are vetted through the IRS as a charitable organization and will make up a good section of what we anticipate will be applicants to these programs. I have listed a few other options on here, different options that I've heard from one or two different individuals that your board could expand upon this. The main mode of thinking here was that this is focusing under staff recommendation on formal established community groups, and those that wouldn't quite fall under there or might fall under a little differently would not be excluded from the program. They would participate with a 501c3. But really, your board could elect to choose all of these organizations or pick through, or even some that aren't on here. It is at the discretion of your board there. So is there any discussion on that? I'll keep moving. If not, keep going. Okay. Okay, so what are eligible activities and projects? I could boil it down to one sentence, and it's those things that are eligible under the American Rescue Plan. That wouldn't be very helpful for anybody who hasn't read the interim final rule or any of the other Department of Treasury documents. So I did boil it down to these buckets here of eligible items under their American Rescue Plan. So responding to a negative impact from COVID. Some of the items that are listed there are examples of food and housing programs, employment. There is a significant loss of revenue. That date is not a mistake. That is the date that is listed in the American Rescue Plan that they would, that if we were under an audit, they would be asking to see the loss of revenue after March 3rd, 2021. Another bucket is providing service to disproportionately impacted communities, which includes health disparities, educational disparities, and promoting healthy childhood environments. and then enhancing governmental services. This is defined fairly broadly in the interim final rule. There is a focus on public safety when it comes to this because mostly when we're looking at enhancing governmental services, we're looking at the lost revenue bucket under the American Rescue Plan. So a lot of the focus there was on those type, fire, law, and those types of items. So specifically when it comes to this bucket, in the application, we've built out a draft one, and we will be asking any applicants to just link, if they want to use this as justification for their project, tell us how this links to enhanced governmental services. And so, yeah. So
it's kind of a broad category.
It is. Yeah, exactly. Okay, and here will be another decision point that we go to. I kind of laid out some basic, more grants of lower amounts, less grants of higher amounts, mixing it up, having a variety. What we would recommend is an up to amount. So I have right here at up to $20,000, which of course allows 25 grants should your board desire to go along with the staff recommendation here. We have also heard from Sonora Area Foundation, as we discussed this, maybe just leaving it open and allowing the review team to, by merit and virtue of the project, if they're asking for X amount of dollars and can justify it, just kind of leave it open. What I will say is we should probably try and keep it under $50,000 so that we don't trigger any subrecipient reporting and monitoring type actions that we would put an additional burden on an applicant by going over that amount. And since we are on the subject of amounts as well, I know it did come up in a couple different questions about ability to advance funds. That's something that I have discussed with both council and our auditor's office. It is something we can do. It's viable. It's something we would want to do on a case-by-case basis. Obviously, there is some element of risk to putting money out there prior to being able to justify it. But if your board thinks that's an acceptable amount of risk, that's a process that we can build into the grant and make it happen.
And Jason, just to clarify for the public, because I know we've had these conversations, but the way that this ends up working is the expectation would have been a nonprofit, if they got 50,000, they'd have to spend it and then ask us to help backfill that.
Correct.
Which is a huge burden on a lot of groups. So that's where the origin of that.
Correct.
It's
And a
not
lot of
double
our
payment.
programs tend to be reimbursement based is how we view that. And in this case, if we were to advance funds, whether that's a 50% advance, I mean, it would all depend on the scenario, of course. But if you're going for a high dollar item and don't have the cash on hand, working with us to set up some process to make sure that we are being careful with it, but we also provide that flexibility.
So your staff recommendation is $20,000, and I know you've put a lot of work into this. Can you just briefly walk us through how you arrived at that number and why you think that that's a recommendation this board should follow?
So for $20,000, that gives us what I believe is a medium amount of grants, 25 grants. I like the idea of a fixed amount because it's simple, and while we have some folks that are going to apply for $3,000 and some folks that are going to apply for $12,000, it makes available enough grants that I would expect to get that kind of volume of applications. So just trying to make sure it's available. So that's how we came to that amount.
All right, so are there any questions?
Yeah, on that subject exactly. I do feel that we should go with staff recommendation of up to $20,000. I think the objective here would be to spread these funds as widely as possible. And there might be people that ask for 1,000 or all the way up to 20,000, and the justification will have to be, weighed and looked at, by the foundation, approved, coming back to us. But I don't like the idea of going with a higher amount because I I think our funds would not go nearly as far.
And I'm kind of coming at it from the same place. And also it kind of reminds me of some of the discussions we had on the last item where in the best worst case scenario is this is really successful and we have programs that need to go over that amount. We have the ability to revisit it and change, which is entirely likely or entirely possible. But as far as a starting point and an easy way to sell this to the public and get people engaged, I think 20,000 is a good place to start. And we're kind of on that. If there are other questions, I think this might be a good spot to pull the board so we can move on.
Well, I feel that we should go with the mixed because there are some organizations out there that have had tremendous weight and still have a tremendous need to fill for those who need it, like any kind of, like ATCA, for example, or a similar type of an organization that does so much to help people. 20,000 isn't going to go very far for all the work that they do. So I think there should be some discretion. And that's also why I think it should come back to our board for a final say. So we can, if we do 20,000 across the board, if that's the way the rest of the board wants to go, I'm okay with that. But I'd like to be able to say when it comes back to the board, these guys really deserve 30,000 or 35,000, and let's figure out a way to make this work, rather than just blanket everybody with a 20,000. It needs to be according to need and according to what they're capable of doing for the community to help bring us back.
And and so I was going to say, Supervisor Brandon, you'd commented on this, but I don't think you commented on that element of it.
Yeah, I would agree with the same. Just from the ARP discussions that we initially had, we were talking about some of the specific requests from various organizations. There's at least 3 that were in the range exceeding the 20,000. We thought, well, maybe we'll put it through a competitive process. But 20 wasn't, I think, enough for what a lot of those requests would be. I think for some of the big ideas in the community, it may be in excess of that. I would say we do mixed, 5 grants up to 50 and 25 out at 10,000 allows for at least, actually 5 more, but more grants to be given out to the community, but also a few larger projects. And especially if we're talking about sustaining value to the community, I think some of these greater dollar value ones, it encourages people to think big about this. Hopefully, if some people propose these ideas and they're really good, they might even inspire some other members of the community to potentially, after the fact, help adopt some of these ideas that maybe didn't get picked. But we got to get people thinking big first.
Supervisor Kirk?
I agree that there's going to be some that could potentially, they're going to need more to do something like ADCA or whatnot. So I'm okay with divvying out a couple that are going to be larger and then the rest doing 20s or something. I'm fine with that concept. So I don't know how many, I mean, I can only think of ADCA and maybe 1 or 2 others that would maybe be the $50,000 range. So I don't want to get, I think we should do like maybe 2 or 3 and then the rest be at 20,000 based on staff recommendation after that. That would be my thought. But I'm fine.
Well, that sounds like an endorsement for mixed?
Mixed, yes.
Okay. Now, there's no caveat to that. Are you okay with that? So it could potentially be 25 grants or 5 grants of 50,000.
The only problem with that, though, is if you get a lot of, I think we should probably make a distinction right now because we could suck it all up with a few big ones, or we could open it up to a lot more of the community by keeping the rest of them at 20. So if we did 2 or 3 at 50 and the rest were 20, it would give more opportunity for more folks in the community, organizations. But
well, see,
that's
a fourth. Yeah. That's not. That would be a different option than what's here.
Okay.
So.
And we can take other options. Like I said, we could even keep it open. I still like the cap of 50,000 for the monitoring and subrecipient purposes. Okay. But if we want everybody to swing for the fences, not everybody's going to ask for 50. Some people will, like I said, ask for $3,000.
Yeah.
And we do have a review process that's going to look at what these projects are and really try and bring forward the best projects.
Yeah, and that was kind of my vision of this, is that it would be geared more towards smaller projects, things like public arts projects, things like cleaning up neighborhoods, specific issues. And if somebody had a truly large, there's got to be ways we can break it up. If somebody wanted to do like a public, arts project that did cost more than $20,000, do one portion of it and then find the money somewhere else. Or, I don't think that paying for entire projects outright is necessary when we're talking about projects in excess of $50,000. I think if you're up at that level of funding, you're probably going to need to look at help from other places anyway.
And we can add a match element as well. Just have people, if they are going to match the funds, just state so to help them be more competitive with their.
Yeah, so I'll voice my concerns as stated before. I think we should try to allow this to, spread out as far as possible. And I'm not in favor of going up to 50,000 at all. I would consider going up to 25,000, but and I would again caution that we not go down the road of these projects go through the foundation, then they come back to the board, and then we're having a big discussion on whether we approve them or not as a board, because I'm afraid that that's going to get politicized.
Yeah.
And I really want to stay away from that.
So it sounds like Supervisor Half and I like 3. Both of you prefer staff recommendation. And I is kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
I would be willing to compromise on that and say, well, we could do, let's say 3 grants at 50 and the rest at up to 10,000. All the rest of them go to up to 10, which would be at least 35 extra grants plus 3 large ones. And that's kind of meeting in the middle of that. I think that maximizes the number of grants we give out, a lot of small ones. It also allows for a few big projects that people can think about.
I think we need to give Sonora Area Foundation credit for knowing which ones will actually need that kind of funding and which ones can follow through. And I would like to add something I've said all along and get the temperature from you guys on whether it should come back to this board for final approval. It is public funds, so we're ultimately responsible. And so I think we should put our final blessing on it.
Okay, let's deal with the issue at hand, which is the grant award amounts. And we are getting kind of into nitpicking the details territory here. Just acknowledge that it is something that can happen. In terms of meeting in the middle, if we're saying, staff recommendation cap at 20,000, Supervisor Goldenberg said 25. If he said 30, that would be somewhat in the middle. And let me try and do the math in my head real quick. So it'd be 66 projects approximately that we could do at 30.
No.
Well, if 15 would allow at least
1.9 million.
If 15,000 would allow 33 projects, if you doubled that, it would be 66, right?
$50,000 would allow 10 projects.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I multiplied instead of divided. Yeah. So it'd be like 15, 16, 17. Yeah, you're right. So how's that? 30,000?
I had a recommendation for a compromise. I don't know. I was hoping to get a vote on that or a direction given on that, which is meeting it. What I interpreted was Supervisor Kirk's position.
Okay, well, you all work it out then. I'm trying to help here.
Me too. If it doesn't work, we'll.
How about 2 at 50,000 max and the rest at grants of up to 10,000?
I don't know if 10,000 is enough for, I know some organizations that, the more I'm hearing everybody talk, the more I come back to staff recommendation. I'm okay with maybe 2 at 50, and then the rest is $20,000 based on staff recommendation, but I don't know if $10,000 is really gonna do any good.
You know, guys, it really needs to be based upon need and we don't know yet what that is. I think trying to pick categories right now is way before the point. I think we need to say how much we want to spend and up to a certain amount, and generally speaking, how many in each, but we don't need to get it in stone right now. We need to leave that to the experts at Sonora Area Foundation, and then we need to be able to put our blessing on it or tweak it as we see fit when it comes back to us.
The only concern I have with it coming back to us to give the blessing is we could potentially be undermining Sonora Air Foundation and all the work that they put into the review process.
That's true.
And I don't want to do that. So I think we just need to decide what the amounts are and hand it off to them and be done with it.
So
So
I would recommend, how about we go with item 3? Would that have majority support?
I can't support that, not 5 at 50,000, no.
And so, and the alternative I proposed
Well-
was 30,000.
I'd be okay with 2 up to 50 and the rest to 20. I think that's what Supervisor Kirk, where he was at.
20 or less.
Yeah, 20 or
Okay.
less.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
2
so-
at 50.
Right.
So 2 at 50,
and the rest at 20.
and how many would that be at 20?
And the rest at 20 or less.
20 at 20.
So
20
that
or
would-
less.
Yep.
that would
You
be
know,
done
you don't
20,
know
okay.
what they're asked for, so we can't. make
But
demand.
how, if, just assuming it was all 20, how many would that be? I'm all thrown off now.
20 grants at 20,000
20
and
grants
2
at
at
20
50
and
is
2 at
what
50,
what was
gotcha.
stated there to get to 500,000.
Okay, I'm good with that. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, the next slide just kind of goes over a little bit of the process here. We do have like I said, a draft application built out. We intend to use and gather initial applications through our OpenGov software, similar to what we've seen with, animal control licenses and whatnot that we've implemented recently. That grant period is likely going to shift just a little bit. We had intended this to be on a prior meeting, but of course, as board meetings grew, we had to shift this just a little bit. So I'd anticipate that moving out a week or two. We want to make sure that we do a good outreach effort, make sure that the organizations that your board does elect this to be to go to are aware of it and to get as many applications as we can, and also be cognizant that this is a holiday season and folks have different plans and whatnot. We'll also make sure that we have a hard copy. Anytime we do anything online, we try to make sure we have a hard copy as well, so that we can facilitate that. The documents will all come in. Either way, like I stated before, it's our recommendation that we use Sonora Area Foundation to review these. And so the initial review by county staff will just be for completeness, making sure that we have all the documents that we need so we can hand complete packets over. And then, of course, the review team will score and make recommendations. There has been different discussion on whether that will come back to your board. I'll let your board speak more to that if you would like. And then we'll just go through the normal grant processes, make sure that they know they're obligated. If there's, as we talked about, different advance opportunities, we'll work with them on that. And of course, depending where the accounting lies as well. And then, of course, if funds aren't totally expended, if we don't spend all $500,000 on the first go-around, whether it's just a low response rate from applications or what have you, we can always release another window. And I would, as an early anticipation, if we were to do that, I'd say it'd probably be early 2022. All right, and of course, we'll be working on some outreach, making sure that we partner with Sonora Area Foundation to let everybody know that this is available and the structure of the grant and really what we need. I do have my email there listed as well if there's additional questions. But other than that, that's the end of this presentation. We can either maybe facilitate public comment, or if your board would like to speak more on any of the other points, we're kind of at that point.
Okay, so where are we at this point? So we have the
We have a
dollar
grant amount.
You wanted us to decide between the options of the handoff or advisor approach, and then supervisor half head. Would that count as a third option where the,
It'd be like option 2 with a final say from the board.
and so then, so What would that look like? Would that go on the agenda as a regular agenda item? We would have to vote on it on every, okay.
Isn't that option 2 as it is right now?
Not necessarily.
Okay, then I guess I'm not understanding the difference.
Option 2, all the accounting and documentation lives with the county. So Sonora Area Foundation reviews, makes recommendations. If there isn't any eligibility concerns, it would be processed as any of our other claims do. They would go down to the auditor to have a check cut and the payment would go out. If your board wants to add the additional step of review prior to that, you absolutely can direct staff for that. But that's not necessarily option 2. It can be.
I agree, then I like
The only
option
reason,
3.
the only reason I say that is because it is public funds. So we should really look at it for one final time. I have complete confidence in Sonora Area Foundation. But just because of where the money is coming from, I think it's our responsibility to say, yes, this is what we want.
Okay, I do want to give an opportunity for public comment, so let's go ahead and open that up at this time. Would anyone like to comment on our special projects program?
Well, I think you're kind of nitpicking and you don't even know what people are going to apply for yet. So at this point, I'm kind of inclined to go with staff recommendation of up to 20,000 at this point, and then see what you get and if you would need to make some changes. Because I thought we already gave some ARP funds to ATCA. So I don't know if those big organizations, I'm thinking this is for the little guy, but maybe I'm mistaken. And I like Sonora Area Foundation, but I don't have complete faith in them. I'm really concerned about that $1.5 million that was given to an organization as their largest ever. And the organization itself has only raised $250,000. So I have a lot about that, but it's not my place to tell them what to do. But I think the county should have some control because it is my money. And so I'm inclined to be kind of simple, as Jason asked, and not do that, well, we're going to do this, and then we're going to add this, and just see what you get. And then you could make some changes there. That's kind of where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
I don't think you can see that I'm smiling. I really highly recommend option number 2, because no matter what we do with this program and all of the ARP money, ultimately the responsibility falls to the County of Tuolumne. The audit period could go to, and I definitely will not be here, to 2029. Not that I don't think that the Sonora Area Foundation won't be really good about collecting the records and handing them off to us, but they're going to hand them off to us probably in boxes. And for us to keep the boxes and not lose them or have them get ruined versus we actually cut the checks. Everything is scanned into the financial system we have. An auditor can come, sit down, open up, hit the invoice, and see everything he, she, it needs to look at. And it's not going to matter who's here, whether it's Jason or Tracy or Eric or Debbie. Debbie won't be here in 2029. It'll all be here, and even if they have no clue what the American Rescue Plan was, I really think that the records need to be kept in the financial system of the Tuolumne County. I think it's a great idea that the that Sonora Area Foundation are the people who vet the different grant applications. They have the expertise a whole lot better than we do. And the only other thing that I would remind you is when we did all the business loans, they did not come back to the board for the board to decide. So please pick number 2.
And I was just reminded, as far as process goes, if we do elect to bring it back to the board, we will bring it back in a list rather than 22 individual board items. That makes sense, or yeah, 22. And we'll put it on the next available board agenda. So the money going out may take a little bit longer if we do elect to go that route.
So is there any other public comment? Because you touched on a big thing. Is there any other public comment? So there is a hand up on Zoom, and so I'd like to give that person an opportunity to speak.
Hello?
Lori,
Hello?
go ahead.
Hi. Oh, so I just want to remind you that there are some groups out there that may just need this money for recovery without having to create new projects. They may be barely hanging on. So the fact that you might advance funds is very important as well. Being paid back by a reimbursement if they barely have enough funds to start with is problematic. And I would like to see you go with number 2 also, because I agree with David that it would be very political if you did turn down a grant for any reason at all that had already been vetted. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. Is there anyone else with their hand up or anyone from the room that would like to speak? Okay, I will close public comment. And I pointed at you because that's the standard practice, is that the grants would be vetted by Sonoran Area Foundation, and then the final vetting of the documents would be done by county staff. So the CAO's office and the assessor's auditor controller's office as well.
Yeah, for a claim, we would prepare the packet, and then of course it goes down to our auditor and goes through that process of getting paid.
And so, to me, for me, that satisfies the element that this is taxpayer dollars, and I 100% agree with you that these are taxpayer dollars. The county needs to keep track of them, and I think option 2 satisfies that element. And I was thinking about, I'm sorry, I'm bringing up, my tree mortality project again. We would report to the board. We wouldn't ask permission on every single contract that we signed. We would report every month on the contracts that were passed. And so the board would still see all the work that we were doing. If there was some problem, if there was something they wanted to highlight and they thought was great, they would absolutely have that opportunity. But we were not asking board members to sign the contracts that we entered into on an individual basis. And that's, I see a maybe not perfectly analogous, but I see a parallel here between those two situations, where I feel very confident that you and your office will be bringing all of the good works that are being done through this program with the Sonoran Area Foundation's help. I feel very confident that you are going to let us know what's going on. We're going to have a chance to weigh in and talk about these things. But I really feel strongly I don't want to stand in the way and give the final approval, when, to me, right now is the chance for our board to give the final approval, in that we want to do this and we want to use these funds in that way. I don't need to have the final say on every single person and every single idea. And that's just how I feel about it.
I concur.
Can we just, either way, whatever way this goes on, can we just do a vote on it? Because I disagree. I think bringing it back here for a chance to celebrate these folks and the public, as we do with a lot of this, I very much doubt that what SAF, Sonoran Area Foundation, brings back with staff, that we're going to nitpick and oppose. I think it's just a good opportunity, and to have public input on that too. I think it's a great opportunity for a positive event.
I think it's okay to bring it back to celebrate what takes place. And I think we all trust Sonoran Area Foundation. I think what I base on past board meetings is I don't trust our board to, at that point, be final. So if it was a final presentation that this is what we're doing, it's done, it's a done deal, it's just a presentation, it's not giving direction, I'm fine with that. But I don't want to open up the door to give direction at that point. I want to, the professionals, we're giving our 2 cents here, go make it happen, celebrate when it's over, we can have that conversation. But I don't want to have direction if that was to be on an agenda item.
And they can-
Okay, so I pretty much agree, but what happens if Sonora Area Foundation really wants to award three $50,000 awards and they're all genuinely really great, but we've given them direction like we have just now too? That would be a place where the board could make the decision, hey, you're right, there are three, and we agree. Would that be something we would give staff approval for, or is that something that the board would do? I'm just trying to think of all the different variables and make it flexible enough, and that's, the flexibility, I think, rests with us. So.
I think if there was a well-thought-out, potential addition that, we could allow for the foundation to bring that to staff and staff to agendize it to the board, but I don't think that we should be vetting
Okay.
all of these things. all the way
That
through.
satisfies my need to be flexible and to, because we're kind of setting rigid guidelines here to some extent, and I don't want somebody to miss out because of our limitations.
I'm okay with staff also in those conversations about the criteria, saying, well, this doesn't meet it, or, whatever we say from here. My only request would be, whether it's a resolution we approve or it's just a presentation, we get them back in here so we can celebrate. I think it's gonna be a lot of good stuff and just a very positive event too.
Okay.
I know it could all be done and just hand out the check and a project happens, but I think it'd be really good to get everybody together and show a lot of the good purposes this money's going to.
And I agree 100% with that. So are we?
Great.
Are we close to agreement? So I think option 2.
Oh, yeah.
I think what I heard for consensus-wise was option 2, as long as we bring it, some kind of presentation back and just let the community and your board know, here's what the money went to, here's all the good work.
The last thing I said, and if there's really a burning need to give another, outside of what we've set as the parameters, that somehow we hear about it and can.
If it goes outside the structure, then bring it
Yeah,
back to your board.
somehow
for
there's
that
some
kind of-
mechanism for that.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you very much. Did you?
There's a couple more points that we need to finalize here.
Okay, let's keep going. What's the next point?
I think we got most of it. So eligibility, staff recommendations, 501c3 organizations, or organizations that are sponsored. So
I wanted to make the recommendation on the, also, Daryl, thank you for hanging in with us too. I know this is probably excruciating to listen to, but I really appreciate FA's partnership in this and the work. With 501c3, that is one type of charitable nonprofit. I wanted to recommend, I think it's 26 different categories under that IRS tax code.
There's a lot.
Yeah, there's a few of them that I think are particularly relevant and at least was my intention would be a part of this. For example, 501c19, I believe, is veterans organizations. We have 501c4s would be nonprofit community organizations that aren't explicitly philanthropic, but may do arts projects like that. And there's also ones, I think, 501c6, which is chambers of commerce and organizations like that, which here primarily are still doing events and economic activities. So my recommendation is any reasonable, eligible 501c type organization, because there are some that are clearly not applicable, would be allowed to apply under here.
Okay. And I'm, my question on those would be for Debbie in the back of the room. Could you speak to that? The main question I had about this is, if we did expand it, would that impact reporting and keeping track? Because I think that's why the staff recommendation was what it is that there's a challenge in reconciling the money going out through the grants if they're not specific 501c3 or other similar type organizations.
I think we need Debbie to sit up closer to the
I mean,
lectern.
So Debbie, can we expand this without getting into trouble?
I believe that we can. We just need to be really careful. Again, the whole idea of the American Rescue Plan is to pump money back into the community. And as long as these organizations that are going to come to us, the goal is to help the community and not to help themselves personally or their board members or whatever. But I'm absolutely sure that Sonora Air Foundation would not approve something that board members or the organization would benefit from and the community will not benefit from. So as long as the guiding light is that the community of Tuolumne County benefits, I think we will be okay, and we keep under the $50,000, then we will not make more work for ourselves and we should be okay.
My only question to some of the things that Supervisor Brandon brought up is, if they're nonprofit, I mean, the other entities that you brought up, I just want to make sure that they would be covered underneath, I guess, the guidelines of ARP. Are they nonprofits or are they such organizations that could receive such fundings?
American Rescue Plan does not state only 501c3s. It states community organizations under the interim rule is when it discusses this type of program.
So we're safe under that umbrella.
Yeah.
Correct.
Can I ask, why is staff recommendation just 501c3 and community org? Because something like CERT, I think, is a really good example.
Right.
What would be the issue there with if they had a need that qualified under the guidelines? What would be the issue with?
So CERT could be an
awarding
eligible
to CERT?
program. It does fall under different fire districts here, so we would be providing money to those fire districts if we wanted to make those eligible.
Okay.
There could be other funding sources, and I'm not aware of any specific ones. 501c3 is, once again, the simple look at this, who we believe are going to be the most of the applicants that come in due to the nature of that type of organization. And when we have groups that are sponsored by a 501c3, we weren't necessarily thinking, a Chamber of Commerce running through a 501c3. That was more like if a high school senior had a great idea and we wanted to make sure there was structure there to cover that. So your board could absolutely broaden this. You could also leave it up to the discretion of the review team. And as long as they have structure and we feel that they can conduct the accounting and not bring us any risk there, that would be a viable option.
And as Debbie said, bring it back to the community.
Right.
That needs to be the core value that we're looking at here.
Yeah, and to me, I think that's that would be what I'd be looking for is allowing broad discretion to community organizations as long as they can professionally follow through on what's required. And 501c designation is fine. I think part of the goal with this too is it's not going to groups I guess would not be community benefit, nonprofit, those types of things, since in my mind many of them were somewhat left out and still very heavily impacted by pandemic closures and economic issues. So.
Right. This isn't meant for me and my two neighbors to go out and pay somebody to go pave the road and get the pothole right out in front of my house and benefit, me and my two neighbors. This is meant for the community.
All right, sounds good to me. Anything? Okay, I think you have consensus there.
Leave that broad.
What else you got?
Nothing on here unless your board has additional considerations. Like I said, this is a baseline. The biggest restriction is American Rescue Plan, making sure that it's eligible funding, but if there are additional conditions, the box that we're painting for this grant, if there's any other layers that we need to add, otherwise, I believe we have enough to implement this.
Okay, just so I'm gonna go over this again. So 2 grants of up to 50, rest 20, option 2, and then open to 501c3 and other the organizations listed on the last page.
Oh, okay. The broad
Yeah.
list that was there. Okay.
Was there anything I left out, or is that all you need?
Those were the discussion points
Okay,
in here.
everybody good on that?
And to clarify, veterans groups, is that because they weren't specifically listed on the slide. that
Correct,
would be
but
included.
I know some of the veterans groups are 501c3s in the
Okay,
county,
yeah.
and there are actually a lot of 501c3s in the county, looking that up.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think there's a little bit more.
What's left?
I hate to beleaguer it. One thing we talked about would be the criteria of what we would want to award these grants to in broad purpose. I think there's a couple important questions. For example, would we be awarding amounts from this grant program to, again, the unincorporated county or to areas within a different, within the city? Are we gonna prioritize something that allows ongoing funding, like a class program or something, or a one-time investment? And then is this going to a short-term program, like, for example, 1 year offering a bunch of meals? Or are we looking to do more of a long-term investment? I was hoping that some of those criteria we could give direction on as to what the intent of this funding would be. So for me, I would say I would prefer it to impact the county as the primary area, that it would be a one-time item or items being purchased, that the value of that would be long-term investments, not a short-term investment, and that it provides community value that's beyond just the interest of the group that's applying. And with those four things, I think that pretty much covers what I would hope for in a community grant.
So, and this would be anything we're trying to convey for prioritization for the review of these projects.
So these are one-time funds,
Correct.
right? This is not, it shouldn't be used for anything ongoing, period.
Yeah.
They're one-time funds. And personally, I feel that this is Tuolumne County. It's a county as a county. Doesn't matter whether a group is within the city limits or within the county unincorporated area. This is something to benefit the county as a whole. That's my personal feelings.
Yeah, and I ditto. I ditto Supervisor Goldenberg. I mean, to me, some of those finer points, I think, are the reason why we could get a great deal of benefit from groups like the Sonora Area Foundation is that I think they are better at identifying those kind of finer points than we would be. So I would leave some of those decisions to Sonora Area Foundation, and then also to staff as well. I think they will be able to, I'm very confident that whether it's in the city limits or in the county, they will come back with projects and wonderful ideas that will improve and enrich the lives of the people that live here. And so I don't want to stand in the way any more than necessary for them doing that work.
Agreed.
All right.
Is this the end?
So shall we move on?
It's the beginning.
Okay.
Again, and
It's-
thank you,
it's-
Daryl, I see you in the audience. Thank you for being here and for your organization, what you guys are going to do with us.
You stole my thunder. I was going to call. Daryl's been sitting back there patiently, and I really appreciate the discussions we've had and the work that you've done with county staff. You're the silent partner in all of this, so thanks very much. And go out there and do good things. Okay, so we're gonna. What I'll say is, can we finish and then we can take a break? So we're gonna go to a blast from the past here. Item 17 from this morning. There was some discussion on it. We had a number of folks here from the public that wanted to comment on it, and so we allowed for public comment. And the arrangement of this, there was some concern on the board, myself included, that people that might have wanted to discuss this item wouldn't have had the opportunity, and so we're bringing it back. So Ms. Ryan, would you please do us the courtesy of reading item 17 once more? My ability to add, subtract, and say numbers is vastly decreasing as the day goes on.
Item 17, consideration of approving a letter to the City and County of San Francisco opposing religious persecution towards Tuolumne County residents employed by the City and County of San Francisco at its Hetch Hetchy facility and who are terminated because they have religious objections to the COVID-19 vaccine mandate.
Okay, and so we had opened public comment, And we closed public comment, took a break, and now we're back. So I will open public comment again. If anybody who did not speak this morning, would like to speak on this item, now would be your time. So if you want to raise your hand in Zoom or come to the podium if you're in the audience here. Yes, come on down. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Longeaway. I live in Soulsbyville, and I wanted to make a few comments. I read an article that came out already, and I got my notes are all mixed together because I didn't even know I was coming down here until after 1 o'clock this afternoon. But anyway, in mymotherload.com, they already wrote about what you guys said this morning, so it's already out there. And my comment was this: what I read in the motherload.com, it said that one of you made the statement that you didn't feel it was within the scope of the Board of Supervisors to interfere in the city of San Francisco's employment policies, basically, is what you said. And another one of you made the statement that the city of San Francisco was a good partner with you guys, had worked in good faith with you, which I'm sure they have. And I have no question about that. I know they've owned the watershed rights since the early 1900s, and the city of San Francisco has used our people to their advantage ever since. And what I'd like to say about that is, go back through my notes, because like I said, I didn't know I was even coming down here at 1 o'clock. You were asked to draft a letter of recommendation. You weren't asked to write a writ of mandate or a cease and desist order like a court does. You were just asked to write a letter of recommendation. Nothing more. At that, like I said, you guys made the statement that the city of San Francisco was good partners, which I'm sure they are. But these people that ask you to write this letter, they're your constituents. They're the people that live here. They need your assistance, or they wouldn't have came and asked for it. They're asking you to write this letter basically to ask the city of San Francisco to recommend a recommendation that they follow the guidelines of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution when it comes to religious, right of religion, and the free exercise thereof. Is there any part of that any of you didn't hear? Because I'll repeat it, I'll be glad to. But anyway,
I do have to stop you right there. I'm sorry. That was 3 minutes.
You only get 3 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, well, I had no idea about that. But anyway,
yeah.
These people are your constituents.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I have to stop you there. Apologies. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak? Hello.
Hi, Don Nessel. So I was proud of the board when the board decided not to make a mandate for county employees to get the vaccination. And I think that that was just a referendum to all of Tuolumne County that any employer should not demand that their employees get the vaccination. We have certain inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Whatever that means to each one of us, it means that we're free. We're free to make a choice. I think maybe you should just make a general resolution that the board does not agree with anyone in the county demanding that anyone else in the county get the vaccination, whether it be an employee or whether Jaron wants me to and demands that I do it. You should make a resolution that you believe in the freedom of your constituents. In this case, we're talking about the city. and County of San Francisco, but we're talking about everybody in Tuolumne County. We're talking about me. We're talking about anybody that does not want to get the vaccination. My life, my body, my choice. They are free to make that choice. They don't need to say they have a religious right to do it. They have a right to do that because we're all free. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the room that would like to speak? Do we have any hands up on Zoom? 2 hands, okay. Sure. I guess we can let the folks that are on Zoom speak. So,
can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank the board for their service to our community. It's been I've really enjoyed sitting here this afternoon and listening to you guys and ladies, and I just thank you for your service. I'd like to thank you for putting this letter on the agenda. It means a lot to us. I'm a very proud Tuolumne County resident. I've done a lot of traveling, and there's no place like Tuolumne County. You know, I really believe that this issue affects us all. You know, just listening to your conversation over the last 2 hours, even financially in the county, the last meeting that we had with Hetch Hetchy Management, as part of their equity program and hiring, they're looking outside of the county to hire. So you're losing, you know, $500,000 to $1 million a year in Tuolumne County resident salaries to people who are going to potentially be coming up from the valley. And they're going to be commuting. It's going to be bad for the environment. It's not going to be good for our community. And it's going to have a financial impact on the county. And the more important thing to me is that, you know, this is really a case of systematic discrimination where they, you know, I'm not arguing against the vaccine. My dad is 86. He got COVID and he had very mild symptoms. You know, the vaccine probably saved his life. But, you know, this is a case of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and Title VII, which gives us protection for our religion or our medical conditions. And right now, the city and county of San Francisco is choosing to discriminate against us on these for these reasons. You know, and it's systematic. At the end of October, I submitted a complaint to their EEO. They did not even acknowledge my complaint. And, you know, it's just, what we're asking is that you look at this and notice that this is a slippery slope. When politicians and bureaucrats start making our medical decisions for us and making those without complete disregard for our civil rights. Was that my timer?
You have 45 seconds left.
Okay, today we're on the chopping block, and they're taking away our livelihood because of our religious beliefs and our medical conditions. Who is it going to be next? What's going to be next? We're just asking that you write a letter, not that you oppose them, but that you say, hey, why don't you give these people their civil rights? I think Martin Niemöller said it best. He says, first they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for the communists, but I did not speak out because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. So thank you again for your time and your service.
Thank you, sir. So I think we had one more. Okay. So let's go to the next hand up on Zoom.
Caller 9323.
So caller 9323, can you hear us? You are on with the board.
Yes, this is Tristan Salieva.
Okay, I hear a voice, but it's very quiet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
It's very quiet.
I'm sorry. I'll have to sign off because my video, I'm just not working right. Sorry.
Sir, could you please call our phone number directly? It's through Zoom. It's 1-669-900-9128, and then enter the webinar ID 98737385155, and we can take your comment that way.
So, yeah.
It's on the agenda, but yes.
So, sir, if you look at the agenda, there's an alternative way to sign on to the meeting, and that's the phone number that was listed with the ID. Are you able to do that?
That's okay. That's okay. Never mind. Never mind.
Oh, well, when you just said never mind, I heard that pretty well. Are you able to move the phone in the direction to keep speaking that at that volume?
Can you hear me now? No, it doesn't work.
Kind of sounds like a cell phone across the room.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there we go. Now we can hear you. Okay, we can hear you, sir. You go right ahead, okay?
You do hear me now.
We can hear you now. You go right ahead.
Thank you for coming back on again. This is Tristan Salietta, and I have complained to you before about being open to the public, and I thank you so much for being open to the public again. Regarding the particular issue, I believe I'm sorry that it's necessary to tolerate people who are active opponents to vaccination. I suspect we have to tolerate them, but I don't think that we have to advocate for them. That's really what I wanted to say. We don't have to advocate for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think there was one more person, or at least, okay. So we'll continue with the Zoom comments.
Hi, I was in this morning. This is Gina Castile. I just wanted to make sure that you received comments from Vicki Griffith. She wanted you to read those aloud.
Do you want to say that into the mic?
Hi, we did receive those. I did forward those to all of the supervisors before the lunch break, and I did let her know that we can't read them aloud, but they are part of our administrative record, and the board has been able to see them.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll go ahead and close public comment for the Zoom and return to the room. And I'll unmute.
Well, with all due respect to everyone that's here, I don't even know why this was on the agenda. Because you have no right whatsoever as elected officials to tell elected officials in another jurisdiction how they should conduct their business. Just like they have no right to tell you. And I don't know how the religious exemptions are going, but I'm sure if you were a Christian Scientist, that would be accepted. So you have no jurisdiction over the city of San Francisco and their employment policies. And while I appreciate that people want support, they need to get support from you as an individual and not from you as a board.
Okay, is there any other public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. It's been a long day. I think we talked about this morning. I just wanted to share real quick, just some brief comments that I had. Our Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, we can't solve all the world's problems. We have to prioritize the things that are within our jurisdiction and within our power to do good. And I don't think this falls within that scope. There are many employers that do things that I don't agree with. You know, you look at Walmart or Amazon, don't always treat their employees very well. And so I do my best to advocate for constituents that come to me, but I don't think it's appropriate for our board to delve into this matter in the way that's recommended in the letter. What I would encourage Supervisor Kirk, if you and some of these employees from Hetch Hetchy, if you were to advocate directly to the city and county of San Francisco, I think that would be, much more appropriate than having this become a issue for our county, for all of us to carry forward. And that's my view on this. So,
I guess, does anybody else want to make a comment before I do?
Yeah, I would.
I'll wait till the end.
I think I'll start with this. I want to thank you to the caller who just recently called in and mentioned that we must tolerate those who are unvaccinated. You just helped me make a decision here. I will be sending a personal letter because this type of mentality needs to stop. S-T-O-P. There is a clear, from what I've heard today, a clear discrimination and a disregard for civil rights. It's not right. I don't think that a letter from the full board here would have any impact on the city and the county of San Francisco, so I'm not going to advocate for a letter from the board. But we've got to stop this kind of mentality, and we've got to call things as we see them. So I will be sending a different letter than what Supervisor Kirk writes personally to the city and county of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if there's any more discussion, otherwise, I'll ask.
Make a comment?
Oh, okay, and then I'll
Sure.
ask for a motion if there is one, otherwise
So,
we'll move on.
first of all, I want to thank everybody who showed up. There was a lot more people who showed up than I would have thought. So thank you guys. Thank you board for hearing this item. I understand, like I said earlier today, I know it's kind of out of left field to bring this. Never did I think as a supervisor I'd be fighting for people's civil rights or their religious freedoms, but our culture has brought us to this point, and I'm going to fight for what I believe is right and just. So, but I also respect your opinions, and it's okay. We vote and we move on. But I did want to speak to a couple things real quick. After talking to some of the folks who are here today, it is even more apparent that the city is completely violating EEO law. They are, the 22 that they have accepted, I found out today and was forwarded an email, that they are accepting to postpone and eventually fire. So there really is religious persecution going on in my point of view, even after hearing an update from some of these employees today. So I'm going to continue to look into it. One of the supervisors brought up transparency, that I updated the letter, yesterday and sent it up. I did that out of transparency because I got additional information from the city yesterday afternoon. So I worked with Heather to immediately get it revised. What I find interesting about that comment is that I'm having a board member email me before a board meeting, giving me their vote before hearing from the public. So in all transparency's sake, I updated the letter to be as accurate as possible. And I really appreciate that you're going to write a letter. I think that's great. I think if other board members feel that it's probably an EEO violation, maybe you could all write letters as well and support our constituents who, I mean, if you think about it, at the heart of it, can you imagine giving up $150,000 career? It doesn't happen lightly. I'm just going to end with this. It doesn't happen lightly. It's because of deeply held religious beliefs. And to not be given the opportunity by your employer to continue to work. Read the letter. I've made it very clear. There is no concern about workforce safety issues. These are people who have deeply held religious beliefs. And
these are things that you said this morning.
Correct.
Do you
So
have
I'm going to end
anything
this.
new that you would
So
like
I
to
support
add or make a motion?
Huh?
Do you have anything that you'd like to add or
So
a
no,
motion
so I will
to?
make a motion that we send a letter, not telling the city, as one of the public comments was, but asking that they acknowledge people's civil liberties and their deeply religious held beliefs, and ask them to simply acknowledge that. This isn't telling them, this is just asking. We ask all the time from jurisdictions, all the time to do things.
All right, so
that's my motion.
I hear your motion. Is there a second? Okay, I do not hear a second to that motion.
So be it.
So we're going to move on. I'm going to make the executive decision to forego reports, if that's suitable for everyone. And we do have some closed session items. Ms. Ryan, would you please read our, we have items 12, 13, 14, and 15 in closed session. Would you please read those for us? Oh, I accidentally scratched off. See, I'm out of my,
Be efficient.
yeah. So could you please read items 12 through 16?
Item number 12, closed session conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director, Wendy Hoffman Brady, Assistant Health and Human Services Agency Director, and Kimberly Phipps, Director of Employee Development Authority, Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Item number 13, closed session conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Kelly Millward versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV63209. Item number 14, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one case. Item number 15, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D2, one case, threatened litigation as a result of a telephone call between Aaron Rasmussen and Christopher Schmidt, Deputy County Counsel, attached as part of the agenda packet. And item number 16, closed session, conference with rural property negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and Jason Terry, Senior Administrative Analyst, Authority Government Code Section 54956.8, Tuolumne Veterans Memorial Hall, 18375 Fur Avenue, Tuolumne, California, to discuss price and terms, negotiating parties, Veterans of Foreign Wars, VFW, Post 4748.
Okay. Is there any public comment on any item that is up for closed session discussion?
I don't really have enough information about item number 16, but that building is county property for the use of all county citizens, as I recall. Several years ago, I went and looked at the tax records or whatever it was. So it was a county building when the veterans were insisting that it was theirs. And I know they gave them the building across the street, but it seems a lot of county taxpayers are still paying for a building that we supposedly no longer own. I just have a lot of concerns about that. And I don't know enough about it to comment other than my answer would be no. And I recall the incident which I discussed with people here when they opened up Memorial Hall as the evacuation center for the Washington fire. And I was very displeased to see the behavior between some of the veterans who were there, who thought they should be running the show, and the Red Cross, who thought they should be running the show.